Welcome. It's day 6 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Magnus Carlsen has extended his lead. Humpy Canary is out in front in the women's. But it's the second half. The pieces have been reset, the colours have been flipped, and every game matters more than ever. The action starts now. We are here in day 6, Norway Chess. We're halfway there. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and every good action movie needs a stellar cast. And here I am blessed with International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster David Howell. Wow, it has been a whirlwind of action so far, but it's now the second half.
And it's been so dramatic, right? The first 5 rounds, we've seen it all. We've seen the big Armageddons, we've seen the big comebacks. And round 5 itself, we had 5 classical draws, but that didn't tell the whole storyline. It was, I think, one of the most exciting days of chess we've had. Heartbreaks, a day of missed opportunities. And now, for some players going into the second half, David, it's going to be a bit about the grudge match, getting that revenge in, starting from one of our first marquee matchups.
Exactly. Day 1 here at Norway Chess was one of my favourite days of chess ever, especially because of Magnus Carlsen against Gukesh, and we get a repeat. Revenge on the mind, some scores to settle. If it lives up even just half of how exciting it was on day 1, we're in for a treat.
We are certainly in for a treat. And as we look at the results, well, as David and Tanya have mentioned, it's a big one because there you can see down the list we have Gukesh, world champion, facing off against the GOAT, the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. And Gukesh certainly will have a revenge on his mind. But of course, we are treated to all kinds of matches. We have a lot of inter-country matches, I would say.
Yeah, a lot of rivalry, different kinds there. Hikaru versus Fabi, the all-American clash. We've got Vachier-Lagrave against Humpy, and of course Vengeance taking on Tingje. And all of these matter so much also because of where we are in the standings. Gukesh versus Magnus, definitely the big one for the world to be watching. The world champion once again takes on the world #1. It's 0-2 for Magnus. One of those classical wins came before Gukesh became the world champion in the World Cup, and the other one happened just last week right here in Norway Chess. But I've got my eyes on that one man, that's Vachier. He's turning out to be just such a giant slayer. He's making these Armageddons, David, into his personal showdown.
Yeah, 3 in a row, and growing in confidence every day, Vachier. He's such a joy to watch as well on the camera, in the interviews, even on the rest day with the cowboy activities. He was really loving life, enjoying being here. And here he faces Arjun, who has had a tough few days, I'm going to say, but got a stroke of luck against Hikaru in the Armageddon.
He was certainly the recipient of some luck there, as you mentioned yesterday in the Armageddon against Hikaru Nakamura. But it is onwards and upwards because Arjun has the white pieces against Vachier. In their last encounter, that was decided by Armageddon. Arjun was the one who emerged the victor there, walked away with 1.5 points. But of course, Vachier playing black. What's on his mind? Because Vachier has been the Armageddon killer, the monster, so to speak, but he's languishing at the bottom of the table. He hasn't won any classical games. How much risk does he take?
Yeah, against Arjun, I'm not sure you need to take too much risk. He'll take the risk on both of your behalves, and he's going to go at Vachier. I think Vachier can play counter-attacking chess. This one, meanwhile, Fabiano has had a horrible score against Hikaru in recent times, especially with the black pieces. Fabi actually lost with white as well last week, but now, Tanya, how's he turn it around?
And that's really the big one, right? Especially for Hikaru coming out of the heartbreak from yesterday. He's up against Fabi. Now, one of the biggest wins in round 1 was this clash. And I can't wait to see what Fabi has prepared.
Yes, and talking about who we're waiting for, we are waiting for Magnus Carlsen to enter the building as he has the black pieces against Gukesh. So let's see how he made his entrance. I'm seeing this for the first time. I was expecting something spectacular, but in he comes, strolling. There was a big traffic jam here in Stavanger, as we can see, and Magnus has come armed, fueled, ready with some food.
I'll guarantee that's not a chess set. Wow, he does look exhausted after that walk. I don't know if he's in the mood to give a word. No, he goes straight down. Something new there, because usually Magnus always stops
Magnus
for an
hadde
interview.
ikke sjans, han måtte få i seg litt mat nå. Så han spurte pent om å få slippe. Så si fra til Finn.
And there we see him going to get security checked. But interesting. So Magnus casually strolling in with some food. Does this mean he's hungry in every sense of the word?
Absolutely. I think this one, is just the world's waiting for this rematch from what happened last week. If you come at the king, you best not miss, was the message to Gukesh after that. Gukesh does start with the white pieces, and we get a beautiful 6 board, all the 12 players on our camera as we're getting the ceremonial moves. This time I see that it's a bunch of girls doing it, and I love it because it's just so inspiring for the kids out there to make the first moves on these boards.
Definitely. And I would guess that those girls are part of the Dronning Brigade, which is a group of girls that come together here at Norway Chess. They study chess, they learn amongst the best, and of course, they are here for the vibes and the chess energy. And I can't wait to see the action begin. It's all about revenge, it's all about rematches, and it's all about getting those all-important points.
It's all about those classical wins, right? Any of these players could leapfrog in the standings. So much depend on that. One thing's clear at Norway Chess, you just cannot rely on your powers when it comes to the Armageddon, because that 1.5 point, it's not enough. We've seen Wei, he's taken down the world number 2, he's taken down the world number 1, he's taken down Gukesh, the world champion as well, but yet he's at the bottom of the board.
Yep. And, well, it is all about notching up those victories. 3 points for the win if you win in Classical, just 1.5 points if you win in Armageddon. And the games are off. Our crew have assembled and they are ready for action.
Yeah, the reason Magnus was walking, potentially, is because there was a bike race in the city centre. There was a bit of a traffic jam. I wonder who'll be racing into an early advantage in these games. Nice to see all the players there composed. E4 is Gukesh's choice. His weapon here against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus opens with the King's Pawn himself. Are we going to see an Italian game, a Spanish? And Magnus, he's been playing this consistently throughout this tournament as black. Super solid stuff. That normally signals he's fine to make a draw if he can with black and maybe push things to the Armageddon.
Moment of truth, no Berlin is what I'm hoping for. Will Magnus pick up that knight on the king side and play to f6? That would be the Berlin. Or will we have a more dramatic fight with the pawn push attacking the bishop that's just been developed? I don't want to see a knight f6, but are we going to see that happen?
No. Although he played a6 a couple of times so far this tournament, but he talked about the Berlin regret of not going for the endgame. I think he'll play a6, surely. Ivanka.
Yeah. Well, he's hesitating, and Magnus knows what he wants to do. Is just making those final kind of calculations. I reckon I'm going to go against the grain. You guys said a6, knight f6. Yes, I was just going to say that, and I took too long. My bad. Knight f6.
Okay, a small surprise from Magnus. Of course, he's played this countless times, and it's been part of his repertoire for many, many years now, as it is for most of the top players in the world, the Berlin defense. But he has been playing the Marshall of recent times. He has been playing classical Roy Lopez positions. So he's hoping that Gukesh hasn't prepared for this. Gukesh does not go for the endgame, which would have been starting with allowing black to capture this pawn in the center. If white had castled, Magnus would have captured on e4, and the game would have been much more forcing, much more direct. d3 normally signals that you want a slower fight. That's good news. I think very predictable that Gukesh would employ this one, as he very rarely takes the easy way out. Always plays the most ambitious moves.
And it was in a 2000 World Championship match, Vladimir Kramnik versus Garry Kasparov, that the Berlin really took the center stage. It was Kramnik's big weapon against the Roy Lopez, against the Spanish, against the GOAT, Garry Kasparov, to just make sure that he didn't get those kind of aggressive positions. And I think that played such a huge role, the Berlin defense, in Kramnik winning that World Championship match, because essentially he just shut down play by white.
Yeah, and I think Kasparov later talked about it. One of his big regrets was being stubborn. He kept going into the Berlin endgame. He kept allowing black to take the pawn in the center. He never once put the pawn on d3 and kind of said, let's play a long game. he kept going into the endgame. Kramnik kept making draws. And eventually Kasparov was punished and didn't get any real chances in that match. This time, okay, the black bishop come out to c3 to c5. White puts a pawn on c3, stopping the black knight from coming into d4. So that trade was possible if white hadn't played this move. And now Gukesh has some choices. He can castle. He can bring his bishop out to g5. If you want to be super greedy, you can even take a pawn. You can take this knight and capture in the center, but that is not got a great reputation. He castles instead.
And just to show how solid this opening is, I mean, the numbers speak, right? Because in the chess.com opening explorer, 43% of Berlin games end in a draw, Jovanka. That's how much it's feared by white.
I'm shocked it's that little, actually. I thought those numbers would be higher.
But we should really explain, like a lot of people were like, okay, well, Berlin is a great opening, but we're talking about Berlin being employed to shut down a game. We're talking about being rock solid with black. And you're just using the philosophy that you draw with black and then you try and push with the white pieces. And that's perfect for match scenario. It's also perfect for Magnus Carlsen because he is in the lead by 1.5 points. If he takes it to Armageddon, anything goes. And he's guaranteed himself 1 point.
And I wonder if this is also part of his anti-young player chess philosophy right now. You know, he knows he's playing against Gukesh, who will want to fight. And he's saying that I'm solid. You want to bring the fight, you bring the fight to me. And if Magnus gets the opportunities, he's going to be up for it. He's going to be ready for the game. But had it been the Berlin endgame, I think he would be happily taking this to the Armageddon. Gukesh hasn't been great at that, while Magnus, you know, getting some of the wins in there. So I think it's a very smart opening move by Magnus to play knight to f6, to force Gukesh to try to create those opportunities on the board rather than take on a straight-on fight himself.
Yep. Okay, so smart opening choice there from Magnus. Maybe we go to the bird's eye view and have a look at all the other games in progress. There at the top you can see the open section and we can have a look at the game in the right, top right, because let's just do, not to dive in, but I just like to kind of do a quick assessment of every position. And then I'd like to focus on the game, which is big, which is between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano currently in second place. But, well, there's no central pawns in the game in the top right. That's the one in green between Arjun and Wei.
Looks pretty balanced across the boards to me, David. Just going to point out one thing and then you break it down for us. That on all boards, it either started with the king pawn opening by white or by the queen's pawn opening. So we yet haven't seen the English appear or the Reti appear just yet. So players sticking to main line theory so far.
That's right. And just before we do jump in, top left came from a Sicilian defense, a Sicilian Rossolimo with white bringing out the bishop, actually retreating it later. We saw the Gukesh Carlsen game, the Spanish, the Roy Lopez. Arjun against Wei, maybe we'll jump into in a moment. That is, I believe, the semi-Tarash variation of the Queen's Gambit declined. Bottom left, a semi-Slav, very blocked. All the pieces still on the board. That is Sara Kardem against Anna Muzichuk, the red board. The brown board in the middle, Vachier-Lagrave against Humpy. Vachier-Lagrave going for a slightly offbeat kind of move order in the Catalan opening. And bottom right, the purple board, Zhu Enjun against Lei Tingzhe, an Italian game. Okay, where to begin? Should we start with Arjun Wei?
Well, actually, we will focus our attention on Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana because, well, we caught up with Fabi just before the game. So let's hear what he had to say about his thoughts on playing Hikaru.
Hey Fabiano, it's against Hikaru today. We're starting all over again. How would you summarize the first half so far?
Mostly positive, a bit negative, but mostly it was positive with some very bright moments.
Your chess form, do you feel it's good?
I think so. After the first round, I think some of the games were very high quality, some were pretty high quality, but after the first round, there was no bad game that I played.
Do you feel confident going in against your countrymen today?
Yeah, I feel confident. Of course, it'll be a tough game, and I'm hoping to get a small measure of revenge, or at least not repeat the result of the first round.
Well, I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
A small measure of revenge. That is, after all, what every chess player wants. They want to level the score. And we do remember that back in game one, Fabi and Hikaru, they played a very long, drawn-out endgame, one that Fabiano lost. So he wants some measure of revenge. Is he going to get it?
Ooh, big question. I think a good result for Fabi would be at least a draw in this classical game. Like Armageddon, maybe Hikaru becomes more of a favorite, but Fabi in recent times in Classical has been suffering so badly against Hikaru that I think a draw is great. Revenge is a whole nother matter. Winning with black is normally takes a bit of help from the opponent to allow the type of position that you can go for a win. But I wouldn't bet against it. Fabi has been playing well, was slightly unfortunate against Magnus yesterday. I went back and looked at his Classical game against Magnus. He did have one winning move in the end game. It was difficult, but Fabi did outplay Magnus for chunks of that game.
Yeah, we've been talking about, how when Hikaru faces Magnus, it just feels that somehow Hikaru's best isn't able to come out in those matches. I think recently Fabi also has been suffering some kind of a psychological block. I don't know what it is or how to term it, because these two have been neck to neck in the world rankings, world number 2, world number 3. They're two of the greatest players. They're the two giants of chess. Epic rivalry. But the last few times they played in Classical, whether it was Norway Chess in 23, the final round where Hikaru snatched the tournament victory from Fabi by beating him and leapfrogging him into the standings and taking the championship, or the recently concluded American Cup as well. So many of the battles just end up with Hikaru winning in Classical. So it's interesting to see how this dynamic has formed, because first of all, I felt like their result was very closely contested, but recently Hikaru doing extremely well. So much of today, David, also comes down to Hikaru's mindset after what happened yesterday, right, to him. We could see how heartbroken he was, how devastating it was, losing. You're one move away from victory, and then it all just goes.
But you know what I think would be more painful for Hikaru? Because having spoken to the players, it seems like when it comes to Armageddon, everyone is accepting it's a little bit random, mistakes happen, but it's the Classical, because he was winning against Arjun yesterday, and he had some ways to victory, but he just didn't take it because it was a lot more complicated than it appeared. And those missed opportunities are really irksome.
They're really painful, and it was literally one move away from when he lost that mini match, right? And for Fabi, just thinking about round 1 of this, it was the Slav. You start with the white pieces, everything under control, and you just have this feeling that my opponent is outplaying me with black in the end game. So much of it came into clock management. The position that we have in front of us, let's get into that and see how Hikaru wants to try to push this for an edge, because one of the big plans here for white has to be that central break. You want to get d4 in as quickly as possible.
Yeah, let's break it down. Let's actually go from the start, because there have been some interesting moments already, some mind games afoot. And it started with e4, c5, the Sicilian defense. As we mentioned, the Rossolimo Sicilian, where white brings out the bishop to challenge this knight. And as far as I know, well, Fabi, he's firstly the leading expert on the white side of this position. This was the main battleground in the 2018 World Championship, where Fabi with white was banging down the door against Magnus in this opening, came so close to some wins. There, Magnus was mostly relying on the move g6. Black can also play e6, another main move. d6 is one of the most popular as well. White castles, black now defends the knight, not allowing the pawn structure to be broken. Rook e1, creating an escape square actually for this bishop, as we see. Pawn to a6. This bishop does not want to trade off and give black the bishop pair, so it retreats all the way back home, but bishops are long-range pieces, so the bishop not too badly placed there. And e5, by far the most popular move, I should mention, is to pin the white knight. And there are some variations where very quickly, you can actually bring your knight out first, but very quickly you actually trade off this white knight just to make it difficult for white to break in the center. And the fact that Fabi hasn't gone for this and played e5 instead, g5, I should mention, has been played by Hikaru himself in some of these positions. Even here, g5 is one of the main moves. But the fact that Fabi's played bishop e7 is a bit of a surprise. I wonder whether he's waiting. If Hikaru now plays d4, we might see a trade. I'm not sure which direction, trade of pawns, and then the black bishop coming out, a slightly annoying pin. But if Hikaru plays the move h3, I really want to know if Fabi's going to play g5 and just go for the king. The h-pawn would be a hook. You blow open the king side, and it's going to be a fun position if that happens.
Yeah, it will be fun, but do you go all guns blazing so early on in the game, knowing it's very risky business, also knowing that 0 points is really going to impact his place in the standings, and Hikaru is suddenly going to shoot up to the top and maybe even, will definitely overtake him if he wins.
I think it's just important to maximize your chances, to try to create some imbalances if you're looking at that classical win. I mean, with this field, who do you even target, right? So just keeping those opportunities open. And we do see He does go for the central break, and your idea, bishop g4, now it arrives, it's on the board, attacking the central pawn. I think this is going to be fun from the very start. The bar seems to really like Hikaru's position, but if I'm white here, I'd be a little worried because there are huge threats. If you take pawn takes pawn, then knight takes pawn comes in with doubling down on that pin on f3. If you push d5, the knight jumps to d4, again with the same idea. How are you keeping the pressure in the center?
Yeah, it's not easy. I guess you could play the move bishop to e3, but it feels like black can trade everything off on the d4 square. You might have to part with your bishop pair. There have been a few games on the chess.com database in this position, and out of the 5 games that appear, d5 has been played 4 times.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I must admit, d5 is crying out to me. You know, d5, take the space. Once the knight jumps in, you just hold that knight on f3. You support it with knight bd2, and then start trying to do the kickback. Because it is a pin that you can probably break relatively easily. And yeah, I just like my space. What can I say?
Makes sense. Space is a great thing in chess, especially when there's lots of pieces on the board. I didn't know that, at least according to chess.com here, this is called the Sicilian defense canal attack.
Oh, I haven't heard of that before.
Yeah, I've heard of that one before because but not because, only because of the, well, I think we were doing some commentary together, David, you and me, in the Isle of Man. And just as a fun kind of piece of trivia, we were kind of searching the names, and then there were all these names you never heard of.
Are you good with opening names?
No,
Yeah.
I'm awful.
I feel like you remember the moves and you remember the lines, but somehow I'm always asking chat to help out with what the opening's officially called.
Yeah, the kind of the head branch of the opening, like the Sicilian, I'm good with those ones. But then the sub branches, the tiny little variations, the sub branches of the opening, like the canal attack. Do you know there's a howl attack out there?
Did you invent it?
No, it's named
It's a
after...
howler.
I know, it's a good opening. But
How does it go?
it's the Roy Lopez where white plays a very quick queen e2.
And rook, with sliding the rook to where the queen is.
Rook to d1, yeah. But
Isn't that called the Worrell?
Yeah, I thought it was called the Worrell.
help me out, chat. It wasn't invented by me. It was another howl, I think.
Is it the other? Because David's not even the only Howell grandmaster.
No, someone beat me to it.
Yeah, James Howell.
James Howell. And
yeah.
everyone thought he was my dad, but I've never even met him. I mean, I've met my dad, but like, I haven't met James Howell.
Is he from England as well?
He is from England.
Oh.
He just stopped playing.
He's also tall with glasses.
Yep. I think he probably stopped playing before you were born. But anyway,
Yeah, and it wasn't named after him either, another Howell.
Wow,
So,
there's
anyway.
another Howell who's a grandmaster who invented an opening.
We want to know, chat, what are your favourite opening names?
well, there we see. It is a big decision for Hikaru. Is he going to push that pawn in the middle, attack the knight? Is he going to try to maintain the tension? Well, we will definitely be keeping an eye on this huge matchup. But going back to our bird's eye view, and, well, where else should we go? Because I see there's different types of positions on the board. There's some which are really tense. I'm looking at the bottom left there between Sara Kadam and Anna Muzichuk. Still very much in the realms of theory, but it's definitely gearing towards a pawn break. Also pretty kind of tense in the game between Ju Wenjun and Lei Ting-jae on the bottom right. And also the one game that we haven't looked at in the Open, Arjun against Wei Yi. It's looking unorthodox.
I think we'll go to that. I just want to point out one thing. Magnus versus Gukesh, which started as a Berlin, has now somehow transposed into a very normal, standard-looking Roy Lopez Spanish position. So that's interesting that both players want to take it into a fight. No endgame early on. Excitement on the women board as well. Should we do a quick tour? I think let's go to the Wei Yi board. As Ivanka, you said it, and then we'll round up what's happening in the Norway Chess women with some big clashes.
Yep, let's head here. And can we do an action replay here? Because I thought I knew where it started, but then I didn't quite know where it was heading.
Yeah,
And
same.
I'm going to say that because of the knight on b3.
Yeah, this is weird. Like, both sides have been doing some creative stuff. I agree. We need to backtrack. This is move 10. Let's go all the way back to move 1, where it began. We saw d4, knight f6, and transposition to the queen's gambit declined. And here, c5. So an attempt to get into the semi-Tarash after a capture on d5. Black can, sorry, my arrows. Black can take with the knight, black can take with the pawn in the center, full on Tarash mode. But taking on d4 is super trendy and known to be one of the kind of direct equalizing attempts. Often here, white takes back with the queen. Instead, Arjun, with a small surprise, he takes with the knight, the second most popular move there. And after black does the same, he backs up his knight. So the pawn structure pretty much symmetrical, especially if white puts a pawn on e3, as he does very shortly. First here, Wei Yi, I'm not so familiar with this type of position, but he retreats his knight, which is a slight surprise to me, hitting the white knight, but at the cost of having moved his knight for the third time in this game. So a few tempi down here. Now he brings out his bishop to hit this knight, persuading it to retreat. And he moves his bishop for the second time. And it feels like he's lost so much time, Wei Yi, with his knight jumps, bishop jumps. But once the dust is settled, maybe white's half a tempo up, but that tempo is bishop to d2. And I can't imagine this getting too thrilling anytime soon. Maybe easier for white to get rooks to the center, queen c2, maybe bring the other rook across. But ultimately, symmetrical pawn structure and looks like smooth development for both sides.
Well, one way this could get fun is if white starts expanding in the center, right? If you start getting e4, f4, e5 in at some moment, that could be a way to get some space in the king side. I really like this move because I think it could potentially also be directed against the most natural plan that Wei Yi has. Yavanka, your concept of problem child for black, the bishop on c8. You really want it on the longest diagonal. You want to play b6, bishop b7, and that's something that would complete his development. This last move, x-raying that knight on c6, I wonder if Wei Yi can still go b6. I'm not able to really see a big knight jump there. Perhaps that is indeed the way for Wei Yi to finish developing his pieces.
Yeah. It does require some calculation, though, because as soon as you play b6, the knight on c6 is loose. Loose pieces drop off, as we all taught as children. And you have to calculate what's going to be happening after bishop to f3, setting up a pin, and then the jumps are coming. Maybe we have to kind of dive deep into this position and analyze the consequences. Because if black can play b6, it's the golden move, right? You get bishop b7 in and you're like, ha, no problemo. But there was problemo.
Watch the
The
bar.
narrator says, go, go, go.
It
Stays the same.
stays the same.
Oh my God,
Kind of.
Tiny bit. Maybe not the best move.
We lost 0.05 of the position here for black. I mean, it looks fine, right? The other move, just to mention, we won't dig too deep, but e5 is also another way to get this bishop out, get the bishop off c8. But b6 definitely the ideal move. Bishop f3, pin. I guess black blocks.
Yeah, and now knight to b5. That's
Double down.
yeah, exactly.
Can you go rook c8 here? I mean, it's still to calculate because
Yeah, and the knight takes
a7.
a7.
Yeah, a7
So this
is
is
just hanging.
This is white's trick. Knight takes knight, bishop takes bishop, white is a pawn up. So, yeah, this is not obvious.
Maybe you have to defend it with your queen. Queen d7?
d7.
Also tricky. Wow.
Does white
Yeah, I was thinking bishop c3 as well, just to kind of
trade
off and then
Pressure.
yeah, exactly.
On the
Bishop
c6
takes
square.
knight.
Yeah, both bishop takes knights in the air.
All right, let's back up, yeah. Because we've just made the most natural moves by black, right? To finish development, but there is something. So it's not rook to c8. It can't be a knight move.
I was thinking knight d5, but I'm just asking to get hit. I don't really see that being too exciting for black.
But also I don't see an alternative there. I mean, unless it's something crazy like a6, but that's also hard to believe.
Computer says a6.
Oh my goodness.
Equal.
I saw your face and the moment I looked to my left, I was like, it is a6, Tanya.
Tanya is the Indian school of chess. You know, your piece is attacked, no need to defend even. Go a6, go on the counter. Okay, but this is... Okay, first up, you have to calculate and find a6.
Yeah, otherwise you don't go for b6 to start
Exactly.
with, right? Because it's kind of forcing.
Exactly.
Yeah, b6 might rely on that whole variation. Wei Yi might find that if it was Arjun or Prag or someone who's black, I think they would play this whole variation, boom, a6, and they equalize at the end. But not easy. Not easy for Wei Yi.
Okay. Well, big moment. b6, and then I guess we have to kind of consider e5. Is that the straightforward shortcut to equality?
e5, I guess the downside is that you do weaken some squares in the center. So white can maybe plant a bishop on c4 at some point. This first move that comes to my mind is bishop to f3 as well, hinting that you might actually capture this knight and slightly ruin the black pawn structure on the queen side. Either way, it does feel like one of these two moves is about to be played. I'm not sure which one, but they both deal with the problem child, the problem piece on c8.
Okay, whilst we're waiting for Wei Yi just to calculate his way out of those development problems, let's go back to the bird's eye view and let's complete our roundup. So we looked at the open. Let's have a look at the women. Take your pick.
The most important match for standing has to be the All-Indian clash with Vachier-Lagrave and Humpy, right? Humpy is at pole position. She's the sole leader right now. And what a run she's had throughout, getting those important classical wins in, as well as standing her own in those Armageddon. And one of the biggest classical wins where I think she really has to thank her stars for that, was against Vachier-Lagrave, right? In round one, from a very difficult position, I would say close to a great advantage for Vachier-Lagrave, where only Vachier-Lagrave could push a one-move blunder, getting checkmated. And that would have definitely hurt. Now, Vachier-Lagrave after that has had quite a journey. In the last few rounds, she's found her rhythm. Yesterday, she beat Sara Kadem in our only classical victory game. She's had a couple of Armageddon. So I think that's exactly the kind of confidence boost you want when you're playing against a stalwart like Humpy, with the form that Humpy's showing.
And the back of her mind, though, that blunder on day one, maybe the blunder so far of the tournament. And yeah, we'll see how this game unfolds. But in the meantime, quick action replay of how we got here. It was the Catalan. We saw a d-pawn opening. White fianchettos the bishop on g2. And black plays the closed variation where you pretty much pre-move. This is what everyone's doing nowadays. Ever since Jan Nepomniachtchi kind of adopted this and kind of got to 2 World Championship matches off the back of this system as black. Everyone's playing it now, copying. Queen c2 isn't the main move. This is what Vachier-Lagrave played. Normally they castle. We also saw knight c3 from Hikaru Nakamura earlier this tournament. You can also play b3 as white. You can also play knight e5. You can do a bunch of things. But queen c2, the downside is, well, the upside first, you're defending your pawn. The downside is after c5, you are slightly behind in development with white since black has already castled. She took this pawn, Vachier-Lagrave, still well-known position here, and pawn to d4. And this is very, very ambitious from Humpy. She just wants to take back this pawn and argues she has a bit more extra space since the white queen is a bit misplaced on c2. b4 backed up this pawn. The pawn was challenged, and she decided she couldn't keep that pawn intact any longer. b5, the pawn dropped, and now she's happy to bring her knight out, hinting it might come to b3, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn. This is provocative, I'm going to say, from Vachier-Lagrave.
Super dynamic play by both these players, right? And this, just this non-symmetrical aspects of these positions. I mean, for Humpy, if she's able to get an e5 in, either defended by her knight or the rook on e8, and then push that pawn forward, we're talking about a black advantage. Which is why Vachier-Lagrave can't just play moves like shot castle. She needs to kind of rush into that central attack. Knight b3 is being threatened. e5 not yet possible because the knight on f3 defends it. If you play the move knight d7, a very natural-looking move, Vachier-Lagrave simply continues with her plan. She attacks the bishop, once again making sure that e5 is impossible. And the fact that Humpy is slowed down, I wonder if she's about to stop that plan. Will she go a4 here and make sure you don't get your knight to that square where you're targeting not just the bishop but the central pawn as well?
It looks good, and definitely Humpy, also you can tell by the clock times that she is out of book. Because a lot of us, going back to the opening, just go queen c2, c5 is the antidote, black is fine. But Vachier-Lagrave, she's also, as far as I recall, not really too much of a d4 player. I mean, she's made that shift in the last few, I would say last year or so, because I've seen her with e4s and sparkling attacks here, there and everywhere.
I think the Ramesh school of chess, from where all these youngsters are, they're really encouraged to play all openings and understand all different structures. And I think that's really important, especially in modern chess, to be flexible with your first move. Whether you choose e4 or d4, it sort of in so many ways reflects your chess personality, I want to say. E4 known to go into those more dynamic positions, d4 a more strategic fight. But I think it's important to be a universal player. And the younger you are, when you can switch around with both, makes it harder for your opponent to prepare and improves your own understanding, overall understanding of the game.
I heard a theory that there's no such thing as e4, d4. Actually, I'm kind of flying off the cuff here. There is no theory. This is just me, just the vibing.
Ivanka's theory.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. Okay, work with me, guys.
Tell me.
So you have closed positions, open positions. And it's like you have e4, e5, and you can kind of, even in those e4 positions, you can steer the game towards closed positions. Like you can play a Rossolimo, you don't have to go into a mainline Sicilian. And then you have the d4, which is predominantly closed, right? So you can kind of go that direction, keep the position locked, masses of tension, or you can kind of open it up, and you can also play d4 in a really aggressive, open way with no center.
Absolutely, and especially as we've got modern engines which confirm that, you can play move h3 on the third move, whether you start with e4 or d4, it doesn't even matter. I still find it a bit stylistic, and I'd love to hear David's take on this. For me, when I started playing chess, I was an e4 player. I feel when I was younger, I was playing more attacking, aggressive openings, but I think the older I got, when I was in my 20s, I had this big switch to d4 and started really enjoying the strategic battles. What's been your story with opening theory, David?
Yeah, I mean, I was very one-dimensional until I was around 22, 23 years old. Like, I became, I think, 2650 around that level just by playing e4. It was only c3 Sicilian, only Italian game. It was the same thing every single time, and it worked to an extent, but I couldn't beat the top guys because I was too predictable. And I got a bit tired of playing the same stuff. I got restless. I don't know what it was, but one day I just decided, okay, I'm going to play knight f3. I'm going to just freestyle. And then I spent like 2 or 3 years just kind of winging it, not really kind of knowing my stuff, but I felt liberated. And then ever since, I've dabbled in everything. Now, if I play an 11-round tournament, I take pride in playing 6 different first moves with white.
Amazing.
Just to keep myself guessing and just keeps it fresh, but maybe not the most practical. It's nice having 1 or 2 strongest weapons.
But I do feel it's such a handicap if you're just sort of a one-trick pony, right, in chess, especially because it makes it so easy for your opponent to prepare against you. And these days, preparation is everywhere, right? Whether it doesn't matter what your level is. Even players who are in that 2000 level playing an open tournament are preparing at a grandmaster level because of all your chessable courses. So having these many tricks and tips in the opening, I think it really is a huge tactic and skill set to have, and I think it's super important in today's time.
I feel like completely the same. Like in modern day chess, it's all about getting that first surprise in, because up until recently, I would argue that it was fine to have one opening because you could just kind of trick people with your own knowledge, right? You could kind of make that change further on down the line, and then just use those pattern recognition patterns that you know, and just to kind of just somehow manage to get a better position. And we do see knight to d7 played by Humpy. No a4. I really liked your a4, I must admit. But now, Vachier-Lagrave, it's up to her. She has to go knight to b3. She has to find some way to disrupt Black's plan of going e5 and taking full control in the center.
Yeah, just to point out, on the chess.com database, knight bd7 was one of only 2 moves that have ever been played before. a4 hadn't featured. Surprisingly, I thought it was the most natural move. Like, the opponent makes a threat, you stop it. Like, you stop knight b3. And just to follow through, just to predict the future before we move on, knight b3, definitely the most consistent with what Vachier-Lagrave's been doing. And now Black has 2 moves on the database on chess.com. Either a check, which allows the white bishop to block, and actually we see that the eval bar rises in white's favor. Maybe piece exchanges here helping white, because actually this bishop, quite an important one. White has a very clear plan as well of c5, c6 very quickly. So this looks great for Vachier-Lagrave, but Black's best move potentially has also been played, e5, a pawn sacrifice. We see the bar stay staunchly in the middle, 0.0. But now if white grabs the pawn, if white, for example, trades, and takes this pawn in the center, which is actually so brave that nobody's ever dared capture this pawn, then Black gets great compensation. Rook to e8. There's some trouble brewing on the e-file. If you move the knight back, you might get pinned, and watch out. Actually, something even better here for Black, apparently. What could that be? But sorry, in that variation, knight b3 and some captures. Apparently Black doing very well here after knight d3, bishop g4 instead.
Very strong.
Oof. Yeah, you don't want to be facing this if you're Vachier-Lagrave.
And she does go knight b3. We can see it on the live camera. It's happened. I wonder if Humpy, if she's prepared, she will play e5. The blue arrow does appear. So much of it depends on her speed as well, which will show us how familiar she is. It is a pawn sacrifice. You have to be ready to fight for the initiative after that. e5, or will she go for the more, what seems like a natural approach of bishop b4, but strategically trading the dark squared bishop works into Vachier-Lagrave's hands?
Yeah, big moment. And stylistically, I would say Humpy doesn't necessarily veer towards those wild, aggressive positions where you sacrifice a pawn. But yeah, we'll see whether she rises up to the challenge. Now, going back to the bird's eye view, there's two games we haven't looked at and two very close positions, tense in different ways. I'm going to give David the pick. Which one are you going to go for? Bottom left, bottom right?
Ooh, just to mention, Humpy did play e5 very quickly.
Oh, she knows her stuff.
This is
Great
going to be
move.
fun.
Great move. Took her a while. Maybe she just worked it out in that think. I'm going to bring us to the Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun against Lei Tingjie, though, from the two games we haven't looked at so far. Not to stay too long here, just to update everyone, it was an Italian game. White bishop coming out to c4 very quickly, and black challenging it. Black playing the variation with the bishop on e7, as opposed to often us seeing the bishop out on c5. Bishop on e7 is very solid, but slightly passive normally, and this battle might revolve around whether black can break out with d5 or whether white will be able to get first to the center with d4. I'm going to say a very quiet position. Doesn't feel like Zhu Wenjun's achieved too much from the opening, but these Italians, they always come to life a bit later on.
And that's classic Venture, you know, it looks like in the opening it's just a balanced position, but she aims for those long fights, long struggles, constantly just slowly but steadily putting some little pressure on her opponent till they crack. But also let's set the stage here, because these two in their round one clash had a draw in their classical. And in fact, it's the only Armageddon that the reigning women world champion Zhu Wenjun has lost so far in Norway Chess against Lei Tingjie. Also so much history between them, their 23 World Championship battle as well, where Tingjie took the early lead in the match, but Wenjun went on to defend her title. So from the Norway Chess perspective, I think for Wenjun, she's somewhere looking for revenge here. She lost their first clash in that Armageddon. You know, she's had those huge Armageddon wins after that, back to back. She's been sort of the Armageddon queen here. But again, just like Wei, missing that classical three-pointer.
Yeah, definitely. And it's all about those 3 points. It's all about taking risks and just nudging and getting that victory. Well, we are going to head to a break, but we've got good news, because if you want the inside scoop, Magnus Carlsen has just hit the confessional, and you can hear it during the break if you're subscribed on Twitch. So hit that subscribe button and get that peek behind the curtain. And when we return, we of course are going to be discussing Magnus's thoughts, and we'll be ready with all of the action.
So yesterday I went for the what I called Berlin regret line, where I tried to, I first went for sort of the regular Ruy Lopez and then tried to go back to Berlin types of positions without a lot of success. Today I'm trying the opposite, starting out with a Berlin and then with the move a6 actually getting it back to sort of d3 Spanish territory. So we'll see how that works out.
Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colours. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. The prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
We are back, and the opening stage has passed here in day 6 of Norway Chess. The players have set the scene. It's looking pretty tense. But during the break, we did hear Magnus, and he was saying how yesterday he had the Berlin regret, his bishop to f6 move. This time he's like, you know what, I'm just going to play the Berlin, and I'm not going to try and transpose into it. He seemed to be having some fun there, some smiles, some laughter. Maybe there was like an in-joke somewhere.
Yeah, it's like an in-joke with himself. That's the that's the funny thing. I don't think anyone else in the world is included in this. He's just amusing himself. Tanya, yesterday he started with kind of the mainline Spanish, tried to get it into a Berlin. Today he starts with a Berlin, tries to get it into a mainline Spanish. I don't know, Magnus sees patterns like no one else in the world, I guess, and at least he's enjoying his time here in the classical game.
A very niche sense of humor of the world number 1. But yeah, like you guys pointed out yesterday, he wanted to pull it into a territory, and now he's trying to get out of that territory from a Berlin into a normal Spanish. But a lot of moves have happened. And you know, Jovanka, going into this round 6, we see the boards all across. I think Vachier-Lagrave is the one board where we can already see some kind of dynamics forming and call it, you know, action on the board. Everything else has the makings and the potential of a very exciting middle game, but it's still sort of at that point where water is still boiling, it's still brewing. But any break that happens, fireworks will be there, including the Magnus versus Gukesh board.
Yeah, maybe we just quickly update there. Nothing too dramatic has happened. Magnus away from his chair again until this very moment.
That's right.
Commentator's curse. Maybe he was back in the confessional. But let's break it down. Let's update you. Since we were last here, we left it with Magnus playing the move pawn to d6. We should mention that in this position, the trendy move is to play d5 to blow open the center, or at least try. And that has a decent reputation, but you need to know your stuff. A lot of opening theory. Magnus, as usual, playing the older move, the less theoretical move, where you don't need to know so much as black. He talked in the confessional about this move a6, trying to get it back into a mainline Spanish, where normally you play this move on move 3. Here, it is possible to take this knight. That leads to some interesting positions, actually, where white often gets the pawn center, but you need to back it up because you're facing the bishop pair. Something very similar to what we saw yesterday against Fabiano, where Magnus had the bishops, but white had the pawns. And instead, Gukesh says, OK, let's keep the tension, bishop back. And both sides just play very useful moves. He kicks this bishop even further now, all the way to c2. He steps back his bishop preemptively, asking white to open up in the center. Gukesh says no, I'm going to develop first, and Magnus, he's getting ready to plant his knight on this square.
Very flexible idea, right? You're pointing out one. The other is the c-pawn now can move forward as well and start challenging the center, either when d4 is played or stop d4 from being played as well. You know, we were getting out of the hotel today, making our way to the studio, and what was it? It was about 3 p.m. local time, and at that moment, Magnus coming back to the hotel with his golf kit alongside his trainer Peter Heine Nielsen. I wonder if his preparation against Gukesh just once again involved the golf course today.
It's like 3:40, 3:45, and like an hour and 15 minutes before the game starts, and he's only just making his way back after a long day of golf.
I would love to be a fly on the wall there, right? So the preparation goes like this. So how are you going to meet e4, e5? You're good. Now let's play
Prep
golf.
done.
Now hit that birdie.
But what a situation to be in, right? You're playing against the world champion. You're playing against the guy, who's, it's a clash of generation. They're always ready for a fight. And yet you believe and you know that you're good enough to handle it. All you need is a fresh mind. And Magnus getting on the course, I don't know whether he prepared before or after, but looked very relaxed and very chilled as he was walking into the hotel, perhaps to get ready. And we saw him walking into the bank as well for this game. By the way, one of the moves that has been played by Gukesh, it's a very thematic idea. Right now, the A file, the rook is pinned there. So making sure that Magnus doesn't have time for either knight to G6 or the move C5 as pawn takes pawn would follow. Magnus has to take a breather, either slide his rook to B8 to get away from that pin and then follow on with the plan of the two moves that we've been talking about. I'm expecting Gukesh eventually to get D4 and knight F1. D4, knight F1, A4. These are the three moves that we see in these positions in mixed up move orders.
Yep, and I think I've also seen A5 sometimes being thrown into the equation, just to kind of get in some bishop E3 at the right time. This is the thing, these positions are still so incredibly complicated. Lots of maneuvers, lots of plans abound.
The one thing you don't want to do as black is to clarify on the queen side, because that would just leave you with a weakness on the A6 square. So while taking a decision how to handle that, Magnus is thinking, so I would have expected him to go rook B8 really quickly. Is he also looking at some bishop moves to defend that rook?
Yeah, 100% agree. It's one of these two. I think it's 50-50. Maybe you put the bishop on D7 as well, but in this exact position, it feels a bit odd. You kind of know that white's going to play D4 in the near future, so bishop on B7 does kind of make some sense. To kind of put pressure on the E4 pawn. The one downside potentially is that, let's say, I don't know, a position like this, if you ever want to play C5, maybe your bishop ends up blocked on the B7 square. So that's the downside between putting a bishop here. Magnus, in World Championship matches in not this exact position, but similar positions, has liked to play the move rook to B8. So I think that's a very logical shout here, Tanya. Vacating the A file, but you don't really need the A file. White doesn't have any entry points on this line. Yeah.
And the funny thing about openings where these A line opens up, and I realized this in my playing career as well, that you might lose control of it, but it's only temporary. Very often, once the bishop comes out, you start re-challenging for that play. And that would also distract white from the pursuits on the king side. So it's not really something to worry about, especially as long as you have the dark squared bishop stopping any entry points on the 7th rank.
Yeah, I think he's just going to spend a minute or two. It's a matter of taste. There's no right or wrong answer in this one, as long as you don't blunder. And yeah, it's just going to be very solid for black.
He's leaning back. He looks super chilled about his match today.
Yeah, I mean, he understands and he's played these positions so many times, right? And, I was just saying that he was going to make a move, but he hasn't made a move. And he's so good.
Is that a smile?
Smiling again.
Well, probably he had some good times in the golf course.
Or maybe some inside joke in his head about the opening.
Yeah, you never know with Magnus. He could be thinking about last night's Champions League final. He could be thinking about, some putt he had on the golf course. Who knows?
Who was he rooting for with his team out?
Well, hopefully it wasn't the one that lost with no points. Because wasn't it like 5-0 yesterday?
5-0, yeah. Inter Milan. I don't think he's got too much fondness for Inter Milan. But, PSG. He did go to see a Paris Saint-Germain match when we were in Paris for the freestyle.
As did you, David Howard.
For the freestyle tournament back.
Where were my tickets for that match? I mean, where was that invite?
They were expensive tickets, Tanya. You didn't want to. Yeah, I'm still feeling the pinch. You don't want to know. But, Paris Saint-Germain, they played very, very well in that quarterfinal. And
How
again in the
expensive
final.
is expensive for a football match?
I don't know. There were a couple of zeros on the end
Oh
of
my
that ticket.
goodness.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought they were free when I said yes.
That makes me feel better about not having the invite.
But in the meantime, Magnus, he could be thinking about anything. Now back focused about chess. I'm actually going to predict bishop to b7 just because, I don't know, often in these positions, in the Archangel Spanish and some of those, you put a bishop on the square to put pressure on the white center.
Right. I was also using the patterns from the Archangel, and I remember that rook to b8 was always the more dynamic move, whereas bishop to b7, you could run the risk of the bishop being locked out of the game. White would just keep that mini center with d3, e4, and then the action would happen on the king side elsewhere. But it's still very, very tense, and Magnus has to take a decision soon. Maybe we take a pause from this and go back to our bird's eye view and complete our walk around the park, because we gotta check in on the bottom left between Sara Kadem and Anna Muzichuk. Anna in second place. A classical win would be fantastic news for her. Sara Kadem, she's won one classical game against Lei Ting-ji, but she's been having a tough time with it overall. Yesterday, losing to Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, tough time. Even her classical win, Sara, she was almost lost for large chunks of that game. Her openings haven't quite been at the level of some of her opponents, unfortunately, for Sara. This time with white, I don't think she's got much of an advantage, but not running any real risk yet. The one downside for white is it is hard to break with e4. This pawn structure, white holding the key here, 2 pawns on the 4th rank. Black, though, has the triangle pawn structure. C6, D5, E6 here, very flexible. Black can break with C5, E5, although, yeah, might come at some cost. And, yeah, it's just annoying to break this pin. This pin's super tough to deal with because A3, impossible due to this diagonal. She brings her bishop back to D3. It actually came from this square a while ago, or actually came from E2 a while ago. But, okay, she's getting ready to punch through.
That is the main plan for white in this position, right? Get that central break in. But another idea that black has is to actually return the favor if you are able to get c5 going to open up the bishop on b7. And then the position gets really fun. I want to point out, super complex right now, not a single pawn trade, not a single piece off the board. So incredibly rich in potential once one of these pawn breaks does appear. Again, that pin, incredibly annoying. And the fact that Sara's moved this bishop a couple of times in the game just goes on to show that she's perhaps not very comfortable with what she's got.
Yep.
I should just mention, by the way, if we go back 2 moves, her bishop was on E2. Bishop F1 was literally her last move.
Wow.
Bishop to B4, and now she's played bishop D3. So yeah, just the fact that she showed indecision there means she's maybe struggling to come up with a plan. But okay, not a huge deal when the centre's blocked.
No, and I got to say that also bishop E2 to D3 is a line, but not bishop to F1 and then D3. That's a little bit too much bishop movement there. But yeah, bishop to D3. I'm also expecting a lot of maneuvering as well. You know, you can choose to delay E3, E4. You can kind of slide the queen over to E2. It's very much the waiting game here.
Just, yeah, the sequel to your book.
Yeah, the mating game is followed by the waiting game. And then what else?
The hating game.
The hating. Oh, that's the final.
That's just how love goes, you know.
Yeah, that's the finale.
But then I got the wrong order, right? Because it should be the waiting game first, then the mating game, and then the hating game.
What about the dating game?
Ooh.
Oh,
I missed that bit.
And what's the word for when
The
it's a book
rating
of
game comes before
racing
that.
game.
There's so many of them.
Yeah.
It's going to be a saga.
Yeah.
I highly recommend the book, by the way. Everyone, go check it out at home.
Actually, I need to do this.
Mating game.
Okay, right. I'm going to write this as soon as I get back to the hotel. I'm just going to the rating game, the dating game, the hating game.
Yeah, only chess players. We love our rhymes.
And I just want to say right now in Hikaru versus Fabi, it's the baiting game because there has been a trade on the board and a big question for Hikaru which piece he'll take, which should we zoom out of this one? Still a close strategic fight. Go back to our Norway Chess open boards as action's definitely heating up there. Top left, big decision here. I mean, I would have just gone queen into bishop immediately, but I think what Hikaru's calculating is the knight jump at the center. Meanwhile, Magnus does choose the rook move, sidesteps the pin, expecting either Gukesh to strike in the center or perhaps reroute his knight. For Arjun versus Wei, the development continues. Arjun's managed to get both his rooks on that central line. Right now, X-raying the queen. And in fact, Wei did go with, David, your idea of pushing that central pawn to finish the development of his light squared bishop. What do we make of these developments and where do we go to?
Yeah, I think maybe we start with Hikaru. You mentioned it. There were some very, very interesting decisions there. I think we peek into Hikaru's mindset, into Fabiana's mindset just over the last few moves. And quick action replay. Fabi's just jumped in with his knight, attacking the white queen. We'll see a decision from Hikaru, most likely about to retreat. But yeah, since we were last here, we saw the break in the center, we saw a trade, and we saw the black bishop coming forward to pin the white knight to the queen. Pressure now on d4, and Jovanka and myself, we were both advocating d5. The most ambitious move, the black knight comes in, you defend your knight here, and maybe there's even better than this, and computer gives white a very decent advantage. Just out of curiosity, is it? Yeah, I knew it. Bishop to e3. I've even seen this before, I think. Bishop to e3, you allow a trade, doubled pawns, and when the black bishop retreats, now you bring your knight out and try to rush in. But Hikaru didn't want a real fight like this, especially when the opponent is prepared. Understandable. Instead, he trades off in the center. Symmetry with the pawn structure now. Bishop to e3, the black knight comes out, and I was very surprised at this exact moment. I think I would just autopilot trade the queens off just to be able to ruin the white pawn structure. And I guess the downside is you'd lack the bishop pair here with black, but I don't know, castling, bringing your rook to the center, putting a knight on d4, it just feels like you're so close to total equality that maybe even knight h5 into f4 later, it doesn't feel like you have too much to worry about. But Fabiano keeping more tension instead. If we go back, keeps the queens on the board. Bishop takes knight, met by a queen recapture, knight d4. And yeah, bishop takes just feels like it's never going to lead to any advantage. Opposite color bishops, black will take back with the queen, of course. So queen to d1, the only other way to deal with the dual threats. Knight c2 and knight takes queen. What do we make of this? Who's fighting for the advantage? Who wants more? Or are they both playing it safe?
You know, you remove that evaluation bar, and I'm loving black's position here. You know, that knight at the center of the board, I don't think you can allow it to live on for too long. If you retreat with the queen move, it just doesn't look like you're playing for an advantage when you have to play a move like queen to d1. But bishop takes knight just invites black's queen to the center of the board, attacking the b2 pawn. But as I say that, I also realize white can go knight c3 here, and then suddenly rook a d1 coming in. And it feels like maybe play for Hikaru is flowing here, you know, it gets easier. You've got these opposite color bishop complex. White's bishop will land to the c4 diagonal at the right moment, start targeting that f7 pawn. I think right now b2 is maybe under attack, something to take care about. But I might just slightly prefer Hikaru here, even though visually, at first, it looks like that knight d4 that Fabi has on our live board is incredibly powerful.
Yeah. I was going to say, as white in the live game, you absolutely can't go dilly-dallying with queen to d1, because then you just literally let that knight live there.
Feels wrong.
Without a care in the world. And
Bishop c5, cement
exactly.
it. Cemento. And,
Cemento.
Yeah, cemento. And black just looks totally fine. Agree.
Yeah. So you've got to take it, and then it's just a case of time. And you have to just rush with the pieces. And I love Tanya's point, you know, that the bishop on c4 actually has a purpose. It's hitting at a weakness on f7, whereas black's bishop on e7, well, still got to get motoring.
Also want to just point out that in these positions, I don't think it's ideal for black to recapture on d4 with the pawn, because then you're just allowing the e-pawn to move forward, coming in with tempo, and looks incredibly dangerous with the king in the center.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch that one with a barge pole.
You hit it.
Yeah.
It's the hating game.
Do you have that expression? Or is that just the British expression?
I love it.
Okay.
We don't, I mean, I've not heard it before, but I'll use it in my next commentary gig.
Oh,
Won't
thank
touch
you.
it with a barge pole.
And if someone says, what's a barge? You just have to go, yeah, well.
Just say it's
It's a boat, a type of boat. It's the ones that go on the canal.
Okay.
Argy-bargy is also another very British phrase.
Oh, yeah.
Let's have a bit of argy-bargy here.
Argy-bargy.
You know, it's like having a
Argy-bargy. That
little
sounds actually
tussle.
like a dish you'd be served in an Indian restaurant. Bhaji is actually a vegetable.
Onion bhaji.
Onion bhaji.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that.
In the meantime, it was funny, Ivanka, when you were like, you were saying about the position, you were like, oh, Hikaru's probably saying, oh, well. And then he kind of made a face at the same exact moment you said that earlier. It was like, I
tell you.
He's going to take that knight and probably equal.
Yeah, every good film needs a narrator. And yeah, the same is with chess. We need to be there. And Hikaru is actually fantastic. He's one of the guys who's been regularly going to the commentary booth.
Feels like that when he's in there.
It definitely does. And he gives us the lowdown on the other games. So you definitely want to be hitting the subscribe button and just following along and getting the inside scoop into these players' minds. And yeah, we're expecting bishop takes knight. What are the chances?
I mean, he's thinking for a while. I would take it. I don't want that knight to live. I'm going bishop d4. What about you?
Yeah, I think he's going to take it. I think he's going to take it. I think this game is going to be headed for Armageddon. I don't know whether we should get the bets in now, whether now is a good time of the
We
day.
need to do that.
Yeah, we do need to do that. And now I'm going to give the floor to someone else because I have been like...
Nobody won yesterday, right? We were all wrong. There were 5.
Yes. So we still, I mean, it's still 2, and
0.
Soon to be 2.
But I have, you know, that when I win, I get bonus points just for participating.
Double points day.
all right, let's do it. Let's do our Armageddon predictions for the day. We had 5 yesterday.
Yeah.
That was crazy. And it didn't mean any peaceful board activity, just the results ending in draw, but absolute chaos everywhere. Could have actually been all 6 decisive games with the way the chess was played. All right, so should I go first today?
I think David should go
Okay,
first.
David, you go first.
5.
What?
5 Armageddons.
That's very bold. David's just playing to lose, it feels like. Fine.
That's how I play chess as well.
You can't go back on that. 5 it is for David Howell. Do you want to go next?
No, you can go next.
Okay. I think Hikaru Fabi, by the way, trades have happened on that board. The knight comes out, so now Hikaru wants to get the rook to d1. Symmetrical pawn structure, I think that one goes into an Armageddon. Gukesh, Magnus, it is very complex so far. Central break, tension. I'm going to call this, it's going to be decisive in the time scramble. So 1 Armageddon, Arjun Wei, 2 Armageddons. Sara Muzichuk, anything can happen. Vachier-Lagrave, Humpy, crazy position. Rook on a7. What is the idea of that move? That's the center board in the bottom row. A very unique last move. I'm going with 3 Armageddons today. Coming back, you know, to the formula that works.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Hikaru Fabi is gonna be a draw. Armageddon there. Gukesh, yeah, also Armageddon because Magnus probably satisfied with just clinching the draw. And then this Arjun Wei, it looks drawish, but both of these players need to get motoring. So I reckon that the fireworks are going to begin. That's going to be decisive. And then Sara Kadem against Anna, it's going to be draw. And then how many Armageddons have I said? I've lost track already.
So you said Arjun Wei defies.
Yeah. So I got 3. I
2
can't
so far, right?
Yeah. Okay, then I'm gonna go 4.
Okay,
4
3, 4,
Armageddons.
3, 4, 5. So it's 5, 3, and 4. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Chat, remember that.
Yeah. Chat, who do you think's going to win? That's what we want to know. That's all we care about.
Yes. Let's get that going and
Let's
hopefully
have
the
it
mods.
fair. Fair poll with
Yes.
our names included, not
Just-
David Howell is right. Yeah, oh, David Howell is right. Oh, tough.
Oh,
but David
David's the
Howell.
best. Oh my God, David, will he always win? And to the mods, you know, Danny Wrench is somewhere in the building, so we're going to take this up if it's not put fair and square. Ivanka and I want proper representation on that poll. And let's see what chat thinks. It's 5, 3, and 4. Let's go.
And they can vary, right? They can take other numbers, right?
No, but who's going to be right amongst the 3 of us? I think that's
who's going to be the
who
right?
chat
Okay.
thinks, yeah.
Who wins is actually irrelevant. It's just who chat prefers. That's my. I think that's the real win. I'm joking.
This is horrible. Ivanka, I don't think we should be okay with this.
Let's get back to the chess.
I kind of want to see David squirm a little bit more.
Okay, where are you looking up to the sky? I don't know if we go there. Let's go to the Humpy game, Vachier-Lagrave against Humpy, because there's a big moment in the air, the first blue arrow of the day. Or we did see one briefly earlier, actually, with Humpy playing the move e5. We saw a blue arrow appears. For those of you who don't know what that means, that is the computer intervening and saying, clearly the best move. It isn't the only way that White maintains the advantage here, but it's the only way to kind of grow the position, to kind of keep the momentum going. And knight takes bishop, Tanya? A natural move?
Well, it does rely on the dark square weaknesses, right? Your bishop and c1 sliding up to a3 at the right moment, so you can't really capture with the queen, which will force Humpy. The queen ends up getting skewered on that diagonal, so knight takes bishop will be met by knight takes knight. In any case, it feels like you'll have that long-term bishop pair to play for as well. But David, I'm just wondering, is there something more tactical, or is it just about the strategic point of the bishop pair?
It's tactical.
Oh, it is
Yeah, I was
tactical.
thinking there's something with b6 and knight takes e5 in the air.
Now let's put it on the board. And actually, just a very quick recap of the last two moves since we were last here, as we build up to this key moment now where Vachier-Lagrave is thinking about changing the nature of the game. She's been thinking 8.5 minutes, maybe even more. We saw e5 from Humpy, very strong. The best move by a margin, according to the computer. Vachier-Lagrave, though, has studied this opening, very well prepared, as we saw earlier. She blitzed out pawn to a4, stopping the move Tanya mentioned earlier. The black pawn coming to a4, destabilizing the white knight. Queen coming to c7, supernatural move there. And king castling to safety finally. Maybe for Humpy, it would have been better to put her rook on the e8 square just to get out of this diagonal, but also to support her central pawn. She played the move rook to a7, question mark. You asked the reasoning, Tanya. I guess she wants to play pawn to b6 and get out of this diagonal, but looks awkward, looks slow.
It looks like a mouse slip. You know, you just don't play this move. You explain it really well. You want that pawn on b6. You want your development. But rook a7 is just such a strange situation because once the bishop does even land there, then again you'll have to reroute your rook back into the game.
Right. I mean, I can understand the reasoning behind this because it's ultimately to do with placing the bishop on b7. That's like such an important point, and you see this very often with a pawn there on d4. And the reverse is actually true when white gets a pawn on d5. So I can understand the reasoning, but it was taking too many liberties because that rook on f8, that was much more important to get into the game. And I love this idea that David suggested, rook e8, support that. But yeah, we've got to show knight takes bishop. You cannot go queen takes knight because of bishop to a3. That would be woohoo, bad news. I don't know why I made that sound effect, but I did. So
it was very appropriate.
Yeah.
It's exactly that moment.
I know, but
if that moment was a sound effect, it was that, Yogi.
Thank you very much for your support.
I mean, you walk into a skewer like that, you are like, woohoo!
I mean, if you play queen takes, if you play queen takes c5 there and walk into this, that's going through your mind, right?
Yeah.
No emojis. We need sound effects for every move, and this would be losing on the spot. But yeah, to finish your point there, Jovanka, knight takes and
yeah,
b6?
b6 is what I was thinking. So queen takes, you've got to take the pawn. Queen takes b6, and now the pawn on e5 is falling, and with it, the house, right? Rook is sliding over to b1. The bishop on g2 is the MVP in this position. Just look at how it cuts. And what is the rook doing on a7? Like Tanya called it, not good news.
And the rook on a7 actually walks into this idea. You know, b6 would not be that powerful if that rook move didn't happen.
Yeah. If she'd played, for example, like rook b8, then, okay, maybe it's the same, but b6 you could, I think your point is, yeah,
exactly.
b6 isn't the best move because queen to d6, I realized, as I said...
Knight takes pawn?
Yeah, knight takes pawn, and there's a skewer in some of these variations. Actually, maybe knight takes d4, even stronger. But either way, yeah, b6 is kind of the key here for Vachier-Lagrave to find. Knight takes bishop, first move you look at, but b6, you've got to find it, you've got to evaluate it, and... I think also the weakness of the d4 pawn. This is very reminiscent of some Benoni positions, Benko positions, where it's just one bishop. Very, very strong here. And complemented by another bishop on this diagonal, maybe even on b2, just to pick off the weak d4 pawn. This is a very big advantage already for white, and one that could grow over the next few moves. I think Humpy would be in big trouble. Maybe she doesn't really see the trouble right now, or she left the board because she knows something might come and she doesn't want to be sat there waiting for b6 or this whole idea to be played. But either way, Vachier-Lagrave needs to take this bishop before black is able to play the move b6 and consolidate everything.
Yep. If there was ever a moment for Humpy to go into the confessional booth, it's now, right? And she just has to go, I made a mistake.
Imagine she walks in, she's like, skewer, woohoo, and walks out of the confessional.
Love to see that happen. But I would be actually really happy to see Humpy in the confessional, but knowing her and how focused and locked in she is during tournaments and during games, it would surprise me. You know, it would surprise me. And I think last year she finished 5th at Norway Chess. It was a tournament to forget for her. So having the lead right now, I think she's feeling her rhythm. She's feeling in shape. But one thing's for sure, this is big trouble for black.
Absolutely.
And, yes.
And I just want to ask David one question, because can we zoom in on Vachier-Lagrave? Because chat has pointed out a very important detail. Like, David, you haven't done your hand analysis.
Oh.
So Can you tell us what Vachier-Lagrave is thinking just by observing her hands?
Wow.
Okay.
Just by her, I mean...
You can only see them.
It's very zen.
Yeah. Must admit, I can't tell much. I can picture Prag's hands. Is that weird? I know what his hands look like. I've played him enough, played against him enough to know what his hands look like. I don't know if him and his sister have similar hands there, but I don't know what she's going to play. I think she's going to play knight takes bishop. But
You think knight takes
that's
bishop?
not because of a hand read. That's just because it's the best move and she's such a strong player.
Yeah, I think we need more data for this one.
Yeah,
Come back to me later, chat. Promise.
I will hold
That is not
you.
my name.
The
That is not my
hand
middle
lover,
name.
Howell.
The hand whisperer.
Love
I don't
it.
know. I recognize people's hands. I don't necessarily love them. Move on. Get it off the screen.
Yeah, Vic, that's a different kind of show.
Okay, compose, Yovi. Deep breath. Okay, let's move on from.
Okay, sorry, Vachier-Lagrave. We'll zoom out. I also like looking at people's handwriting, by the way. Handwriting to me is a big thing. If someone has rough, I don't know, if someone doesn't write their moves neatly on a score sheet, I somehow lose a bit of respect for them. Is that bad?
Really? Oh my gosh, I've got the worst handwriting.
Magnus, he just scribbles. It's so illegible.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a word for that, right? When you analyze someone's handwriting, could be your alternate
It's
career.
really weird. I mean, it all adds up, right? His obsession with hands and then this very strong opinion on handwriting. What's going on with
I
that?
wish I'd never said that on day one.
Pedantry.
Something there. I think we need to look into it.
I tell you, it's a chess player thing. It's like facial recognition. I don't know about the two of you, but I can recognize, if I've met someone once, I'll know I've met them before, or I can point them out of a lineup years later, but it's the same with hands. That's the only way my pattern recognition from the board translates to real life. I wish it was something more useful.
But it is important for a chess player to have a good handwriting because we have that 40 move rule. Right now, in the playing hall, the players have those digital boards where they can see what move number they're in. But if you're too scribbly, writing down and sort of messing up those lines in your notation, you kind of don't know how many moves you have left traditionally in a chess tournament to reach that time control. And I have actually lost the game thinking that it's move 40, but I was still on move 39. Horrible handwriting, so I think it's a skill that chess players need to be better at.
One of my first chess clubs, there was this guy there, and he told me when I was young that my handwriting was abysmal, and I thought it was a compliment for years. And then one day, I don't know why, I looked it up in the dictionary, I found out it was a negative word. And I was like, okay, I'm going to work on this. I spent years fine-tuning my handwriting.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, we learn something new every day.
About hands.
About hands, about handwriting, and of course about chess. But let's go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at where the drama is because, well, I am looking at the game between Gukesh and Carlsen there in the top middle, and I'm seeing that there's a lot of clarifications because Tanya, something that we said perhaps wouldn't happen has actually happened. We see some clarification on the queen side. And Magnus has voluntarily taken the pawn on a4.
And usually when black does that, right, it has to be based on some calculation. You have to be extremely concrete with your idea and your follow-up. So otherwise, you just end up in a strategically worse position. You've allowed that rook on a1, so much activity on the a file. And David, in my experience, when you go for such a line, it means there's something in the center that's about to happen next. Either Magnus plans to capture the d4 pawn or completely explode it all open with the move d5 that you're pointing out once there's a recapture on a4. There has to be a very strong explanation for this move.
Yeah, 100% agree here. And let's just recap the last few moves because some very quick decision-making from Gukesh has landed him in this position, for better or for worse. We actually saw after a4, there was a kind of fork in the road. Magnus, we were saying, would either move his rook out the way, as he often does in these anti-martial positions, especially against Jan Nepomniachtchi, rook b8 in the anti-martial in 2021. That was one of the lines he was doubling down on and helped him retain his world championship title. Bishop to b7, the other move, but he moved his rook out the way. We'll talk about that one a bit more in a moment. The reasoning becomes clear soon. d4 played, very natural from Gukesh, challenging the center. Magnus supports his central pawn. You don't want to allow white to install two strong pawns in the center. You need some influence yourself. This is black's stronghold on e5. He keeps it for now. Knight to f1, pawn to c5, and very typical ideas here for both sides. And just to briefly check, I was curious, and my suspicions were confirmed. I just turned on the computer very briefly. Taking on b5 might be a slightly better move order for Gukesh as to what he did. Kind of in comparison here, just taking on b5 firstly stops what Magnus later does in the game, but also now if everything comes off in the center, often this pawn is just a weakness. This pawn just hangs. White having the open a file, not super important right now, but a nice little perk maybe for later in the endgame. And the fact that this pawn is weak, the fact that rook on b8 is passive, they all add up to very small advantage for Gukesh. But he didn't want to clarify the tension. I notice he always keeps the tension, Gukesh. That's just his style, so we can't blame him here. It's just a tiny little thing. But knight g3 first. Magnus says, okay, trade. Now I take. And he's going to open up his rook on the b file. And I think you're both right here. Something concrete is about to come. Rook takes pawn, I would say, is maybe the most natural move. Anything else come to mind? Or
d5.
Okay, for white.
Yes.
Ooh, d5, closing the center instead. Okay.
Just because I want to extend, but I can see that not a fan, the evaluation bar does not like it.
Mm-hmm. I wonder whether there's something concrete here. Maybe it's just, knight to f4, something along those lines. I have a feeling there might be some sacrifices in the air. Often you kind of regret opening up this bishop if you block the center too early. Okay, but either way, d5 is interesting either now or on the next few moves, but rook takes a4. I have a feeling Tanya was right that there would be a capture in the center in this position, and maybe bishop to d7. This rook can take a pawn, but there are always going to be tactics. I'm trying to work out exactly how to do this. Okay, the bar doesn't like my move there. I wanted to get a double attack, but it doesn't work. I was trying to hit these two pieces, bishop to d3. So maybe the other move order, and queen c8 immediately. There's some tactics here, tactics there, tactics everywhere. White's piece is very loose. And I'm always worried about bishop takes h3 once this bishop is open as well. So it's going to get tactical. It's going to get sharp.
And is there any way that Gukesh can try to control the position? I'm just thinking that, okay, ultimately the pawn on a4 feels like dead wood, like its days are numbered, so maybe some kind of bishop to e3, just to be able to meet any trades on d4 with bishop takes d4, and then try to get full board control.
The thing is, I don't know how easy it is to keep things under control, because no matter what white plays, you always have to calculate what happens after a move like d5 or the trades at the center, right? It's just so incredibly tricky. I mean, look at the tension that's created with this. There's that extra pawn. So I think it's coming in anyway. I mean, few would have said that we've got this position out of a Berlin.
Yeah,
right?
5 moves ago even. Hard to predict this position. But we do have news, Jovanka, that Magnus, he's not in his chair, he's elsewhere.
He is elsewhere. He's in the confessional booth. We have it confirmed right now. So, of course, we'll be hearing what Magnus thinks about this position. And I can't wait to hear whether he's comfortable, whether there's something that's worrying him. I just like getting that insight into his genius mind.
Well, he's not on his chair right now, so it's going to be fun to see that one. Gukesh, he's taking his time with this decision. Rook takes pawn, the most natural capture. We haven't spoken about the other capture that's there, though, David. Bishop into a4, kind of controlling that e8 square. It does make some sense, right? You stop rook e8. I don't know if it really helps, because I'm with you. Rook takes pawn is the move that you want to make. But is it possible for Gukesh to capture it with this bishop, and does it change anything?
Yeah, good question. Taking with the bishop makes a lot of sense. Now I'm slightly less inclined to capture on d4, because the white knight now is going to kind of force its way into c6 unless it's captured, and white would get the bishop pair. Again, I wish I had half an hour to calculate, but d5 would be the first move I look at in this position. Let's put it on the board. The eval bar says, okay, very tiny advantage for white. But I mean, Gukesh, he's going to be looking at d5 in every single position. I mean, here you have so much to calculate. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn. 3 concrete variations. Black will have like 3 replies to each of those. He does take with the bishop, Jovanka. Yeah, Tanya even predicting this one. And yeah, nice move. Nice spot.
Well, I was expecting rook takes pawn, so now it all starts. Will Magnus Carlsen take on d4? Will we have absolute chaos with d5?
I know, I can't wait. And we'll find out whether the position will just sizzle for a while and then just fizzle out, whether we'll be seeing an Armageddon. It's going to be exciting. I also can't wait to hear what Magnus is thinking. And by the way, I just got some results on the armor prediction. We asked chat, who do we think is going to win? And
how was it phrased is what I want to know. I think that is the most important point.
I got some issues here because look, who wins armor prediction today? Tanya, you got 30% of the vote.
Whoa.
I got 10% of the vote. David got 43%. And Danny, who's not even here, who has not even made a prediction, gets 17%. Come on. I said 4 predictions.
I think that's all of Chess.com staff voting for Danny.
It's Danny just voting for himself from all these accounts. At least he didn't win over all of us. Imagine if he'd got more than the 3 of us combined. That would have been.
That would have been something.
But there it is.
Well, there it is, as Tanya mentioned.
I'm just happy to see our names on that.
I'm slightly miffed. I must admit that I got the lowest, and someone is not even here, and they got more than me.
How does that feel, Yogi?
Well, I will have the last laugh when I win. And those 10% of you who are backing me, well, good on you. Well, we are going to go on a short break, but during that break, we do have a confessional from Hikaru, who's saying that he thinks Fabi is still in prep. So hit the subscribe button if you want to have a listen. And of course, we are going to be back in a few minutes with all of the drama, all of the moves, all of the action.
Okay, everyone. So back again. New day, new opponent. Today, of course, the second half of the tournament begins, and I'm playing against Fabiano with the white pieces. I kind of expected Fabiano to be a little bit aggressive in this game, so I wasn't surprised by the Sicilian. But he played this knight c6 d6 specifically with e5, which didn't look at. I will confess, to use the confessional term, that I did not look this before the game. Now, I had a big moment when I played the move d takes e5. Of course, d5, knight d4, bishop e3 is the main line. It goes on and on and on forever. But one thing that perhaps the viewers don't know is that Fabiano is somebody who's very renowned for his preparation. Everybody knows that Fabiano is all prep and nothing else, to use the classic joke. So I kind of was thinking about whether to go into one of these main lines or not, but then, seeing how excited Fabiano is, he's really amped up, he's focused, motivated to play something really dry and boring with this d takes e5. I can tell already he's a little bit disinterested. I mean, it's kind of a letdown in a sense. I don't want to go too far into the memes of Twitch and online content, but it's like total mental letdown, as they like to say. Game's very boring. I think it's a question of whether Fabiano tries to be creative to create a game, or else it's just going to be a very boring draw with nothing happening for either side. Which is what it is. I'm not necessarily thrilled by it, but on the other hand, what to do sometimes. So I'm not really happy, unhappy, or anything in between. But I can tell that Fabiano, I get the sense he's looking for some way to try to keep the game going versus just making a draw, which actually is not too different from the first game we played, where at some point Fabiano should have made the draw, and then he just kept playing, I think because he felt some, I don't know if it's like principles or obligation to the fans, that he had to try and not just make a boring draw within the first 2 hours. So it's kind of reminiscent of the first game we played. I don't really expect Fabiano to go crazy, but you never know. And if he does, then maybe it will still become a game, but it's very unlikely that I'll have an exciting day today. So that's that.
We are back. We are live from Stavanger, from Norway Chess. And yes, of course, we are now in the middle game section where everything happens. This is the moment. And there we can see Hikaru back at the board. We heard his thoughts during the break where he said that he felt that he was still in Fabi's prep, but felt that the position was ultimately boring. He felt okay about everything. But now we are seeing that he's knuckling down, but he has made a big move. Queen takes b7 has been, queen takes b7, queen takes b2 is what I was wanting to say. That's been played. And now Hikaru has to think.
I mean, this
How's it
position,
gonna meet this?
if this position is anything but dull or boring, right? Because usually this pawn is the poison pawn. You can't pick it up. You end up getting your queen trapped. But I don't really see a way for that to happen. And if it was going to happen, Fabi would have never played it. Right now, Fabi has that extra pawn. Yes, you can start chasing that queen away with your rook. First, you have to make a decision which rook. If the A rook goes, the A3 pawn falls. If the D rook goes, then I believe you can slide your queen over to C2, keep the pressure on the knight on C3 and also eyeball the pawn on E4 and then double down on that knight eventually, and things get pretty tricky for Hikaru. Listening to his confessional, David, do you think he underestimated the potential of this opening? He was also very appreciative of Fabi's opening preparation.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, Hikaru seemed in great spirits during that confessional. It also sounded like he wanted to dodge some potential opening bombs. He wanted to just get a position, wanted to just play, take Fabi out of that prep. But ultimately, it looks like black is fully equalized. And not just that, but Hikaru is a pawn down, needs to justify it. And it felt like he was playing very safe. It has felt in the classical games, all of them, like Hikaru is playing with kind of the safety belt on. Feels like he's not taking too much risk. It's just not his style these days. Also, he's got something to protect. And chess players, when we have something to protect, like his rating in this case, for the rating spot for the candidates race, often you do play a little bit safer than normal. So we'll see. What do we expect here? Which rook or any other moves that come to mind?
And usually when you take this pawn on B2, the move that traps the queen is knight to A4. And actually it looks like it could work in this position, but the black queen has only one spot, right? You go to C2 and you're absolutely fine. So that doesn't work. It's probably got to be rook B1. And I just want to talk to you guys about this whole thing around the candidates and how important these classical points are, rating points are for Hikaru in sort of motivating him to fight for a candidate spot. But he's also said if it doesn't happen, he literally doesn't care. It wouldn't matter to him. And I think there is some truth in that, because in some ways, it takes the pressure completely off. And Hikaru's often spoken about, he's a streamer first and everything brilliant that he's done in that. So it almost feels like it's a 50-50. He's happy if he makes it through, but he won't be devastated if it doesn't.
Yeah. It's just crazy, though, to think he's never won a world classical rapid or blitz title. He won the Fischer Random in 2022, but yeah, you look at Hikaru, his CV, it's like that's the main thing that's missing. So I think he does deep down want to push. If not the classical, if he doesn't make it there, he's going to double down on the rapids and the blitz world titles. But he needs one, I think, before he retires.
Who do you guys think is currently the best player to have never been world champion?
Apart from myself? Or?
Yes, of course, apart from David and Jovanka here. I wonder who else.
That's difficult.
Would it be Fabi? Would it be Hikaru?
Of the modern era, yeah, those two probably come to mind, Fabiano. Are we talking classical or all-time?
Well, a world championship title, I was thinking, but, we could talk classical because we are in the classical format right now.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Hikaru and Fabi probably could have been world champion, but unfortunately they live in an age where Magnus Carlsen is just winning absolutely everything. And I felt like somehow they've never quite fought Magnus's dominance. Fabi came really, really close, so I would say Fabi, but in the other generation, I would maybe say like Gelfand or
who fought for the 2012 World Championship match and came so close.
Came very, very close. So yeah, my answer would be between Fabi and Gelfand, but that's a different generation.
I think in the modern generation, it is a fight between Fabi and Hikaru so far, and who knows what the future has in store. But perhaps Fabi just a little bit more because he's always had a more universal style. But Jovanka, I think you make a great point, right? It's honestly just awesome to see a generational talent like Magnus, everything that he's done for chess. But in some ways, for his contemporaries, that's just made it so much more difficult. I mean, it almost feels that Hikaru, Fabi, Jan Nepomniachtchi, since Magnus stepped away from the World Championship crown, have a renewed energy to fight for the title now. Sort of a belief that now finally they've got a shot at it.
Yeah, and I mean, these two, talking of the players in front of us, like Fabi, he's been unlucky in a few candidates tournaments. In 2016, he was like so close to qualifying for the world title. Sergei Karyakin pipped him to it. 2018, got his chance, didn't quite make it against Magnus. And even 2020, kind of the 2021 tournament. He could have been close, had 1 or 2 results gone his way. Later, when kind of Ding came second, and after Nepomniachtchi and the candidates, Fabi really, if he'd knuckled down and just drawn his way, he would have been there. He would have been the one instead of Ding. It feels like everything's been against Fabi. And also, he's been at the top longer than Hikaru. Despite being younger than Hikaru, Fabi, since pretty much 2014, 2013, he's been number 2 or at least top 5 consistently. Hikaru has been up and down. 2016 briefly made it to world number 2, then only kind of came back after the pandemic and kind of solidified his place there. So it does feel like Fabi maybe out of these two, I would say.
And I'd also go as far as saying that, I mean, I can't be for sure on this, but for Fabi and Hikaru, they do believe that if they had a shot against Gukesh, they would be the favorite in that match.
Yes, both of them. Yeah.
They've got to feel
they
that,
would back
right?
themselves.
Yes.
Yeah. But going back through history, I would say maybe Korchnoi. I know people say Kerez as well. And,
yeah, Korchnoi, I think, yes.
Korchnoi, maybe.
Yeah, Morphy.
Morphy, oh, yeah.
Going all the way back. Yeah, but then the World
of time.
Championship title did not exist then. So, okay. Difficult. Have we come up with a conclusion as to what White should play here?
The move you want to play is this rook, just because the other rook is centralized on d1. He also just moved this rook from e1 to d1 just 2 moves ago to kick the black queen out of d4. So it feels odd to move this rook and then move it again somehow. He did put the pawn on a3 last move as well, Hikaru, which kind of confuses me because that pawn is just going to disappear.
Can you play rook a b1? And
Take the pawn.
yeah, you take the pawn and knight.
You take this one.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't really see what Fabi's move is here, to be honest, but I don't really like this pressure. And again, it is a pawn.
It's a pawn.
I kind of want to move my bishop. I don't know why. Getting itchy fingers. I'm not sure. Let's say I try and force the issue, try and eliminate your knight.
So you want to go to knight d5 is not only a knight trade, but a queen trade as well.
I mean, Hikaru's not playing for advantage here. Probably it's just equality somehow if you can win the pawn back later on.
Can you do some unpleasant pressure? Like, so for instance, go knight d5.
Queen takes queen.
And then,
Say I get them off.
yeah. And then pawn takes queen.
That takes.
Yeah, now rook takes knight.
Bishop c3 or what?
And then my plan is just to double up on d7. And then bishop to c4. And I'm just going to argue this is something unpleasant.
If Black wants to make a draw, though, probably you can get away with trading off one pair of rooks.
Yeah.
Yeah, just bail out. Chicken chess.
Yeah, yeah. My brand of chess, Chicken Chess Club. I missed that podcast.
It's a really good one.
It was, wasn't it?
But this is an interesting idea, but it also brings home the point, right? Is White really pushing for more than a draw there? I want to point out one little trick that I just spotted in a line that I wanted to make happen earlier. You know, like you said, rook db1, it's not the natural move in this position. You really want to put your a rook, which hasn't been yet developed. I think queen c2 would be a big blunder here. Because notice how there are no squares for the queen and the bar rises up. I think rook a2 just wins on the spot.
Whoops. Whoops.
And that's a queen trap, my friends.
Yeah, maybe he underestimated this or kind of had a blind spot. D2 then would be the only square.
And maybe it's good enough.
Yeah, probably good enough for equality, but again, nothing more. Rook takes pawn. At least this time, I feel a bit better about this now that you're not a pawn down as White. And again, the black bishop comes out. Maybe now it's black putting pressure on f2, like Jovanka's idea, just in reverse. And, okay, rook d1 continues.
Well, then you can give a check. Although,
Give a check here.
yeah, but I have a feeling too many loose pieces, so king will just move.
Somewhere.
Yeah, and then you have to stay in connection with the... Okay, you can go queen f4, yeah, but that's simpler.
Either way, black's a pawn up in a lot of these variations, but white always has a great compensation against the f7 pawn. Hikaru, thinking about what to do, Tanya.
Calling this an Armageddon. Yes, you won a pawn, but I think in these opposite color bishop endgames and those rook activity that we're seeing, the knight jumping to d5, somewhere this feels like it's going to fizzle out and go into an Armageddon.
One of the 5 that we're going to see today.
You mean one of the 3?
4. I swear, I've got something to prove. Me and the 10% in chat. I'm not going to let you guys forget that one. There's someone who's not even here, hasn't even made their
He beat
guess.
you.
He beat me.
That's just wrong.
I don't
Feels
know.
off.
You've got a bone to pick with Danny.
No, I got a bone to pick with chat. And so I swear, if we win it, let's
It'll
do
be a
something
moment.
wild.
I'm actually rooting for you.
I am rooting for me
After
too.
I'm rooting for myself.
And
I
I'm not
want
a
you to be-
competitive person either.
That
But
is
now
a lie.
chat has made it personal.
I thought Chat
You just
always
wanna be
loved an
Danny.
underdog. Like, what about the underdog story?
Who's the underdog?
You like?
Oh yeah,
I
of
haven't won
course.
a single Armageddon, and I have only got 10% of
Yeah.
the faith of chat. I'm just.
I think chat's just like glory supporters. You know, they know who's on 2 points, Ivanka, and they want to just say,
I love how you guys are making me feel better, but it's really not because that empty chair got more votes than me.
I agree, that one hurt.
Yes.
That's like sometimes you see these polls or like these, like even political elections, and then you see like someone's lost the vote to none of the above.
This is-
None of the above wins.
And I can tell you, it's making me feel really
I can feel
sad.
it. I can sense it. It is painful.
Yeah.
But at least you touched the
Weird.
double digit.
Thank you, Tanya.
How is that?
Okay, bring on 4 Armageddons. Okay. 4 would be good today.
Oh, thank you. Oh, this is my crew.
We're all rooting for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so let's go back to the bird's eye view and let's have a look at the developments. And okay, so we see Hikaru.
Yes. Should we also do a quick check-in with Magnus versus Gukesh?
Yeah.
Because we were looking at some ideas, and only a move has happened actually, but really quickly, that's that center top board. Instead of breaking in the center or sort of liquidating the pressure there, Magnus keeps the tension, right? He wants to keep all the ideas on the board. What do you make of this bishop development move?
Well, you know, before we dive in, let's hear from the horse's mouth himself. Let's hear from Magnus.
I honestly just wanted to give the game like a little bit of a different flavor with these 2 captures, but it seems quite all right for me. If he goes bishop takes a4, then I play bishop b7, putting some pressure on e4, and I think whenever he has to go for d5, you know, with the beautiful bishop that I have on d6, the bishop on b7 that can be rerouted either to c8 or a6 after a5. It seems to me that it's completely fine for black. I think if rook takes a4, rook e8, more or less same thing should be okay. Apart from that, I wanted to give a shout out to Arjen, Fabiano's second. I don't know what Arjen is doing, like working on day and night, but it seems that he's in a very inspired mood because Fabi seems to have some very interesting ideas in these games. So that's cool to see.
Well, there we heard Magnus, you know, bishop to b7, that was his plan, and he was saying he thinks he's absolutely fine. And yeah, giving compliments to others' seconds.
His countrymate, his teammate, Aryan Tari, who's here with Fabi. Fabi's been showing some really great inspired opening prep, as Magnus put in there, but he did have a cheeky smile while saying that. Another inside joke in there?
I don't know, Tanya. Maybe he was just focusing on the chess there, and I agree, Fabi's openings have been very, very impressive. First time, by the way, they've worked together, Fabiano Caruana and Aryan Tari, but match made in heaven.
It looks like it's all working out perfectly, right, for Fabi so far in his game as well against Hikaru. And Magnus was happy with his position, and I think he also referred to your idea, Yovi, earlier, that he wants this d5 move to open up. He's provoking Gukesh to push that pawn, block the center. He loves his bishop in b6. He says that, but isn't that a bishop that can easily be challenged eventually with bishop to e3?
Yeah, that is true. I'm actually very surprised Magnus is so chill about this d5 move. Especially with the bishop on b7. But just to point out one potential variation that Magnus was hinting at in the confessional, it's actually hard to come up with a move other than d5. It must be said, d takes e5 would be tantamount to a draw offer. I don't think this is what Gukesh will play. I don't think his it's his style either. The black bishops actually look very strong. So if anyone's on the better side of this equal position, it is Magnus Carlsen. Although, yeah, queen's coming off, maybe later bishop's coming off, it does feel like this should be headed towards a draw. But Gukesh's style would be normally, against most opponents, to play a move like d5, blunt the b7 bishop. Magnus said either he would pretty much play it back immediately, or maybe even a5, another variation he mentioned, bring the bishop out to this diagonal. And you can see how Gukesh might get afraid here. Yes, one black bishop can be challenged, but if we look at what remains on the board, suddenly Magnus's rook looks great, hitting this pawn, maybe even poised to come down, put some pressure on the center. Maybe at some point a black knight might be able to get to the c5 square, where it will never really be challenged. Another nice square on f4 for the other knight. I could see the makings of a position where Magnus will start to outplay his opponent, or at least he would outplay most of us.
That is true. Any position that would be David Howell.
Yeah.
But I want to ask you, because you're pointing out this A5 idea, I was going to suggest B4 to stop it, but instead Gukesh does go for the main plan here. D5 blocks out the center, opens up Magnus's key bishop there. And now Magnus, will he continue with what he said? Will he be a man of his words and go A5?
Yes. It's very positional as well, not just with the bishop, but to kind of cement control over the dark squares on the queen side.
Because I'd love to get B4 in as white here, you know, at the right moment to stop that, so that after A5 I can maybe even push it to B5. You know, maybe put my bishop on C6 next, try to create some play. So A5 just makes a lot of nice. What happened, Yovi?
Oh,
Something's happened.
Chat felt bad
Aw.
about choosing the empty chair over me, and now I have 65% of the vote. So thank you, chat. Sorry, that was just making me happy there.
Restoring my faith in
Irrespective.
humanity. as well.
Irrespective, yeah, the question doesn't matter.
Oh, that is sweet.
And I'm glad they didn't have an option for the chair.
Okay, I'm starting to think your bet was quite good, Ivanka. I don't think we see Armageddon in this one anymore. This decision by Gukesh, like if he really wanted a draw, he might have just waited a move or two or traded pawns in the near future, but d5, it's hard to imagine this one fizzling out now. Like either we'll go to a position where white's space advantage is important, like Tanya said, maybe a bishop landing on c6, or maybe even a knight coming to f5 later to target the backward pawn, or we'll see a position where Magnus is very active and actually maybe he'll strike out with f5 long term, maybe he'll bring some knights in, bishop super strong. I think this is shaping up for a real fight.
A real Magnus grind.
Or Gukesh, you know, showing us that he knows what's going on.
And what would be Gukesh's plan? You know, you mentioned knight to f5, which is, in my eyes, fantastic move, you know, eyeballing the h6 square. But one of the things, actually, is when you look at it, bishop to e3 actually looks really accommodating because you're literally helping the black rook on b8, which doesn't have a purpose, get into the game. So how to coordinate the pieces? I mean, should you be going bishop d2, knight to f5 as white? And I'm thinking moves such as b4. And try to put pressure on the weak point, that is d6.
Yeah, so just to put that idea of Ivanka's on the board, like a5, let's say something along these lines, and yeah, some move order. Let's say black doesn't do much, b4 coming next. Let's say black just guards on h6. Yeah, you might need to set it up, but b4 and...
Let's go queen c1 and bishop h6 and checkmate. What about that?
Oh, that one.
Rook c8, bishop c6.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll go for that one. Oh, that's just mean. Like,
Does it work? Oh.
give the black king some peace. Rook c8, bishop c6, block the threat, and white is...
Yeah, this
winning.
looks...
I've realized anything that Ivanka starts with usually ends in the mating game.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Wow. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. I mean, this is definitely not one-way traffic. We shouldn't assume it's a Magnus grind. Like Gukesh playing d5, like full admiration to him, making it as tense as possible, as ambitious as possible, not backing down because he's playing the world number one. That's impressive. Yeah, impressive. Kind of courage, I would say, from him. A move like d5, he's basically trying to refute what Magnus is doing.
But I think courage is truly one of the characteristics that we see in this modern young generation, right? This new wave of chess that's sort of now been in the elite, in the top 10 for a couple of, well, for at least a year, right? Whether it's Nadibek Abdusattorov, whether it's Gukesh, Pragnananda, all these guys, they just play with this attitude that we are ready to fight. Magnus Carlsen does not live in our heads, you know. It doesn't matter. We have a lot of respect, But every game, especially with white, is an opportunity. Because to be the best, you have to beat the best. And to beat the best, you have to maximize every single small chance that you get on the board.
Exactly. And what I've noticed, especially amongst these youngsters, is that they treat every game like it's a learning experience. So they're like, okay, have no fear. If we lose, we lose. It doesn't matter. What matters is that we actually learn. So d5 being played on the board. And you know what? It's quite funny, actually, how Magnus is able to draw from his experience to kind of instinctively know where to put his pieces, you know, how to liven up the game. I do really like his a5 move. But at the same time, I do feel Gukesh has to find a really constructive plan. So a critical moment for both of these players.
And look at Gukesh. He's gone back into that meditation zone of his. We've seen him do that time and time again. It could be calculation, but more often than not, it's him just calming his nerves. Sort of just centering himself for the battle that lies in front of him.
Yep. Okay, so maybe we take a break from this game and go back to the bird's eye view. I just wanted to also point out that in the bottom middle game between Vachier-Lagrave, Vachier did not capture the bishop. Right. She missed that golden opportunity and instead another move and has allowed Humpy just to consolidate by playing b6.
And I think now Humpy can be happy with that decision of rook a7. I will point out that Fabiano Caruana did dodge the queen trap threat as Hikaru bought the rook from the central line to attack the queen. Fabi gets it to the right square. And meanwhile, on the other women boards as well, action is strong in brewing. Zhu Wenjun versus Lei Tingzhe. Still a very strategic fight, and it could be a fight on the dark squares once that white knight lands to that e3 square. That's the bottom right board. David, where do you want to go next? What should we check out?
Ooh, I mean, most of the boards, I'm going to say, are looking quite level. Maybe we just update ourselves on all of them. So maybe we start with the top right, Arjun Erigaisi against Wei Yi, just because the queens are off. Just because that's maybe the game that's changed the most since we were last there. Just to update ourselves, still looking very level, very symmetrical, but there were some very interesting moments if we backtrack all the way to, well, actually 9 moves since we were last here, all the way to e5. And we saw the white queen come out. We mentioned, yeah, you need to improve your rook. This rook was asleep. This is definitely the line it wants to sit on. Bishop to e6, the rook lines up on the d file here. Knight to b4, attacking the white queen. And I just want to point out this move. After queen b1, knight takes a2.
Wow.
That would not be on most players' radars. And I wonder whether Arjun Erigaisi foresaw this. He actually reacted within 4 seconds as white to this blow, this knight sacrifice, which is all about undermining the knight on b3, removing the defender. The white queen took the knight. Took the knight, defending his own knight. The blue arrow appears. Queen b6 was clearly the idea to continue here, piling down pressure on b3, the pinned piece here. Knight b5 blocks the pin. a6. These two are tactical geniuses, I've got to say. And white saves one of the knights by playing the move queen to a5, trading queens. Queens come off. The knight captured, so level material now after bishop takes pawn and knight e4 hitting the bishop, therefore undermining the knight. Bishop retreats, knight back. Oof. I don't know. It feels like that might have been the most exciting little sequence of the game. But yeah, just because the queens are off, just because it's symmetrical, doesn't necessarily mean it's a draw, at least not yet.
It does feel like it's heading there. The only thing that might complicate matters is the minors and the pressure that you can put on it, right? I don't know if you trade on c8 first or not, but lining up the bishop on b4 with that black bishop. Let's point out the knight on d6. It's under attack. It's a defender of b7. That's an idea that if you figured the way out, if you calculated how do you keep that pawn defended, I think black's doing absolutely fine in this endgame. So it's just a matter of just a couple of concrete moves here.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Nice idea, Jovanka.
Tanya.
Yeah. No, I was going to pass the word to you. I thought you were going to say something.
And I thought you passed it back to me. I wasn't ready for a response.
I know it's Tanya. I know it's
There's musical chairs going on here.
Sorry, I saw you open your mouth and I was trying to throw the word away.
David,
Stop it.
Let's do it again.
Okay. Yeah, bishop b4. Nice idea from Tanya. Jovanka, what do you think?
No, I also was looking in that direction as well because I don't feel black has fully equalized. You know, I was looking at bishop b4 as well, setting up some pins. Also, bishop f3 caught my eye as another potential candidate. You know, it does provoke e4, but swings and roundabouts, you do get control of the d4 square. So I'm just liking Tanya's most aggressive try, which is bishop to b4. I mean, it's definitely the most critical. So let's dive in and have a look at what black can do.
Great idea, Jovanka. David, what do you think? We'll point out, though. It feels like there should be a defense here. Doesn't look that dangerous.
My head is gone. I can't work anything out anymore. I'm going to sit here and just draw arrows. Yeah, it's difficult. I agree that the main decision in Arjun's mind right now is whether to trade rooks, because if now black trades, at least the pressure has gone for one move from this knight on d6. Oh, it's tough to get excited about this position. It feels like black should be fine somehow, but yeah, this knight on a5 just so annoying. I would start by playing just a move like this one just to defend the bishop, stop any back rank issues.
And do you not... What's the idea? After bishop takes knight, are you taking the knight or the bishop and sacrificing the pawn? That's the big question for me.
I was hoping you would answer that, Tanya.
Jovanka?
I think let's go for it. Take it.
Which one? What do you mean take it?
Take the knight.
Take the knight.
Didn't want to drop that pawn.
Are we setting up for our bank rank issues here? If white goes bishop takes bishop, rook c7, rook b7.
Yeah.
Get in that rook a1, get in that bishop c4, and this is how you don't play chess.
This is how not to win a game of chess. This is how to lose with white. Bank rank issues. In joke from a previous day, we're not just messing up classical chess terms, and this would be terminal for white. So it does feel like accuracy is needed. And Wei Yi, it's up to him to prove that he's equalizing. If anyone, it's probably white having more fun, despite that variation, the end of it that we just showed. I would slightly prefer white, and Arjun does play the move that, that one of us predicted. Bishop to b4.
Oh, it's on the board.
It is on the board.
It's sort of the most critical move that you want, right? Forcing black into these concrete variations and trying to find a defense for this.
Yeah, it is pretty forcing, right? You've got to deal with the knight. So, yeah, rook takes rook makes a lot of sense. And then the question for white is, can you improve? Can you keep the tension brewing? Because somehow if you just kept making those trades, it just felt like it was very accommodating for black. So rook takes c1, rook takes c1, just to kind of analyze those moves. King to f8, love that move. And now...
Is rook c7 a move here?
I'm a bit worried about the back rank.
You mean the bank rank?
The bank rank, yeah, here in Stavanger.
Ooh,
yeah, you see.
Is it?
B6. In fact...
Oh, no. Whoops. Ah, whoops. Stop.
Not so simple.
Bar, slow down.
What? Why is this so bad? Is it some... Oh, my goodness.
Just nice c6.
What about...
Rook a1.
Yeah. I stopped here my calculations, but...
Whoa, what's the defense? Do you simply ignore and like create a luft for your king and say that black's sort of losing at the center of the board?
Yeah, that's probably it.
That's crazy.
Wow, you give up a piece. Yeah, I stopped my calculations one move too early, but bishop falling, collapsing here in the knight as well on d6. This is crazy. So if we go back a few moves, maybe he's going to get tactical for a moment. Instead of b6, that makes me think there's something even better.
Can you bail out with... Okay, yeah. There's a winning move, yes.
What's the winning move?
I like what you were getting to, knight f5. The bishop's... Oof.
Oh. Nope. I just wanted to trade off bishops, and okay, this is still better for black, but not winning. How can black be winning here?
Wait, is it? It can't be rook a5, bishop d8, right? Rook c5, b6? No, that doesn't
The knight
seem
is
to work.
hanging after bishop d8.
No, I mean rook into knight, bishop into rook, and bishop d8, but it doesn't seem to work because you've got rook. Oh,
Rook c5.
Yes, and then rook e5 as well.
Yeah.
Rook c6.
And rook c6. But okay, just out of curiosity.
Decision, by the way, at least the rook trade has happened, so we're still in line.
Wow.
Okay, there's not immediately...
Knight c8 is the move.
Knight c8. So I don't know what the difference was between knight f5 and knight c8.
That is crazy.
But yeah, this suddenly is winning for black due to problems on the bank rank. Okay, let's go back to the game. We've seen rook takes rook, king to f8. And rook c7 would be a losing blunder from Arjun Erigaisi.
And knight c8 is a difficult spot.
Very difficult. And I still don't know what's the difference from your first intuitive try, because the idea is exactly the same, right? Knight f5 loses, knight c8 wins.
Oh, let's check it out, actually. Just for everyone at home and for us, we want to learn here in the studio as well. Knight f5. Apparently, black is no longer immediately winning if the white bishop retreats, for example, to this square. And after a bishop check, the bishop comes back and, yeah, this continues, this goes on. But knight to c8, why can't white just continue retreating? Now bishop to d8. And
Bishop b4, same idea.
bishop to b4.
What's the difference?
King to g8. What is... it's the back rank. After rook takes b7, in the other variation, if we imagine the black knight was on f5, there would be
Rook b8.
checkmate. But here, the black knight
my gosh.
guards everything. Chess is hard.
That is so deep, and you know, it's like once the computer says it and then David breaks it down to us, we can understand that at the end of a 10-move variation, why that knight belongs in the most unnatural spot.
Yeah.
Otherwise, good luck finding knight c8 over knight f5.
Wei Yi, I think he'll find it, Wei Yi, if he gets a chance. If rook c7 is played. But it might cost him 20 minutes, but he'll find it. So Arjun needs to stop here, needs to slow down and realize he has no immediate win. He can't get active yet. And most likely it's still just a level endgame.
Yeah, that's a big pitfall that Arjun could fall into. So we'll keep our eyes on that one and keep you updated. Going back to our bird's eye view, well, we have pitfalls, we have dangers, we have very tense positions. Where could we go to? And I'm looking at the bottom row because I feel that that side is a lot more cagey.
Yeah, Humpy versus Vachier-Lagrave, we've checked in with that. You know, a huge missed opportunity by Vachier-Lagrave a couple of moves ago, and now it looks like Humpy, she's doing just fine. She's managed to get that c5 square under control, and now she's on that rerouting, maneuvering game, trying to relocate her pieces to better squares. And as far as black has control of that c5 square, I'd say that center board, Humpy's happy with the position that she's got, especially knowing her style of play. She loves to play these maneuvering games. Next to that, Sara Kadem versus Anna Muzychuk. That's the red board on your bottom left. Again, a very tensed position. I am going to turn to David on this one because it looks like black's got some central control with the two pawns moving forward, E-line, the knight eventually, potentially jumping onto that central square. What I don't like for Anna Muzychuk is her bishop on a5, a little offside.
Yeah, I think that's the key problem for black. Everything else looks very harmonious. This bishop, if you could suddenly pick it up and teleport it, like put it on b8 or something on this beautiful long diagonal, I think very solid for black, maybe even an advantage. But as you mentioned, Tanya, like trading pawns is never really on the menu because there might be b4 ideas. At some point, you might have to trade bishop for knight, but then white gets the two bishops. In general, this pawn structure, I usually prefer white, just because it feels like this bishop on b7 is blocked in behind its own pawn. And as long as you keep the stronghold in the center on d4, it feels like you're very flexible. You are the one who decides whether to trade off and give black hanging pawns. Black never really wants to trade. You'll be left with an isolated queen's pawn in the center. Then again, it's a weird version. The white rook on e2 looks odd. Earlier, she played it there just to get out of this pin. It's very unclear concrete plans, what to do next, how to improve. It's just very difficult to find natural ideas for both. And that's why they've been burning time on the clock, especially Sara, who's down at 49 minutes already.
Right. I mean, I was going to say exactly the same thing. It's not very easy to come up with a constructive move for white. Because, yes, you could go knight to e5, but black is also going to be thinking about going knight to e6 and perhaps destabilizing that knight on e5. And, yeah, the bishop is offside on a5. I agree, but you can't really take advantage of it like by making like weird moves like knight a2, trying to trap the bishop with b4, because you go backwards, I go forward, knight to e4 is going to be on the agenda. And every time you have this d takes c5, well, the position opens up and suddenly black has like d5, d4 ideas. So you don't necessarily want to be entertaining that. And that makes it all very unclear. And I just want to highlight this bishop on f5, which looks great, but actually doesn't have a role. It's not targeting anything. And it is in danger of perhaps even being trapped in some points. Like I'm thinking g6 followed by c4 at the right time.
g6, yeah, c4. This one, it feels like whoever's more informed today is going to win. Whoever kind of makes the first mistake might be punished. It's a very high responsibility type of position. Neither side really wants to blink first and release the tension. Don't know who that favors. Probably Anna. Sarah, I've noticed in previous games she does want to simplify things. There's been 2 or 3 occasions in this tournament where instead of holding the tension, she's blinked first and lost a couple of tempi in the process of trying to trade off into endgames. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think this one's still some time before it really heats up, but it has all the makings of a very entertaining fight with all the minors, all the majors on the board and all the aspects that you pointed out. I do see, though, that the bar likes White's position here, just a slight bit more. So it makes it that much more interesting. I think it has everything to do with that E5 square and perhaps some concrete variations that follow after that knight jump. But we'll come back to this. Let's zoom out. Let's bring up our beautiful bird's eye view and go into some of the other action. As the boards, it's still brewing, and top left, I see that a lot has happened there. But should we continue our tour first on the Norway Chess women, and then we'll go back up there?
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
Let's just check in with Ju Wenjun, a reigning 5-time women's world champion, and Lei Ting-jae. That's the bottom right, the game in purple, because it's still, a maneuvering game. Some pieces have been traded off, but no pawns have been swapped. And it's kind of gearing up for that big break.
It's so interesting. We're in this phase, the second half of Norway Chess right now. The players will orbit around each other for the second time with colors reversed. And what we had in day one, the action, so different from what we're seeing right now. A much more cagier, cautious approach is how I'm finding the chess today. Day one was fireworks. We had 3 decisive results in the classical, the ones that went into Armageddon, absolutely crazy, insane action. But it just feels like the players now in the mid part of the tournament, having settled in, found their rhythm, have a more cautious approach to the game.
Yeah, I think on the bright side, if we look back at day one, the Magnus versus Gukesh game only really exploded in the ending when it looked like rook and knight ending, probably going towards a draw, and then suddenly crazy. Pawn race, queens, king hunt. We had it all. Hikaru only won after a long, long grind. So yeah, there's still potential. This is still early days. But yeah, we are starting to see patterns emerge. You're right, Tanya. It feels like Ju Wenjun, again, a bit like Hikaru, is playing with a lot of caution. She's not really letting herself loose. She's not going for it. 5 Armageddons so far, maybe a 6th here. It just feels like she's happy to just draw her way through the tournament. Here, I'm not saying she's playing for a draw with White, but playing definitely very safe chess, very controlled, composed chess. And yeah, I've got to say, this position, only 1 trade of bishops so far. I think Black's totally fine, but it will revolve around this break, whether Black can achieve it satisfactorily, or whether Ju Wenjun can do the same in the center. Other than that, I don't really see too many productive plans. I think just totally level.
Yep, totally level, but the tension is brewing. And of course, we're going to come back to this game and find out exactly what developed. But first, we are going to go on a quick break. And when we return, of course, we're going to be diving into absolutely everything that happens. But first, let me tell you, Norway Chess is better with a subscription on Twitch. Unlock exclusive emotes of your favorite players, no ads on chess.com, and best of all, exclusive confessional booth content from the players here at Norway Chess. So use !subscribe in chat to level up now. And we are going to go on a break. But, of course, we have Magnus. He doesn't completely understand what's going on, but he thinks he might be slightly better. So if you haven't yet subscribed, subscribe and get an insight into Magnus's thoughts.
Well, I know that Gukesh is a very ambitious player, so I kind of figured he would go for something kind of optimistic here. I don't completely understand what his concept is here. It seems to me that I just have excellent play. I can potentially open up play on the king side and I'm doing all right on the queen side as well. Because of those pawn exchanges, I have counterplayed down the b file, and yeah, now you can come to f4, possibly knight h7, knight g5 as well. So it seems to me that I'm probably not better, but at least practically speaking, it feels a bit easier to play black. So yeah, we'll see what he comes up with.
We are back with all the action of Norway Chess. It's day 6 and everything is happening. And here in the studio, well, things just leveled up because we have a new guest commentator. It is, of course, Danny Wrench, the Chief Chess Officer of Chess.com. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Leveling up is a big statement. I think the average elo just went down with me entering the room, but I do appreciate that. And all three of you are killing it, so thank you for having me.
Yeah, Yobi almost said Danny Rich. How did that make you feel?
No, we don't want. There was also too many chesses in the title. We were talking about Chief Chess Officer, chess.com. There's too many chesses. We'll think about checkers.com next time. So,
yeah.
But anyway, thank you for having me, and we've got quite the round here happening.
And big moment right now, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, Danny, we love you, but we got to get to the chess.
I agree. We have
absolutely
Bishop C6 on the board by Gukesh, and the eval bar slid in Magnus's favor, but I don't see what Black is doing right away here. There's a grandmaster here, and both of you are sharper than me.
What?
So.
Well, they're downstairs. They're all downstairs, the grandmasters. Yeah. And big moment. And I was just curious during the break. Gukesh has played a very natural move. We actually talked about the exchange of bishops on the dark squares. And let's just recap the last few moves since we were last here. At the break, we left it with A5. Magnus talked about this in the earlier confessional. He wants to bring his bishop out this way. Bishop to E3 was Gukesh's move. The bishop actually dropped back. Interesting kind of change of direction from Magnus. B3, the pawn was indirectly hit. Trade, knight F4, bishop C6, and this is where the bar slid. I would be looking at, I don't know, bishop to D7, maybe like G6, just to eventually break through with F5, but I have taken a peek at the almighty engine.
But you did.
I did.
And you're the highest rated player here.
I was,
chat frowns upon that thing.
What can I say?
Do it. So what is the answer? Is it bishop D7? Just simply getting, no? What is it?
No, dramatic stuff.
Okay, well then don't say it. This is fun. We have to solve a puzzle here.
Yeah.
Puzzle rush.
We put on the Marvel intro for a reason.
Yeah, you got to go all Thanos in this position.
Yeah.
So bishop to C6. What would be the concrete? It leaves the B3 pawn, but I don't see anything there. Is it something like the knight going to D7 to C5 and just relocating it if white trades off the light square bishop?
Is that what Thanos would do here?
Is that what Thanos would do here? He would snap his fingers and get rid of any piece he wanted.
Yeah, exactly. You're
You
on
gotta
the
do
right
it.
track.
All right, I'm not going to play guess the move.
What would you play if you had 10 seconds left on the clock and you had to win?
Roll the dice.
Oh my gosh! So there's something
Yeah.
concrete here. Wait, bishop takes H3.
Got it,
Oh
Danny.
my gosh! It works.
Apparently.
Apparently it's the best move, and yeah, you need the follow-up though. It's not just guess the move now, it's guess the move over the next few turns.
Because there's a fork on F2, so after King G2, you play Knight G4 right away.
Yeah.
Is that right? I see it now. No engine, by the way, no hands. I promise I'm solving that. That's the key, is you hit the rook and the pawn, and you can't take H3 because knight takes, not rook, but knight takes F2.
Very nice.
With a fork, and I mean, this position, is Magnus locked in? Like, body language-wise, he's very different to how he was earlier. He was super chilled. He's looking at the king side, by the way.
He's going to do it.
He's looking at the king
It's
side.
going to happen. He's been on the think for close to 12 minutes. And if he had to play bishop d7, it had to happen earlier on. Bishop takes pawn is on his radar.
And part of the reason I agree with you, Tanya, is because when a5 was played earlier, the logical follow-up is bishop to a6. You literally push the pawn forward with the idea of freeing up the square for the bishop. So he played bishop to c8 deliberately, maybe already smelling a little bit of blood in the water on the king side. I don't think he plays that move unless he thinks there was a small chance there were some tactics over there.
He literally said in his confession that he was going to play a5, bishop a6, but now he's switched.
And he changed his mind.
He's changed his mind. Bishop c8, gotta be a plan towards taking that pawn.
I don't have the fancy earpiece that you guys have because I don't belong here. So I didn't get to hear his confession. So that's what he talked about. He said a5 and he changed his mind.
Earlier on, yeah.
Ah, that's interesting. Okay.
He also spoke about how he was trying to provoke Gukesh into playing d5. He felt it was probably a positional mistake. He thought he was slightly better as black already, and that was before this opportunity now of bishop takes h3. But he was like, Gukesh is going to play d5. He's ambitious. He's not going to try and trade off on e5, force a draw. And wow, big moment. It's not just this move. You have to evaluate the final position, and you have to think Gukesh probably wants a position he can calculate his way out of. I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus kind of just, I don't know, rook b4, bishop d7, knight d7, just makes a healthy move.
That was my positional remaneuver of the night until you gave me the clue that there's a move you can play with 10 seconds left and then bishop takes h3. But
And it's just also so instructive, right? Your opponents just close the center, block the center. You start thinking about these potential ideas on the flank, trying to target the white king. But it's counterintuitive because Gukesh has so many pieces, defenders around the king. And then you're sort of second guessing how strong the sacrifice would be. The more Magnus thinks...
Sorry, I hiccuped.
That's fine. The more Magnus thinks, maybe Magnus is thinking about you. You know, in India, they say if you hiccup, it means you're being remembered by someone. But he shouldn't be thinking, what would David Howell play in this position? Because that would probably...
Wait, what is the saying? If you
got those hiccups going on, that means that someone's thinking about you.
Really?
Yes.
I've never heard that before.
It's true, and I've actually done an experiment on this. Every time I get them, I call up home, and mom's like, hey, I was just thinking about you.
That is wild. I've never heard that, but that's amazing. I love that.
Yeah.
Well, the more Magnus sits up and kind of has that I'm about to pounce kind of look, makes me think he is calculating.
Oh, is he about to reach out? Okay, predictions. Bishop takes pawn, yes or no? Does it happen? Danny, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think he's going to do it.
Can I go to our hand reader over here? What did the hand say?
No.
I think he wanted to, but I don't know. He keeps looking at that side of the board, though. I think he wants to, but he knows he doesn't need to. If he needed to...
Do you think...
I don't...
Well, also the time control makes you take practical decisions, right? You can go bishop takes h3, roll the dice, get a kind of really wild, complicated position, burn a lot of time on the clock, or you can play something else.
He can play something else, and that's a good point, Yvanka and David both making, that Black is in control a little bit. You can play moves like you suggested, Rook to b4, but again, the more he thinks about it, not only is he going to play bishop takes h3, I think he's going to play it with the... There's two ways you take a pawn when you're making a move from one side to the other. There's like you pick up the pawn and slide, like Kasparov style, and then you drill the piece, or you pick up the bishop and you take like softly, because they don't disrespect and clack. I predict he will pick up the bishop and softly take the h3 pawn and hit the clock. I'm going that far with my prediction
That's
here.
deep. So Danny says bishop takes pawn, David says no, Yvanka says no. I'm going with bishop takes pawn.
I just want to say, I've got a rival for the hand analysis, the hand expert here.
Love it.
That's the way you make a move, yeah. That speaks volumes.
It's the way you do it. No, I think he's going to play it. The more.
But the way he's sitting right now, it feels like it's going to be a more strategic move, even though I'm really wanting to see that appear. David, do you think we could also just explain what happens a little? Oh, is he just about to move? No, not yet.
Oh, look, he's going to move.
Oh,
He's gonna
yes.
make-
I was wrong. It's
Rook
Rook
b4.
b4. All right, you were right. In fact, the last second body language shift you called out, that the way he was looking at it looked more like a strategic move. He slides the rook. All right, well, you know, this is why I've retired from commentary, because when you go so far as to predict not only the move, but how someone's going to move it, and they don't, you know, get out of here. So.
We did set you up, Danny. So it was really our bad.
The fact that we found bishop takes h3, or I didn't have it engine, only the eval bar in David's plotting.
Danny, you found bishop takes pawn.
But what's funny is this is one of those moments where if it was missed by Gukesh playing bishop c6, which you can hardly hold against him, that's like bishop takes h3 is kind of such an engine move. They're thinking about the queen side, they're remaneuvering the queen side. Suddenly there's this shot in the dark on the other side of the board that both players are, you know, missing, if we want to say that. But when that happens, I think there's a chance it happens again. If it's on the board still, I think there's a chance that, you know, if Gukesh doesn't stop it, that bishop takes h3 is an option on the next move as well.
Yeah, it will come with more power. Like, Magnus has improved his position. It's not easy to stop that one. Like, king h2 looks like a sad move to play, like take a time out of a complex middle game to kind of maybe even adds power to that idea. But yeah, Magnus, we saw in his body language, he wanted to play it so badly. He was reluctant to take a risk, though, and we can't blame him for that. I hope we'll hear his thoughts in the confessional.
I did predict this gets decided in the classical, and I'm feeling even better about that prediction. I will point out one more idea that Magnus potentially setting up with this rook slide. It's eyeing that central pawn, you know, talking about how to build pressure on the king side. Magnus loves to move his h-pawn, and I wonder if h5, h4 is somewhere on his radar to get rid of that knight on g3 and target it from the other side, the e4 pawn.
I like that. Yeah, it's a very AlphaZero-esque, where we've come. Never forget about the H and A pawns. It certainly has to be an idea. The more you look at the position, the more it actually, despite bishop takes h3 not being played, it's tricky for Gukesh here because b3 and e4 are both targeted. Magnus can go for the knight d7, knight c5 maneuver, and the knight on c5 would continue to put pressure on both, as you highlighted, David, the queen to b6, and so it's What is the plan for white? Is it rook a4? Maybe he tries to simplify the position, offering some exchange. Maybe that's why he played bishop c6, actually, was to free the a4 square up for the rook, actually.
Yeah, I think, very likely we see that move. The black rook clearly a bit of a menace right now.
Well, can you play it? I'm sorry, I'm full chess analysis mode. I've been on the sidelines, so I want to analyze some chess. Is bishop takes h3 still possible on rook a4? I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
So that's the thing, is if that's kind of what I was saying, is bishop to c6 missed it, Magnus missed it, but if you miss it again and you force your opponent's hand, you know, sometimes if you both miss a tactic, but now you force, it's almost like you force your opponent to find the best move by either Magnus will find it now or he will have to start simplifying. And if it's on the board, it will be brilliant. Oh, no, that's you, David.
That's me.
LOL. You're so adorable.
And again, just to point out for everyone, this is the key tactic, knight g4. And from here, it gets complicated, I should mention. Like there are forks, though, on the f2 square. If the white rook moves, I guess it's just evaluating this position. It's like you get 3 pawns for the piece, but I'm not sure where the white queen goes. What next?
That's super fair, though. I mean, the more I look at it, I'm like, the computer is giving us a little bit of eval bar bias-itis, right? I mean, like, this isn't so simple. I mean, you've sacrificed a piece.
It's not over. Like, it's still 3-result game. Maybe it's Tanya's idea at some point. Maybe you have to set it up. But if you can get the h-pawn rolling, all of these squares are covered.
Yeah, right. And I'm also thinking g6 and f5. That's my favorite pawn break. Get that into motion. Nice. And on we go. But yeah, it is difficult to assess. Also, it's pretty hidden as well, because sometimes you don't even look at bishop takes h3. You're like, oh yeah, the white knights are there on f3, g3, king has plenty of protectors, the end. And that's as far as you go.
But it's also got to be on his mind, right? Especially when he retreated the bishop to c8, that eye line of the bishop on h3. And I wonder if this was a blitz game. I have a feeling Magnus would have played it in just a second.
Yeah.
You know, just quickly snapped it out. Because, yes, you don't know the clear path ahead, but you have this feeling that it should be enough. It's going to pose some practical problems. But with classical, you know, your opponent has time to work those things out. So Magnus also mentioned in his confessional that he wants to play on both sides of the board. He believes he's better on the queen side, and he's putting pressure on the king side. So I think we're seeing that being played out as well with this last move, rook b4.
Yeah, I agree. Now, you said quickly a few minutes ago, you predicted this would be a decisive result?
Yes.
You did. It's funny because...
In classical.
Oh, I came in and I was about to predict that I think we're going to get 6 Armageddon games, and the eval bars, and I said that off camera.
Game, by the way, going
on. By the way, you already have 17% of the vote
without even
being here, without even making.
Really?
Yes.
What? And I said that off camera, I promise you. But I was just looking at the games, and you made the comment that you didn't want to call out Hikaru for necessarily playing for a draw with white. I will say I think Hikaru came in playing a little bit for a draw with white. I don't even judge it necessarily. He got the dub as black. He has a mindset of, all right, look, 1.5 out of 2 against Fabiano Caruana in classical. I'd probably be okay with that, and I'll take my chances historically against Fabiano when the time control gets faster. Hikaru scores well. So I actually think Hikaru did come in with what we're seeing. I think this will be the first game that goes to Armageddon. Arjun and Wei Yi have been in this fascinating Tarrasch theory where it just feels like it's just a matter of time before all the pieces get traded. And the only game that is maybe going to prove the theory wrong might be Gukesh Carlsen.
So we had a 3-4-5 prediction of today's Armageddon. Is that correct? Yes.
Yeah.
And Danny's predicted 6.
I predict, and I'm going to stand by that. I don't think that Gukesh's position is worse enough. I think Gukesh will. Okay, well, I mean, bishop takes h. Wait, what's the idea now? Because now it's not going to be a fork on f2. The queen is no longer in danger.
Okay, wait, we've got to break this one down. What about if you do it anyway? It still looks very scary, if you ask me.
It does, but now on king g2, the whole point is white can take the bishop on, or sorry, it'll be the knight on h3 in the end because there's no fork on.
But you can give a check, right, and then go knight g4 as well. I mean, it still has pressure, but I don't know what's the follow-up. Yes, you get knight g4 in, but what's next? How do you continue the attack?
Your alpha 0 pawn that you already called out, h5, h4, I guess.
In you go. This is terrifying.
All the arrows coming in?
Yeah, all the arrows. I mean, I want to see it. I think we all want to see it at this point, but Magnus, it's just about how much he can resist.
Right.
The self-restraint is needed.
I was going to ask you also, to make that move, bishop takes h3, relies very much on intuition as well as calculation. And just going to go to that defending mode for white, you need brute force calculation. So is Gukesh going to be able to calculate his way out of the complexities there with an unsafe king? Because a lot of us would get there and be like, oh,
Well, especially against Magnus, right?
Yeah.
No, but I think Gukesh thrives in a lot of those situations where he's. I mean, we saw him, defend against Fabiano for many moves in a row. I think Gukesh actually, a lot of the young Indian talent who will be ruling the world in the future, as we know, they all seem to have those like wise beyond their years, mature under pressure. I don't know that he'll be rattled based on the idea that it feels scary like we would. I think he'll calculate it concretely, and I don't know. I mean, that's what would worry me if I was Magnus. Because to your point, Ivanka, you're right that like. You can only calculate so much in those types of sacrifices. At some point, you're doing the thing, and David will tell me if I'm wrong, but at some point, you're doing the thing where you're like, I think there's enough to play for here. I could think 40 minutes and I'm not going to solve this position, right? So I think Magnus will have to make an intuitive guess about whether there's enough compensation. Then Gukesh is like, sometimes it's nice to be in those spots where like, now I just have to defend. I'm up a piece if I just defend this attack. And Gukesh defends very well in those situations, I think.
Yeah, and speaking of Gukesh, Dani, I was watching your podcast with Fabi, and I think you had a...
Here it goes. Here it goes.
We were all waiting for it, but...
Right after I just got done complimenting him a whole bunch.
And I think that's great, because I think your analysis of Gukesh, you made some great points in it, but you did say that you think he's not the top 5 in the world, and it got the internet going about that. Everyone has an opinion in it. We were talking about what his pluses are right now. We've been talking about Gukesh as well so much in this broadcast coming in, the pressure of being the world champion. I think there's little doubt that he's definitely earned it and deserved it. But is he the best player in the world? He said it himself, he's not. Is he close to Magnus Carlsen? Of course he's not. Is he the legend? Far from it right now. Lots to prove. Is he the GOAT? Of course not. He's only the 19.
Yeah.
Only 19 years old.
He's 18 as of 2 days ago, or whatever it is.
Yes, as of 2 days ago. But yes, is he world champion? Is he the youngest ever world champion? Yes, he is. But tell me about that metrics that you put on with is he top 5?
Before you answer, can I just, for context, throw
let's
to the
do
video?
it.
Get me in even more trouble here. Okay, here we go.
Let's make Dani uncomfortable.
You think Gukesh is the best classical chess player in the world?
He could be. I would say in a match, he could be in a match. No, not in a match. But
He's not the best player in the world.
no.
He's not even a top 5.
There it is. So, to give context, before I get more angry comments and really, I think that there was a lot of discussion that day. I was on the main broadcast for Freestyle, joined you, Tanya, and James and David. Then I was on Sagar Shah's broadcast, and there was a lot of discussion because the freestyle format inherently kind of brings up a lot of these topics of here's this completely new format with this crazy amount of energy and money behind it. And a lot of people asking, is this the future? And kind of leaning into the storyline. And so one of the things that I think was debated was if you look at formats across the entire landscape of chess right now, it's kind of wild, right? We have classical and the best player in the world. I think we all agree it's still Magnus. I think if Gukesh was here, he would raise his hand. So we're just going to start there. Not controversial yet. The best player in the world is not playing classical chess. He's obsessed with freestyle. I think a lot of the formats and where a lot of the eyeballs go say that fans do love rapid and blitz events. We're not saying that those are in any way close to the quality of chess played in classical, even as the guy who gets called the evil chess popularist of blitz and rapid. We love those events, but I would never claim that it's the same quality of chess, right? But my point was, and I guess I will stand by it, is that because of all the formats we are navigating as commentators and as players, and because we all do care a lot about rapid and blitz, as we should, because it's fun, and some of the biggest money and the most viewed events are the faster time controls. We are living in that future. It doesn't mean we have to be dogmatic and say that classical chess doesn't matter. No one's saying that. Not even close. Classical chess is the preeminent. It is the cream of the crop. But I look at chess players and define the best all-around players as their performance across at least all 3 of those disciplines these days, which is classical, rapid, and blitz. And freestyle was just part of the conversation. So I want to say 3 things about Gukesh, and I want to make it very clear before the fans think. So here's what I think about Gukesh. I think Gukesh is a superstar. I think Gukesh is the future of the game. Gukesh is the youngest world chess champion in history. I will make another prediction. I don't see anybody breaking that record for a very long time. I think people are going to look back and go, like, that was a very difficult record to beat. So I think Gukesh is an absolute star. Like, I need to say that. I think that he is going to be holding a record that may stand for a lot longer than people think. And given that he achieved it at 18 years old, now 19, he might be on his way to being one of the greatest chess players of all time. Is he the best chess player in the world? No. The point I was making more broadly is that we live in a world of a power vacuum that happened when Magnus Carlsen, the best player in the world, hands down, turned his back on the Classical World Championship. We've been sort of bouncing around what has been a wild ride ever since then. And I don't think there's any denying that if Magnus Carlsen were still playing, he would still be holding the world championship title. And my point was, I believe that Gukesh at his age might also be the underdog, maybe not lose. I believe he would be the underdog in a classical match against Magnus, against Fabiano, against Hikaru. And I think you could debate Jan Nepomniachtchi might be the most experienced classical chess match player in the, because he's had those world championships. And I think you look at a guy like Ali Reza Firouzja, although Ali Reza may be more inconsistent right now. And so then we have Gukesh. We have many others too. But I looked at it and I said, look, from an all-around perspective, I believe all four of the other players I mentioned are better at rapid and blitz than Gukesh is at this point in his career. That's not me disparaging him. He's 19 years old, and like I just said, I think he's going to go down as one of the greatest players of all time. But right now, that is probably how I would view it. And I also think he might be an underdog in straight-up classical chess against any of those players. I'm actually curious what you guys think, and I'll end with this. I want to end with this too, because I don't think this has to be as polarizing as people want to make it. I think it's not a weakness to hold opposing truths in two different hands. It's okay to be able to say that we are huge Gukesh fans. What is happening in India is the future of the game. I have been on the front lines of just being overwhelmed with joy as this generation has taken over, and what he did is going to go down in the record books forever. I can say that while acknowledging the unique circumstances we live in, where the best player in the world turned his back. We've had a wild ride of a weird power vacuum ever since, and I don't think without that dynamic, we see the youngest world champion ever. And I don't think anybody else would deny that, but I want to hear what you guys think.
I was just going to add to something that chess these days, we have different disciplines. Before, if you think back, it was just classical chess. Now we have blitz chess, rapid chess, online chess, freestyle chess, and I think we should even treat them like athletics. It's the person who's great at 100 meters isn't necessarily great at 200 meters.
By the way, we talked about this with the freestyle. Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah. So I'm just agreeing with you. Yeah.
So I'm just thinking, maybe it's unfortunate that, Gukesh lives in the chess world that we live in right now, where we have these different disciplines, where we have people training themselves on blitz chess, making it their forte. So I think you can say that Gukesh is a world champion superstar, definitely in the making. At the minute, not the best all-round player, but he doesn't need to be. This is my whole point.
The only thing I want to say on that is I don't even know that it's unfortunate. Like Gukesh might be the best blitz player in the world in 2 years. I don't know, right? He might be, right? He's 19 years old, and I think the conversation I was trying to have was a little bit of a nuanced one, and I think that maybe it's unfortunate that the conversation feels like we're trying to draw comparisons where we don't need to. Yeah. I'm not trying to do that, but I think it's fair. I think it can be okay to kind of acknowledge both of those truths, that he's awesome, and also this has been a very unique few years in the world of top-level chess. Tanya, go ahead.
No, I mean, it's really interesting because we've been having this conversation as well. And I think to me, what's been also impactful to watch is that how after becoming the world champion, just every single thing and every single game and every single draw or loss that Gukesh has been sort of used to assess his worth as world championship. And that's something that I find it very unfair. But to your point, I think even if we look at the top five, you're saying classical, rapid and blitz. I think even if we look at just pure top five classical, Gukesh, to prove himself that he truly belongs there, needs a few consistent years.
Yeah.
What's undisputed is that he is the youngest ever world champion, and it was a very deserving title.
For sure.
Everyone had a fair shot. Everyone had an equal chance. It was the candidates. It had the biggest names, barring Magnus Carlsen. Every single great of chess was there. Okay, so move not on the board so we can continue with this rant. Every single great of chess was there, and Gukesh proved himself in the candidates. Not just that, the Olympic medals, not just for his team, but also on his own board. Went on to have the greatest tournament of his life, winning the world championship. And like you said, I think it's still not clear to me, even if in just pure classical, Gukesh makes it to top five. He's just 19. He's got his entire career ahead of him. Does he have the potential to be called a GOAT? In 15 years, 20 years, absolutely. Does he have the potential to perhaps be considered the best in the world at some point? Yes, he does. But he said it himself, right, Dani?
Yeah.
He's the world champion. He's not the world #1. And that's his aim to get to. So I am in full agreement that both these conversations can completely coexist.
Yep.
You can be a Gukesh fan, you can acknowledge the greatness that he has, but also realize that he has a long way to go.
Right. Yeah. Well, someone please clip everything Tanya just said, because that agreed with me, and she said it way better. And that I'm not even going to repeat anything you said, because I think everything you just said was brilliant, and that's exactly the point I was trying to make. What he's accomplished, no one can take it away. It is unfair that people are going to now dive in, but also I go, that's okay. Welcome to the world, right? Look at, I mean, do people ever stop debating who the best, who the GOAT is in the NBA? Like ever, right? Do people ever stop debating who the best player in the league is right now, right? When you have millions and millions of fans, people like these conversations. It doesn't have to feel bad. It's kind of fun for us to look at all of these players who are great and draw the comparisons we do. But everything Tanya just said was the point I was trying to make, is he has a long way to go. That doesn't take anything away from what he's done already.
Yeah, and it's just nice having someone young to cheer for. Like, I think we should just focus on that. Yes, he might be world number 40 in rapid, world number 87 in blitz, but that's irrelevant. He's only been focusing on classical.
Yeah.
Like, freestyle's new to him as well.
And Puzzle Rush, apparently.
Yeah, every
He's
day,
apparently
by the
been
way.
focused on classical and Puzzle Rush. Sorry, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, just to kind of confirm that we do have video proof that Dani has been very positive about Gukesh.
I love Gukesh. Oh, yeah, so this was, okay, I want to tee this up a teeny bit, because, yeah, the question was, like, how do we think Gukesh is feeling? Do people think he's depressed about freestyle? And I was kind of like, he has nothing to be depressed about. He's the freaking man. He's 18 years old. He's crushing it. And yes, he's struggling in freestyle. Like, the results are speaking for themselves. Like, there was no dancing around that. But if I was his coach, I would embrace the mindset that Tanya was just kind of ranting about, which is you get the zone of feeling proud of what you've done and having the eye of the tiger and being motivated by the fact that you clearly have a lot to do or go. And that was, I want to say that was the point of this.
Here's what I think. I think Gukesh's state of mind is pretty wise for his age, for his youth. And I don't think Gukesh would argue that while he feels super fortunate and by no means didn't earn his way to the highest title in chess, he doesn't consider himself the best player in the world. And he probably doesn't consider himself in the top 5 here. And I think he would actually accept that in a way that is healthy, from the point of view that he sees himself as a very young player who has a very bright career ahead. And why would he say no to events that challenge him to be the best version of himself? So if I was his coach and if I was crawling inside his head, I would say it's an interesting talking point for the fans. There's obviously the unique environment that I won't repeat myself on that we all live in because of these weird dynamics, whatever. But I don't think Gukesh gets that bothered by poor performances, even if it affects his fan base. And I think he knows he has a lot to learn. That's the best way to say it. I mean, he's 18. He has a lot to learn.
That was my take as well. Yeah, I said he's only 18. He needs to compete. He needs to compete in pretty much every format. He needs to challenge himself, and he should continue playing.
Yep, and we return to our 6th game board viewer, and then we can see that 2 games have finished in Armageddon. Well, there's a draw, so we do see that they will be playing Armageddon. Ju Wenju and Lei Tingjae, a draw, as was Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. Perhaps we can break down what happened in those final moments.
Yeah, let's just jump in and show the final few moves of both of those games. This was the final position of the Hikaru Nakamura against Fabiano game. It's black to move, so black about to recapture the white rook. We should mention opposite color bishops. I'll just show you the last few moves because it was quite tense for a long, long time. All the pieces on the board, and literally from here, 8 moves later, it was all over. Handshake. And first, the black bishop came in, putting pressure on the white knight, which jumped forward, and we saw a trade of knights, trade of rooks. We should mention, you can't take this pawn. There are some back rank problems for black. So he gave himself some breathing space. The black king looking nice on g7. And here, Hikaru decided to force it. Queen's coming off. The pawn on a6 drops as well. And black now forcing the rooks off the board. And this is where Hikaru offered a draw. Nothing to play for here. The black bishop will guard the white a pawn. And on the other side of the board, hard for black to create a pass pawn. Fair results. And Armageddon soon.
Prediction correct, I guess, in that game, right?
Yeah, we were expecting this to happen. I just want to point out that car ride looked extremely cozy. You guys looked very comfortable, the 3 of you at the back there.
Everyone's knees were touching. Yes, we were.
Good to know.
We were physically close.
Talking of closeness, another close game here. And just to show the final few moves of the draw between Zhu Wenjun, the women's world champion, and Lei Tingzhe, I'm just going to take us back. Actually, we were here just at this moment, a few moves before the handshake. Black pushed it through, punched through d5. We were talking about this pawn break for a long time. There was a capture in the center. The black queen recaptured. So the black e-pawn defended. Maybe potential pressure against the backward d-pawn as well. White here, dropping the knight back, hitting the queen. The queen retreated, and a dance between those two pieces. The knight came back to attack e5. The queen came back to d5, and so on. Threefold repetition, and Armageddon here too. Zhu Wenjun's 6th of the tournament.
That one was a little early. I guess it was an equal position, and they chose to repeat. You could have played that one on a little bit. It always makes me go into the psychology of who wanted Armageddon more, I guess.
Well, Wenjun's been on a roll with her Armageddon. She lost just one, and it was to Lei Tingzhe in the first round.
Okay.
But ever since then, she's won every single one of them. So she's feeling very confident, perhaps looking for that little revenge for her first round loss. I mean, she's been the Armageddon queen, not just this year, Danny, but last year as well. She pretty much stormed her way through to the championship with all those Armageddon wins.
Yeah, it was wild.
Well, we'll have Armageddons coming up very shortly.
I'm going to stand by my prediction, and we get 6.
Six, right?
Armageddons.
2 down.
Yeah, I think
4 to go.
Gukesh. I think Gukesh is going to hold this position against Magnus. I mean, we're biased because it's Magnus, and Black certainly has a little bit of an edge. But I feel like he will find a way to simplify the pressure. And if Magnus isn't going to go for the piece sack, the rook will come to a4. And okay, so that's my prediction. But maybe Magnus goes for the piece sack, and we get a wild ride that ends in a draw anyway.
I'm still confident on 5. I think that one is decisive.
Really?
Danny's just looking for peace right now.
No, I mean, I'm looking. I predicted 6 draws before I was here, so I'm trying to stand by what I said off camera. But yeah, it's obviously you are right though that if he doesn't find a way to simplify, these are Magnus Carlsen positions,
Yes.
right? He squeezes water out of a stone for a living. That's what he's been doing for 2 decades, and maybe he'll flex on the young world champion and get the win here. So.
Yeah, but the position isn't even stoned right now. I mean, that position is like a full bottle of essence that you can squeeze things out of. There's so much to play for here. Yep. That's the center board in that top row. By the way, a little move by Magnus. It's almost like threat is stronger than the execution. He's keeping that bishop takes pawn in the air at any moment. You know, it's like a sword that's dangling over your head that you have to calculate on every single move. Meanwhile, Magnus also setting up a potential f5 advance, an idea that Yovi pointed out, maybe the h5 on the board. Yeah, you said Gukesh holds this. I think Magnus takes this.
Yeah, well, so many questions to answer. We have 2 Armageddons coming up. Danny, I'd like to say thank you for joining us. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and, of course, just
thank you for
sharing
having me.
in
That
the
was,
energy.
Yeah.
And, of course, we're going to go on a quick break. And when we return, we are going to bring you absolutely all the details as we have 2 Armageddons coming up. So don't go anywhere. We are back, and hold on to the edge of your seats because it is Armageddon time. The game between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana has kicked off. Hikaru will have started with 10 minutes on the clock, Fabiano 7, but Fabiano gets that all-important draw odds. So let's dive in straight to the action. And guess what? This is exciting stuff.
Yeah, exciting stuff. Hikaru goes to his tried, his trusted B3 repertoire. And just keeping all the pieces on the board here, Tanya, he knows these positions like no one else.
I like trusted. It's trusted and tested, all mashed up together, saving time. That's what's needed in an Armageddon. I will say one thing. This is an approach I've seen so many times. Players playing with the white pieces, they just want to get a position where there are no trades possible early on. You know, you play fast. You want to keep those decisions where the position eventually opens up when black doesn't have enough time to deal with it. Hikaru continues development. He's trying to get that e4 break in. I wonder if he'll put that queen to c2 at some moment to connect the rooks and finally get the center pawn rolling.
Absolutely. And in response, Fabiano challenges the center. You know, Hikaru will have to calculate. Does he capture on c5? Does he step up with the queen? He takes the pawn. Oh, now Fabi captures with the knight. But the rook on d1, it has some potential pressure against the d6 pawn.
And now Hikaru just slowly improving his pieces. The white queen wants to line up on the dark square diagonal behind its bishop. This one, it feels objectively like Fabiano is totally fine, but the clock situation is going to play a huge role. It always does in Armageddon. And yeah, there's two strategies that tend to work well for white in Armageddon. One, you go for the throat. You just go for checkmate, hope the opponent doesn't have enough time on the clock to defend. Or you just take a chill, take a timeout. You know that the clocks are going to tick down. You know the critical moments are later in the game, and you just hope that your time advantage helps out.
And this looks like also a very healthy position for black. Like you said, clock will be the major factor for Fabi, but purely on the board, you know. It feels like some kind of a Sicilian, even though it was far from it. So ideas like that, the way he's placed his rooks, you know, we can expect even maybe an a6, b5. Meanwhile, Hikaru just puts his queen on a1, blocks that diagonal. Fabi does with this last move, e5. Leaves a d5 square to be captured by the knight eventually.
And that's
rerouting.
That's why Hikaru is rerouting the knight. He just wants to get a knight onto e3 so that he can take control over the d5 square. But I have to say, I do really like Fabiano's plan. e5, just block the battery that is going on between the bishop and the queen. And we got fun times ahead, h5 on the board.
Yeah, you go back, I go forward. The white knight has retreated away from its king, so makes a lot of sense to drive the h-pawn forward and hope for a kingside attack later.
Very Alpha Zero-esque. When in doubt these days, get that h-pawn moving. We see the trades, the knight headed now towards that e3 square. Can you defend it? Do you plant your own knight via e6 trying to target the king side? He does stop knight e3. Is he about to give up his dark squared bishop for that knight?
He's at least thinking about it, Fabiano here. He doesn't need to rush this white knight. If it isn't captured, though, might just retreat. Fabi breaks open on the other side. It's not quite a Maroczy bind, but that was the stronghold for white. The c4 pawn, it's being traded off.
I meant after knight e3.
Oh, after knight e3, yes.
Bishop takes knight is perhaps what he wanted.
Definitely.
But Fabiano's position is so harmonious. You know, he's making all the right moves. b5 just challenging open the queen side. And you have to remember, Hikaru is in a must-win situation. And he's getting nowhere with his attack. He doesn't control any of the critical squares. And guess what? Time is ticking down.
It's been crazy to watch, you know. Hikaru, the absolute speed monster. He took down Magnus Carlsen in an Armageddon. I think he had the next win as well in an Armageddon. But what happened yesterday against Arjun, and this one struggling as well in the position with the white pieces. So quickly things going wrong. Fabi, you know, in complete control. He's playing on the queen side. He's playing at the center. He's also playing with that bishop on h6. Somehow, Hikaru in the Armageddon, do you think his best is not there yet at Norway Chess?
Yeah, he hasn't reached his best. Yes, he beat Magnus in Armageddon on day 2, but it's actually been horrible for him ever since. He lost to Gukesh in the Classical. He lost the Armageddon to Wei Yi. He lost the Armageddon to Arjun. Hikaru's lost 3 matches in a row. This could be his 4th, unless he's able to turn this position around. It's not the end for white. He's not lost or anything, but black here with a big, big advantage already. Yeah. And yeah, black's piece is just so harmonious. That is the key. I wouldn't be surprised if a knight lands into the center here. It does. He just wants to trade things off here, Fabiano. Only move territory for Hikaru. He has to take this black knight before it jumps over to g5 to h3. The white king actually in some serious danger.
But isn't he about to win a pawn if he does that? Take that knight, push that knight away, and who's going to protect the d6 pawn? Hikaru about to reach out, hand movement, shake of his head there. He does eventually go for it, but not happy with the position. Rook takes pawn next.
Yeah, and there you're seeing that the knight is being driven backwards. But it's all about the white king. The white king is looking very shaky indeed. You know, knight h3 check is on the agenda. Also, you have ideas such as e4, just opening up the diagonals. Ultimately, the pawn on d6 isn't that important just yet.
I'd take it. You know, even if you're worse and suffering, you want to do it for something. It's a pawn.
Something to hold on to cling on to for dear life. I do think it's his style as well, Hikaru. He tends to be very skeptical of direct attacks these days. So, yeah, he might just be calling Fabi's bluff, if it is a bluff. That is the big question. Fabiano, though, with so many tempting options, e4, knight h3, all of the moves you guys suggested. And bishop f8 might be another reason he might be kind of reticent to capture the d6 pawn for, but he's going for it. His hand was moving towards his rook.
It just feels like Hikaru is so unsure of his moves. Usually you don't see so much of the shake of the head, him pulling back, sort of double guessing all these things. I think it comes from the ghost of the past, right? He beats Fabiano Caruana in the classical in the first game, wins the second Armageddon against Magnus, and then 3, like you said, back-to-back losses there. Check, by the way, it's still just a pawn, lot of compensation. White's king not feeling safe. If a queen was to land on f2, get it on that dark square diagonal, that would be game over. How do you get that queen to c5? Is he eyeing queen b5, queen c5 ideas?
It's definitely on the agenda. It's certainly what Hikaru Fabi wants to do. Just deliver checkmate on f2. That would be very sweet, but Hikaru is not going to let him. And now the queens come off the board. And Fabiano does have compensation for his sacrifice pawn, but he has to play energetically just to stay alive in this game.
Yeah, suddenly it is level material. Fabi did win his pawn back, but the black knight in h3 looks misplaced. And white has some very easy moves. Knight to d3 is going to cover a lot of squares. The white rooks are ready to jump to the 7th rank. Also, this is Hikaru's type of position. Nowadays, most of the blitz games he wins online, on Tidal Tuesday, just general blitz games, they are in these quieter positions. Queen's off, no risk of being checkmated. I think Fabi should have gone for the attack.
I have the same feeling. You know, that compensation fight looked a lot better than this level material fight that we've set ourselves up for. A lot easier to be white here. Right now, rook a4 on the board, attacking the bishop. Are you going to fall back with the bishop to the long diagonal, or do you defend it? Big decisions here. Rook d5 is the move that, David, you're highlighting. I would want to keep that rook active to get on the 7th rank. So bishop c3 would be my move of choice here.
And just to update you on the results, Arjun Erigaisi Wei also draw, also headed to Armageddon. So 3 Armageddon so far.
2 to go.
Jovanka, who was on... Oh, wait, that was me? Did I pick 3? Oh, my God, I've run out of my Armageddons. Stop the count right now at Norway Chess.
Ooh, he chooses another square. Hikaru Nakamura, the bar slides down slightly. That bishop is headed towards the f6 square. Very nice post for it. The black king will then be caged. Lots of mating ideas. So Fabi needs to find an active move. He tries to trade off that white bishop. Hikaru with a quick look at the clock, quick frown. What's he going to do? To trade or not to trade? He keeps the bishop on. And now, big threat to trap the black knight. The white king is coming. That black knight has no safe retreat squares yet. It needs some help from its pieces. The black bishop moves out the way, vacating the g5 square.
And setting up ideas such as e4 or h4, but definitely rescuing the knight. You just have to remember, Fabiano just needs to hold on to this position. If he does that, he will walk away with 1.5 points and Armageddon victory.
I think so far Hikaru's not only done well on the board to make sure the game stays alive so that the draw isn't that clear, but also kept control over the clock. He is a bit uncertain, a bit undecided right now in every move, keeps looking around. He needs to make sure that clock advantage does not dwindle away. Decisions lie ahead. He does play a sort of a non-committal move. I'm not sure what the idea of rook to c6 really is here. Is it just something you want to get a move on the board?
Yeah, it feels like that. This is Hikaru. This is just his style. He plays those moves that always improve things slightly. don't necessarily commit anything, that are mysterious to the opponent. Fabiano's move, given a question mark, pushing the black pawn there. I don't think it's a concrete mistake necessarily, not a tactical blunder, but doesn't necessarily help the black position. I wouldn't be shocked to see the white knight start to improve towards the center, the white king maybe boot the black knight out, but Hikaru, it's that indecision we were talking about earlier. His time advantage is less than 40 seconds now. That is a big change. It's a sprint to the finish. They still don't get increment for another 7 moves, the players.
Well, he does come in with the knight, hits that bishop away, and the blue arrow appears. It's the only move for Fabiano.
Wow, the only move. He doesn't find it. Now look at the bar shoot up. The black bishop is actually lacking squares. Doesn't have so many safe squares. The black knight also almost trapped. He's got to be so careful, Fabiano. He's already gone in the wrong direction, but that was a difficult move to find.
Oh, and in comes the rook. Well, Hikaru making his intentions clear. He just wants to trade off rooks and hunt down the a-pawn, and there we see was awarded a miss, but bishop takes e5. Fabi just defending that pawn with bishop b2.
Yeah, we should mention Hikaru's best move was to keep those rooks on, to drop the white rook back to b1 to hunt down the black bishop. So a missed opportunity, but still chances for white here.
You know, I'd be worried if I'm black about the king there. It's got none of the pieces around it. If somehow Hikaru can manage to get his knight to d5, get that bishop via d6, e7, f6, the rook already ready to jump on the 8th rank. Yes, it's the end game, but still full of dangers.
And he's doing exactly that, Tanya, as the knight tries to snake its way in to those dark squares. But remember, Fabiano just needs to draw. He just needs to trade off those pieces. The pawn on a2 is also hanging. If he can take care of his king, he will be doing extremely well. And there we see an exchange of pawns on g3 first. And I'm expecting rook takes a2 or maybe the knight to come back to g5. Just get out of potential trouble.
There we go. Good call, Jovanka. He retreats his knight. Fabi trying to bring back some defenders at least. Oh, this is so tense. It's hard to predict exactly what's going to happen next. It feels like Fabi should be totally fine as long as he doesn't get checkmated. But 3 pieces still on the board. There's going to be tactics. Black's lacking coordination. Down to 2 minutes each, almost.
I really like this move by Jovanka and Fabi. You know, just playing knight g5, getting that knight to e6. You keep things under control. You're trying to get that harmony, that coordination between your own pieces. Hikaru jumps in with a double attack. e5 hanging as well. Can he just get greedy? He first saves his pawn. He needs to play for a win. He doesn't want to trade the central pawn for that a2 pawn.
Oh.
That's a great move from Hikaru, just keeping the tension. The black rook looks a bit silly now. The black rook is actually trapped. And so if the white king is ever able to slide over, that black rook might just be doomed. How is it going to get out of that cage on the edge of the board?
Big question.
And there you see Hikaru driving the black pieces backwards. And yeah, David, your idea is very much in the air. Just strolling over to the queen side with the king. What can Fabi do to fight this plan?
And look at the way every move Hikaru's taken away key squares from Fabiano's pieces. You know, a3, e3, the central d4 square gone. And now he doesn't yet reach out for the king. Does he want to get f5? Is he going for the attack?
He is.
Now he pins the black bishop. Black needs to get out of the 8th rank. That is so scary, this black bishop. On the good side, on the bright side here for Fabiano, he can escape with his rook now in the next few moves. It's no longer trapped. This one's still in the balance, but Fabi down at 1 minute. They get in 1 second increment. Now they've passed move 40, but that might not be enough.
And Fabiano has to hold the nerve to get that much needed draw and the Armageddon victory. So he steps up with the king, but ooh, the bishop on f8 is loose.
And Hikaru locked in. He spots something. He feels this is not the right move.
And of course, he starts destabilizing the knight. Knight has to move.
But you're losing the f8 bishop. What did Fabi just do?
Yeah, but the white knight will be hanging if the black bishop is captured. Hikaru actually had a winning move. He shouldn't have rushed. He should have brought his bishop back to e5 first and then gone for this, because with the bishop on e5, any rook check behind is checkmate. He could then have captured the bishop and then delivered checkmate in the corner. Now he's 1 move too slow.
Now if you put that bishop on that central square, which I think he just goes to f4, bishop g7 would have defended everything. Bishop f4 hitting the knight. Fabi, is he going to use his bishop to defend it, or does he move it in? He goes in, but it's the wrong choice.
The wrong choice. Fabi there should have used his bishop to defend his knight, but that was difficult. That was a very tough move. And now Hikaru, only move to get an advantage is to slide in with his bishop. He does.
But bishop g7, you neutralize that bishop.
Yeah, okay, and he needed to do that just to cover that diagonal, otherwise checkmating threats on h8 were possible. And this is the problem. The black rook is still super caged.
Black rook can move back to a6, but it's got no way out of there.
Not
and Hikaru
anymore.
closes the door.
And look at the clock now, Fabi, under 30 seconds. And it's such a tricky endgame. The only move to keep the balance going after the f5 pawn.
Oh, you can't defend it. You can take it next move. If the white rook slides back, you take it anyway because the white knight is hanging.
He does it tactics, picks up the knight. f7 pawn falls. Oh my goodness, this is a draw position completely, but it's about flagging now. Hikaru has to flag Fabi. With 20 seconds on the clock, can Fabi hold this?
Yeah, and for Hikaru, he just has to make sure his king is absolutely safe and the e3 pawn does not fall. If he can do that, then he has some winning chances in promoting the a pawn.
He lines up a discovered check, but the black king moves. Another check. The black king, is it coming in? Is it coming further forward? Fabi brings his king forward. The white king in some danger, but Hikaru offering a trade of rooks to take or not to take.
Not to take.
No take.
Don't take it. Maybe it's still a draw, but it's such... Oh, he does!
It
Does. It's a race. If the black king gets back to the corner, black can give up his bishop for the e-pawn.
It's the wrong color.
It's the wrong color.
The a8 square is the wrong color as the white bishop.
And he's found it. He's headed there immediately, and now... Well, Fabiano is going to go king b8, king a8. He's going to live in the corner, and there it comes. It is a draw. Fabiano wins the Armageddon. Wow. So much action there. But we cannot rest here because there is another Armageddon in play. So let's head immediately to the Ju Wenjun Leiting-Jie game and see what is happening right there.
Unbelievable. The curse of the Armageddon continues for Hikaru Nakamura as he suffers his 4th straight loss in the mini matches at Norway Chess. Fabiano Caruana just surviving that game under so much pressure.
Yeah, Fabi defended like a lion there. Deserved it in the end, but Hikaru ruining those missed chances. 3 Armageddon losses in a row. Who would have thought it from the speed king there, Hikaru. But he'll be aiming to bounce back tomorrow. This one, in the meantime, is the queen of Armageddon chess, Ju Wenjun, in the driver's seat. Yes, she lost to Leiting-Jie in the first half in round 1 in Armageddon, but this time white in control. Full dominance, mainly because of this black knight stuck on the edge of the board. There's a big backward pawn as well. The c6 pawn, huge target for eternity. So this construction, the knight, the pawn on c6, mean that the foundations of black's position are shaky, but you still need a breakthrough. Not going to be easy in this time format. 2.5 minutes versus 1 minute. Do you think she has enough time here to find a path forward?
Very difficult for Leiting-Jie to hold this one, right? You've got this attack to deal with, c6 weakness, white's rook active, and look at the clock situation as well. Wenjun up on the clock there.
Whoa, tactics.
That's a big move.
But is it good?
f4 rook is defended by the rook that's overloaded on f8. Wenjun is relying on the idea of rook takes knight next and to pick up the rook on f4.
Okay, but Leiting-Jie doesn't have too much time to deal with this shocker of a move, so she captures with the e-pawn, and Ju Wenjun is just simply relying on rook takes knight and the fact that the rook on f4 is loose.
But she has missed now Ju Wenjun, that black can jettison her rook. There we go, rook takes f3. That black rook on f4 was doomed anyway. It was hanging, so she gives it up for the highest price. She grabs a pawn in the process, defending her rook at the top of the board. It's going to be level material. Ju Wenjun, with that little transformation, she traded off her really nice, beautiful knight for black's horrible piece on the edge of the board. That was not a good trade.
Just rushed in with the tactics there. And now it's also the white king that's perhaps not feeling so safe. Once the rooks are off the board, black can go h4 and plant the queen on g3.
And now Ju Wenjun has to do some repair work. She starts covering some of the critical squares. Well, h4 plates, setting up ideas of queen to g3 checks. And here comes Ju Wenjun. She's trying to knit together the position. Queen steps up, defends the h-pawn. Maybe she has chances of just holding firm and advancing the e-pawn.
She sets up queen f4 check, so be careful if you're white. And Wenjun, in a must-win, goes all out with e6.
She's giving up her central pawn. It's all about the e-pawn right now. Taking this pawn might even be poisoned, allowing a pawn to land on e7 and a white rook to swing over. Oh, it's so difficult. No time on the clock for Lei Ting-Jie. She has one move to make before she gets the 1 second increment. She's down at 10 seconds.
And will she trade? Will she, for fighting for that draw, believe that she can get into a rook pawn ending? Because you have to be really careful. The c6 pawn would have been incredibly weak, and she finds the right move.
She finds a great move, but 7 seconds. She's got to play for the rest of this game with no time now, and her pieces are so passive with black. And a blunder. She's walked into a check, and now the h4 pawn is dropping.
Yeah.
But is she relying on the b4 pawn falling as well? We're going to find out. She does it. Pawn trades. This is so close, hanging by a thread with that pawn on e7 for black.
Yep. And with Ju Wenjun, she has some time just to recover from that transition, can step up with the king. She can just make sure that everything is held together, protected. 42 seconds left.
But
Clock is ticking down.
How do you improve this? As white, you feel you've maximized everything, right? Ivanka, your pawn is on e7. The rook and the queen are tied down to defend that pawn. How are you building the pressure? You want your pieces to get to g7, but the moment you blink, either the rook moves or the queen moves, you lose the biggest power point in the position. And look at how quickly Ting-Jie brings her queen back, stays connected to the e7 pawn. The b pawn is about to roll down the board.
It is, and now the clock is a problem for Ju Wenjun as she struggles to play h4. b4 is coming, and it is a race again. Now the e7 pawn's fallen off, and Lei Ting-Jie managing to make some very, very quick moves.
Wenjun trying desperately to flag her compatriot, her countrymate. That is the big hope now. Both players under 10 seconds, David.
Oh, but queen's off the board. Lei Ting-Jie should be safe here. So few pawns left. Both kings getting active. Who can hold their nerve? There's a check, though. Ju Wenjun's bringing her king here forward.
Oh,
active king.
And just seconds, and the f6 pawn is going to fall off the board.
2 versus 1 in terms of pawns. Ju Wenjun is totally winning now. 2 connected pass pawns. She tricked Lei Ting-Jie there, who was too passive, allowing the white king to walk forward.
Yeah. And Ju Wenjun in a must-win situation. She is finding those moves with seconds left. It's just about holding your nerve here.
Oof, but watch out for the d pawn as well. How trivial is this with a second on the clock? And it is not trivial at all.
It's not.
She made that move with 1 second. Lei Ting-Jie here about to save this game, or she's blundered back.
But she can't make those long-distance moves.
Oh, wow. Oh, using 2 hands on the clock there. Lei Ting-Jie resigns. I thought she was about to claim something there, but she had a lost position in the end.
Well,
was it wise to resign? And when you only have 2 seconds?
Using 2 hands for a move, I'm not sure what the rules on that are. That looks a bit dodgy.
That was not legal, although she would have just been penalized 1 minute. Lei Ting-Jie would have got an extra minute if she had claimed Ju Wenjun using 2 hands there, but the final position was winning white with a new queen.
Yeah, looks like the Armageddon is Ju Wenjun's stage. I mean, she's just been such a slay queen on that, you know, winning, what, her 5th Armageddon, I want to say? Incredible scenes.
Yes, and whilst we have just to catch our breaths just for a moment, let's go and check the bird's eye view and have a look at how the classical games are in progress. And I also wouldn't mind breaking down what exactly happened in the game between Arjun and Wei Yi. But let's have an assessment of the games in play. It's a completely different kind of state of play here.
Is Gukesh just busted? I mean, I'm not just saying because of the bar, saying that that's a top center board right there. Magnus, you know, it looks like he's gotten all the ideas we were talking about. He's putting pressure on that central e4 pawn. The h pawn threatening to go to h4 and in fact winning a key e4 pawn next. How does Gukesh defend this? And meanwhile, what's the progress that Gukesh has made on his position?
Gukesh is about to win a pawn, at least temporarily. That's what I'm going to say. He's going to grab the a5 pawn, but I mean, white centre's collapsing. I don't think that a pawn is worth all of the hassle he's gone to, Gukesh. It feels like he's just been positionally outplayed by Magnus. I think pushing the pawn to d5 was just, I don't know, you haven't played Magnus too many times at this point in your career if you're 19 years old, but I don't know, I've seen Magnus win these positions so many times throughout the last 15, 20 years. It feels like inexperience from Gukesh, and he's getting punished.
Yeah, what you're saying, David, makes me feel like against Magnus, you have to keep those dynamic chances alive. You know, give him that blocked position where it's everything is in balance. Magnus finds a way to improve his pieces faster than you can. And he grinds down those ideas. I mean, it looks like in the last 10 moves, It's been a Magnus Carlsen show. You know, the a5 pawn that you're talking about, queen takes pawn. I will admit that I didn't even see that as a threat first. I was so focused on h4. And once e4 falls, it doesn't stop there. The buck doesn't stop there. g2 falls, d5 falls.
Yeah, let's just put a few moves on the board. Or actually, we don't need to because Gukesh is going to show us. We're going to see a queen trade. Magnus is going to whip that queen off the board. There we go. It's an endgame as well. Ominous when you hear that word, when it is the big number one himself, Magnus Carlsen, endgame. But h4 now, automatic. And he's about to collapse the white center.
And it's happening. He does it quickly. I don't know if you have the time, but I'd love to see how this happened. Maybe just a quick action replay. Because it turns out Magnus didn't sacrifice a piece, but strategically outplayed Gukesh in this one.
It certainly looks like he overwhelmed Gukesh. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, let's jump in. And while Danny was here, we were talking about bishop takes pawn, which was very, very strong. But Magnus found an equally strong way to keep the tension. Stylistic choice. He keeps the tension, keeps the advantage as well by playing pawn to g6, setting up this h5 pawn push we see very shortly. King to h1, sidestepping any bishop takes pawn, and knight checks on h3. So Gukesh showing he was aware of that, but the king not standing great on h1 either, as we'll soon see. The bishop came out to a new angle, new diagonal. Queen to a2, hunting down this a5 pawn, and Magnus plants his bishop behind enemy lines here, the e4 pawn collapsing. The knight comes back to try and defend, but now another defender removed. h5, queen takes pawn. Yes, it's a queen trade, but now this knight on g3, almost trapped, has to retreat to f1 if it wants to stay alive, but then the center falls. e4 is the first to collapse. The other black rook's going to come in. It's just positional domination, it feels like right now. Gukesh isn't even moving his knight now, thinking of other ways to keep things going. Maybe he doesn't need to rush, but Magnus still in control.
Yeah, definitely Magnus in control. He has to just sound the retreat for the knight. I mean, it's quite sad, actually, right? And when everything collapses like this, you've been grimly holding on and then gone.
Yeah. Tough position. It just feels like ever since d5 happened, Magnus has improved so much.
Yes, definitely a tough times there for the world champion Gukesh. But, well, we have great news for you because we are joined by a very special guest on our studio. Fabiana Caruana is joining us here. Now, Fabi, you just won in the Armageddon against Hikaru. I mean, tell us more about what was that like?
It's a tough game. I mean, I had a really nice position, but then it went out of control as it often does. And I was probably losing. I mean, I didn't check the game. I don't know for sure, but it felt losing at some point. But I somehow escaped, which is a good feeling, at least to win an Armageddon game. I haven't won one yet, so it's nice to get a win in. And overall, it was a good day.
It was a good day. Yeah, we saw in the classical that it looked like, well, Hikaru even went on the confessional and said that you thought you got all your prep in and that you were feeling very happy.
Yeah, I did. I wanted to surprise him, so I changed my third move. I played e6 against Wei Yi. In that game, I had gotten a bit surprised. And I felt, of course, if Hikaru was going for this, then he wants something there. I wasn't sure what exactly, but I decided not to repeat it and find out. And I played a line which he had played against me 2 years ago, which is quite interesting. I actually expected him to take on c6. That's what I did against him in the Champions Tour finals. Take d4, and we get a Marazzi structure. And I think he played g6 against me here, which isn't the most accurate, but yeah, it's this type of position ended in a draw in our game. So I was ready to play this. And bishop f1 is, of course, critical as well, but gives black some extra options compared to developing the knight on f6. This is sort of the point, that you can delay the knight's development there, as I did with e5 and bishop e7, very often preparing g5 in many cases. If he doesn't play d4, then often I'm going for g5. And if he does go for d4, then it becomes very concrete.
Mm-hmm.
And, I understand his bailout. It's leads the game away from any interesting territory when he takes on e5, but you don't want to play d5 necessarily and go for very, very sharp things. Knight d4, bishop e3, knight takes f3, gf3, bishop d7. It's extremely complex position.
And this is a question, right? Because you're now in the second half of the tournament. How much risk do you want to be taking in the classical games, bearing in mind that you're going to get that 3 points for the win?
Yesterday I was with black pieces, it's difficult to take risk. Yesterday I was taking a lot of risk. because I did feel that it was a game where if I win, it can change the course of the tournament. Today, okay, I'm playing with the black pieces, and a draw is not a bad result. There's still many games to go. Unfortunately, Magnus is probably going to win. So that's, I guess, not great for anyone trying to catch him. But yeah, from my point of view, I guess today is a good result.
And Fabi, as you were breaking down the opening for us, Magnus was actually in the confessional, and he was full of praise for your second, Aryan Tari, and he said that, you know, he's been noticing some very inspired opening ideas by Aryan. It's the first time you guys are working together. How's that experience been, and what's it like?
Yeah, it's great. It's been going very well. Yeah, it's our first time. We hadn't worked at all before this. We didn't know each other so well, but it's been going well. I've been trying to mix it up in the opening a bit. So, I mean, not playing stuff that's super strange, but and I have, you know, played the Rosalimo a lot in the past year, but still some quite unique and interesting positions rather than, you know, a lot of the typical openings we often see, which are great openings, but a lot less interesting to analyze.
And, well, Fabi, I'd like to thank you for joining us. But before you leave, this is the Armageddon game between Arjun and Wei. What are your thoughts? Who do you think will win?
It's like, how many games have we seen in this position? This is like a million games from this position. I think there was this game of Prague from Vachier-Lagrave, Prague and...
Max Varmadan?
Yeah, maybe it was Max. Yeah. We're definitely thinking of the same game. It's just like long theory that inevitably goes towards a draw, but maybe Arjun has something in mind, or maybe Wei doesn't remember precisely what to do.
Yeah, he's down to 5 minutes, right? So it looks like he's not familiar with. He probably knows the games, but is he trying to recollect the exact move order? Because it looks like a very dangerous position for Black. You have to be very careful here, no?
Yeah, well, Black survives. Oh, I guess E4 is the idea. I mean, Black survives by only moves, but it is all theory. So, yeah, I mean, Rook A3 is a threat. So Rook D8 here, Knight D6.
King.
Is this a theory?
Something like Knight D6,
King
King
E6.
moves, Queen C1? Is that?
I remember that it's very important that you go to either E7 or F8, but I can't remember which square it is.
Same. We'll find out, I guess.
Wei will play the right move now, because I'm sure he remembers.
It's King F8.
King F8, Queen C1, and Queen A4, right? Is that that's the line? Yeah. Okay.
The queen is trapped on A2. You're playing white, Armageddon. What's the best strategy in your opinion?
I think
He doesn't remember it. Oh. He plays the wrong square. But what's the difference between E7 and F8, Fabi?
it was some check on G5 somewhere. I don't remember.
Oh my goodness.
We'll find out. Arjun will show us, surely. Queen C1 threat.
Queen A4.
So huge threat of trapping the queen. Rook A3 is the idea. So Queen A4 is the move you guys are talking about. To fight against
Queen
it.
A4, Bishop B5 must be the move, right?
And the queen is trapped.
He just takes the pawn.
No, I mean Arjun knows why King E7 is bad, so it's just basically just a free win. Yeah, Knight D4, Queen G5. This is it. Yeah.
Is it as over as the bar suggests? Is there any hope for Wei?
Not when you're facing someone so prepared as Arjun, surely. Arjun's only spent 40 seconds here. Wei Yi's used more than half his time.
Yeah, you need to play Knight D4 here. You need the king on F8. This is the nuance.
Ouch.
So there would be no check if the king would be on F8.
Fabi, Jovanka was asking, do you have any specific kind of strategies for Armageddon? Do you just play your normal stuff, or do you have a specific tailored approach?
I think like playing a long game is really good. Sort of what Hikaru got against me, but I think Hikaru was worse for most of the game, so maybe not exactly that. If you can get like a long game and get your opponent to have to make decisions on every move, or this, where you just win from the opening.
That's a good strategy. But we do have a question from chat from Crash TQ. It says, do you think your prep has worked well so far in this tournament?
Yeah, overall, I mean, okay, against Hikaru was in the first round was obviously not good. I mean, the opening was stale, and losing the game was also not good. But besides that, Against Wei Yi, I got a fight. I mean, I was out-prepared, but still I got a fight, so it was good. Against Magnus, I think was a great opening choice. I think it just worked perfectly. It was really unpleasant for him. And against Arjun, should have been a draw, but still somehow worked out. So overall, I think the prep has been good, and there have been a lot of interesting openings, a lot of rather unusual openings. Like the game against Arjun was really unusual. The game against Magnus, after he played Bishop of 6, was just totally fresh, completely new position. So yeah, overall, I'm happy.
Yeah, and it's interesting tournament, right? You have the classical element, and then you have the Armageddon element. When you're preparing, do you prepare for both scenarios, or do you just focus on the classical?
Just classical, yeah. The thing is, I have found it a bit difficult to like have any kind of mental energy left after the classical and the Armageddons I've played so far. It's like it's not that I don't care, it's just that I feel like relaxed, just way too relaxed. Because after the classical game's over, it feels like the day is over, and then the next day like the tension will come again, but yeah, which is of course not good because it's still like a really tough game that I have to play. But yeah, it can be tough to adjust. It's very unusual. Usually you play like Rapid and then Armageddon in a match, and then you have like kind of the same time control, but you play a full classical game, 5 hours, and then you just stop and play basically a 15-minute game, and it can be difficult to adjust.
Yeah, and you only have 20 minutes. I mean, what usually goes on in those 20 minutes to get ready for Armageddon? Are you checking lines, or are you just relaxing?
Not checking lines, but kind of just deciding mentally what line to play, or what opening to play. Like I kind of decided if Hikaru plays his usual knight f3, b3, g3, whatever stuff, that I'll play with g6 and kind of keep it very slow. Against Magnus yesterday, I decided to play the bishop g5 Italian, didn't check anything, but the opening kind of didn't work out, but then I got an unexpected chance for a move. Just should have taken it. Unfortunately, I wasn't very tactically sharp. So yeah, just like I don't want to check lines in between these two games. It's, I'll completely kill all my energy.
Yeah, and you had a tough moment as well when you were playing Gukesh. You felt like you were going to win, and then it was a draw. Then you had to get ready for Armageddon. It must be difficult, right, to adjust?
Yeah, it can be. The thing is, during the game, I didn't realize I was winning. I thought I was close, like very practically close, but I didn't realize that it was a win because after Queen f4, it felt like, yeah, maybe there's a win, but it's very hard to say. And I missed Rook d2. After the game, of course, you see that it's winning with Queen d4, but it wasn't quite so obvious over the board. I mean, also against Magnus, I had no idea I was winning for a move. I already thought the game was going towards a draw. He played g5, and I thought, okay, it's the same thing, right? It's still going towards a draw.
Fabi, we had Gukesh in the studio earlier, and he said, out of you, Magnus and Hikaru, you are the player who's hardest to prepare against. Would you agree with him?
I think I play a lot of random openings.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah. So I don't know what I'm preparing most of the time. I have no idea what I'm going to play the day until like the day of the game.
Do you roll the dice?
I don't do that. I don't have like how many heads does Magnus's dice have?
20, I think.
Yeah, I don't have that. But maybe like a normal dice.
And finally, going back to the board, do you see any chance for Wei Yi to survive this one? He's a piece down.
Yeah, he's also down 5 minutes. And he can just play like bishop d3 and castle next move, so... No. I would say his chances of survival are somewhere in the tenths of a percent.
Yes. Okay. Well, there you had it. Arjun is in prime position to win this Armageddon match and pick up those 1.5 points. Thank you very much, Fabi, for joining us here in the studio and just being so wonderfully honest.
Thanks.
Thank you, and good luck
in
the remaining games.
Appreciate you, Fabi, for your time. Thank you.
In the meantime, will Arjun play the move Fabiano recommends, bishop to d3? That is an important one, covering the b1 square, because black, in some variations, can actually capture this knight and deliver a nasty skewer on the back rank. He's reaching for the bishop. He does play Fabiano's suggestion here. White is one move away from safety. If you castle, you're just a clear knight up. The black a-pawn is miles away from causing any real nuisance here, and it feels like he's done all the hard work, Arjun, 5 minutes against 1 minute, still only at move 26. Wei Yi needs to survive on board, and clock looks almost impossible now.
And this was crazy, right? You and Fabi were discussing that this is a position that has come so many times at elite level chess, and it's something that you were expecting Wei Yi to be familiar with. And then that one inaccuracy, putting the king at the wrong square, king to e7, cost him. Did that surprise you that Wei Yi was not clear about the path in a well-known opening?
Yeah, it was surprising. Maybe it's something he analyzed for a previous game, maybe a few weeks ago, a few months ago, Wei Yi, but suddenly you're thrown in to this kind of crucible of just heat and pressure and time and everything. And yeah, it just, it eluded him the right move. It was a 50-50 if that position is fresh to you, but he should really have maybe known the details. If you're going to play a sharp forcing line like this, you need to be 100% booked up. And yeah, self-inflicted, free half point, kind of differential between the win and the loss in Armageddon. But yeah, could be important come the end of the season, end of the tournament here. Fabiano maybe slightly critical of the opening choice from Wei Yi, but ultimately these things do happen, opening accidents. I think the moral of the story, you cannot take on Arjun Erigaisi head-on in an opening battle. Magnus showed it. You just take him out of what he knows, and it's a fair fight. But if you play into his opening theory, it's hard.
Especially sharp opening battles, even if it takes making, a move that objectively might not be the strongest. But definitely when it requires this kind of memory, you have to be so well prepared against Arjun. Now, doubling up on the second rank, so Wei Yi trying to find some counterplay here. Upper piece, compensation, only 1 pawn, and rook activity. Do you agree with Fabi that you barely ever hold this? What did he say, 1/10 times? 1 out of 10 times?
It was, no, percent. Oh. It was less than 1%. It was like tenths of a percentage point. So, yeah, it feels like you never save this. If you want to play safe with white, you bring your knight back and defend your pawn. Probably you can capture this bishop and the tactics work out. He does capture it, Arjun. He's going to take back with his rook, most likely. Yep. The good thing is the white bishop can always come back to defend the pawns in front of the white king if necessary. So the white rook's actually free to roam and free to pick off the black pawns.
Yeah, and this is the thing with bishops. They're such long-range pieces that, yeah, this is perfect. Rook a6, get behind the a-pawn, and as you mentioned, David, just drop to f1 and defend g2. Yep.
I mean, I'm going to say this position completely winning for Arjun. He's up a piece, and I think we can say that. By the way, crazy things happening on the Gukesh Magnus board. It's your call. Should we stay or should we take a quick look? Chat screaming for that one as well, and Magnus doing insane Magnus things.
Yeah, let's head there because this game between Wei Yi and Arjun is going to be definitely one-way traffic for Arjun. So, wow, what's happening here?
Yeah, not much has changed actually since we were last here. The white knight still hanging. We've seen some dancing between rooks. The white rook came back to a2, came back now up to a7. Basically, Gukesh is arguing that if you take my knight, I'll recapture with a pawn, and the white pawn on g3 will hit the black knight on f4, which is tied down defending the black bishop, so white regains the material. Magnus does not need to rush, however, to take this white knight. Keeping the status quo, just improving the position, the pieces should be enough. Gukesh there looked up at the screen. He is worried about the time control. Still 9 moves before he gets the 10-second increment. He's down at 9 minutes. Magnus, he's so good on the clock. He's so strong on the position right now. I don't know exactly how he improves the position, but it feels like at the right moment the hammer will fall and the white knight will be lost.
You know, I have to say that Magnus, so far in both his classical games against Gukesh, has shown that he's still the boss. And that there are levels to chess and he's at a different league. Yes, the first classical game, it was a battle, but Gukesh was the one who had to be incredibly careful and, find those precise moves at the end, which he failed to do. And eventually Magnus flawlessly converted that, right? Hunting down Gukesh's king there. And this game has just been a Magnus show. Since that d5 move happened, he's just never given counterplay to Gukesh. Look at those minor pieces, the h-pawn, the rooks doubled up. Compare it to their counterparts, except that rook on a7. Bishop on c6 looks pretty, but no targets. It's not essentially doing nothing at all on the board. Knight g3, knight d2, rook e3, all clamped down. I mean, this is going to be a miracle. He needs more than a miracle to survive this against a player like Magnus.
Yeah. No, white's piece is completely uncoordinated. They look pretty. The rook on a7, as you mentioned, bishop on c6, but got no purpose. And ultimately, white is going to have to just go back with the knights once Magnus has decided how he can organize his pieces. There's just no threat.
Quick update for everyone at home. Arjun Erigaisi did, as expected, win. He was a piece up against Wei Yi and converted flawlessly.
A huge opening fumble there by Wei Yi, which pretty much gave the game away in what, less than 10 moves with King E7?
Yeah. Well, sometimes it happens, just a bad day at the office, but there is another Armageddon, and that is, of course, between Sarah Kadem and Anna Musicek.
That's 4 Armageddons so far.
I'm out of the race today. Yogi, yours was 4. Okay. It needs to stop now. Definitely stop the count now. I think even David wants to lose this one.
Yeah, it does look like Vachier-Lagrave has an advantage against Humpy and Magnus, with a huge advantage here against Gukesh. So most likely the 2 remaining classical games will be decisive.
Yep. Well, fingers crossed, anything can still happen because it's Norway Chess. And the clock starts ticking down, and that's when the pressure starts to rise. So Magnus in complete control. I mean, we should suggest some moves, right?
What moves come to mind? Because the one downside to Black's position, not objectively, but in kind of practical terms, is that everything looks maxed out. Like your knight on f6, beautiful, putting pressure on e4. Your knight on f4, also beautiful, defending your bishop. Your bishop needed on this square to put pressure on the center. Rooks lined up perfectly. How do you improve an already almost perfect position? Just to put these moves on the board for everyone at home, taking the knight on g3 would be too hasty because white will recapture. The black knight under fire, the black bishop under fire. Still an advantage for Magnus, but he doesn't need to cash in yet, sell his advantage short. And okay, hand movement. It does look like he's ready to move a piece in white's half of the board.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what he wants, but I was thinking about bishop c2. He goes rook d4, another really nice move defending the bishop. So reigniting the threat of pawn takes knight. Gukesh jumps in with his own knight, attacking the rook that's just moved in. He was prepared for this move. The speed with which he played, he was expecting it.
This is concrete suddenly. The black rook under fire, the black pawn on the edge of the board. I think Magnus is going to take this knight. There we go. And you have to recapture this pawn now before it takes on f2 and becomes a queen. So suddenly 2 pieces hanging, but Magnus is a whole knight up for now. His rook, though, attacked, his knight attacked. How does he deal with both?
Can you just take on e4, take that pawn?
It's quite funny. Potentially, Magnus has 3 pieces that could fall off the board. Any move.
Yeah. The rook, the knight, and the bishop.
Yeah, actually, rook takes pawn. You probably just take and capture on f4.
Magnus will likely be a pawn up in most endgames anyway, but he wants more. And okay, raise of the eyebrows from Magnus. What does he want here? What has he seen?
Well, there are a lot of tempting moves, right? If you're losing the knight anyway, you could sacrifice it for one of the 2 kingside pawns. I'm scared to suggest one. Maybe there's no difference, but I would like the king to stay on h1, so maybe the h3 pawn. And then take on e4.
Yeah, there's so much choice, right? You can jettison the knight that way. You can also capture the pawn on b3 with your rook. You can also capture on d5 if you want to go in that direction with the knight.
Have to make a decision.
The question, which one of those is the most cleanest way?
And they all look good. But Magnus's conversion is usually cold and clinical, so I think he'll show us the path.
Yeah, I like this one, knight takes h3. We'll await Magnus making a decision just to show the whole idea. Your rook will drop in the center, but oh, he does take this one. So knight takes h3 is on the board. Boom. The knight capturing a pawn. Good call, Tanya, there. Yeah, just to show, knight takes rook now. You are hitting the white rook. If the rook takes this bishop, your knight is on a good square because it lands a very important fork. And at the very end, white will be a piece down. So, okay, Gukesh takes that nasty knight off the board. And now expecting Magnus to capture on e4 with a pin on this diagonal.
I wish I had calculated it that far, David Howell.
Magnus had.
Yeah, but his instincts, Tanya. Knight takes h3, excellent instincts. Yeah, bishop takes e4, and wow, everything starts collapsing. The b pawn is just a question of time. The d5 pawn, it's going to be falling.
I love it. Bishop takes pawn, pinning that knight. You know, making the d5 pawn weak, the whole house collapsing, the central pawns rolling up the board. Magnus looking calm, about to make his decision.
I wouldn't be shocked if he actually captures here.
Exchange sacrifice.
He loves exchange sacrifices.
He does, doesn't he?
Even when he knows it's not the only way, even if he knows it's not necessarily the best move, he loves flashy sacrifices, kind of doing it in style.
But is Magnus an artist at heart?
He wants to be. I think he's very practical over
Yeah.
everything, but he wants to be even more artistic, especially as he's got older.
And there are a lot of points to be made about that sacrifice. I mean, if you take that rook on d4, the pawn captures it back, hits the white rook, the e4 pawn will fall anyway. The rook will laterally start attacking all the pawns on the third rank after bishop takes pawn at the end of that line. It just feels like there's so much to play for in that position. Predictions. Does Magnus go stylish here? Will he bring on the style, or will he just play, well, what looks like the most natural move, bishop takes pawn, pin the knight?
He takes the
He
pawn.
takes the pawn. He goes clinical. Yeah, well, the question was answered for us.
He saved me there. I was going to say the other one. Go on, Johan.
No, but I mean, this one is just so nice, right? You're just threatening to take on d5. You can move the rook from d4. You've got b3 pawn as a target. Just the whole house is collapsing for white.
Yeah, this is the downside to taking space early in the game. Like Gukesh's decision, pawn to d5. Magnus talked about it in the confessional. We talked about it here in the studio. With great space comes great responsibility. And the problem with pushing pawns so far forward is if they become weak, if the base of the pawn chain is undermined, all of the pawns just drop off. And Magnus, he's kept his pawns quite nearby, quite local. So those pawns super safe. It's going to be 4 versus 2, 4 versus 3. Magnus will have an advantage of a pawn or two. And at this level, at his level, that should be the end.
I mean, honestly, this game has been an absolute masterclass by Magnus. You know, starting in the opening, he starts with the Berlin and then somehow finds a way to convert it into a normal Royal Lopez, keeps all the pieces on the board, waits for that moment and provokes it for Gukesh to close the center. You know, he comes into the confession before and says exactly what will happen and then follows it through. The way he places his pieces. He's attacking on the queen side, he's attacking on the king side, keeps mounting the pressure. Eventually, Gukesh collapsing, unable to handle all the threats created across the board by Magnus, enters an endgame. Endgame, Magnus is the king. And look at the way he's outplaying. It's like Magnus, he came, he crushed, he Carlsened.
Yeah, masterclass. If you split it into 2 words, MC, Magnus Carlsen, MC.
Love it.
And I've got to say, it's not just the fact he's winning. Like, at this level, anyone can beat anyone, but he hasn't let Gukesh play. Gukesh hasn't been allowed to play any good moves, really. Magnus has killed the game, killed the fun for Gukesh, killed any action. He made it such that Gukesh couldn't calculate. We were talking about that bishop takes h3 move earlier. At least then Gukesh could calculate. Here it's just giving him strategic choice, strategic decision, one after the other. And Gukesh, I mean, Magnus is just on another level in this type of position.
Totally. And it also seems that Magnus was very familiar with these plans and this type of position. You know, the way that he said that he was going to go bishop a6, then he went back to bishop c8. As you mentioned, it is full board awareness, and look at that. Oof. Well. Checkmating ideas against the white king.
Something's coming. Something's brewing against the white king.
You can just see it, like g5, g4 in the air. There's also bishop d3, take on b3. I mean, Magnus just has complete control here.
I'm looking at the checkmating ideas, but there are also simpler plans, like, right? If no tactics work out, even ideas of just trading on f3 and pushing that e-pawn looks so incredibly dangerous, just inspired by the way he's been playing this whole game. d5 under pressure. And look at the way Magnus just keeps all the threats on the board with this last move, mounting that pressure. And now with 6.5 minutes on the clock for Gukesh, time is the least of his worries.
And Danny was talking about Gukesh. Is he a top 5 player? He'll be in 6th place out of 6 players if he doesn't hold this game. In the meantime, g4 played. Very understandable. I think the most human move. The white king needs some escape squares. Also, maybe threatening pawn to g5, kicking away the black knight and trying to win the bishop in the center. This is where Magnus might need to be practical, take a pawn. I wonder if there's anything else here.
You said Patzer sees a pawn, Patzer takes a pawn. Magnus Carlsen is not a Patzer David Howell, so I don't think that will happen.
That's with checks, Tanya. Patzer sees a check. I don't think Patzer plays
completely
a check.
misquoting.
Yeah. It's one thing. Magnus is many things, but Patzer is
not one of them. Yeah, but it's interesting, right? You look at this position and material balance is completely equal. And it's all to do with just piece placement, king safety, pawn structure is like the whole shebang here. G4, trying to make a hole for the king on G3. And they also, I mean, I like the move that you suggested there, Rook H8, bringing a new piece. You can take on D5. What's he going
for? D5. He gets the pawn.
Greed is good.
Greed is good. The e-pawn pushing up next as well. Bishop takes bishop, knight takes bishop, comes with a big threat on the rook and also eyes that beautiful f4 square, which has now been weakened by Gukesh's last move.
Yeah, forces the white rook off the third rank as well if there is a trade. And black will happily snack on the b3 pawn next. How long does this game go on? Can Gukesh fight?
Not much longer.
He might just resign any moment. He's down at 5 minutes. We still haven't reached move 40, so no time increment for him. The world champion in huge trouble. It looks like the rating favorite, the world #1 on the ranking list. Magnus Carlsen is going to get the double over the world champion.
Impossible.
And very importantly, he's going to be, with this victory, just rocketing up the standings up to first place. He extended his lead yesterday. It's going to be even bigger as he nets 3 points.
He extended by an entire Armageddon win by 1.5 points going into today. And those 3 classical points will be huge for Magnus.
Exactly.
You know, almost putting him in that situation where it feels like he's running away with Norway Chess, I want to say, for the seventh time. 6th-time Norway Chess champion.
Yes.
Yeah. How many titles is it at this point?
It's insane.
I don't think anyone can keep track with Magnus right now. Knight takes bishop. This exchange has happened. We're expecting a trade.
Do you think we'll see a player like Magnus in the near future? The dominance that he's shown in the chess world, you know, the world classical titles, the rapid titles, the blitz title, winning every single super tournament in the world multiple times.
It's tough, right? Normally there is a lull period after a dominant player. There's always a period where everyone else is fighting for scraps. I mean, I'm looking back, like, okay, Fischer came on. He was quite dominant, although he quit as soon as he became world champion. And then it took a while. Kasparov came later. There was Karpov in between. And after Kasparov, everyone was fighting, like Topalov, Kramnik, Anand. They were fighting for it. And then Magnus rose up. Yeah. So maybe the next few years it will be the young ones fighting for it. And then someone's going to stand up. And you never know, though.
It's going to be hard to challenge this guy's legacy, though.
Yeah. Also, the question for me is, how does Magnus keep his motivation going when he wins basically everything he plays? And he has such like a dominant presence on both his chess history and on the board.
And that's been the big question for him as well, right? Walking a little bit away from classical chess, kind of struggling to find that motivation. And I wonder if that gap that he's had, you know, playing fewer classical tournaments is what has kept him inspired in this one. I mean, he returns to classical chess after 2024 Norway Chess, not counting the team event Olympiad. So perhaps looking for that inspiration and motivation, not playing so many tournaments, but when he returns, he's still the boss.
Right. And as we mentioned earlier on, we saw him preparing for this game by playing golf, which goes against everything that you do in modern day chess. It kind of goes back to a completely different time where they prepared by playing tennis, and golf seems to be the magic ingredient here in Stavanger.
Yeah, you need a good balance. I think some of the young guys could take a leaf out of Magnus's book, and of course they work so hard between tournaments already. Sometimes at tournaments you need to just do whatever it is to make you happy. Staying in your hotel room, studying openings, doesn't get anyone inspired. So knight to f4 played by Magnus, not getting greedy yet. White did have some counterplay. We should mention Gukesh wanted to land a knight on g5 and take the f7 pawn. So Magnus cannot relax yet, but this is a very strong move, hitting the rook. And Gukesh now, I'm expecting the move rook to c2 to come in to at least try and go chasing some counterplay, but it might just be too slow. Magnus about to grab this pawn, maybe even switch focus, different angle. The h-pawn also vulnerable.
Yeah, and that's the problem. But yeah, you're right, David. Rook c2, knight to g5. If white gets a few checks in, they'll be happy. You can at least muddy the water a little bit there.
It's just the white king is also in such a mating net right now. It feels like you might not have enough time to set all of that up. You know, if black's other rook lands on that second rank, the moment you head over to the 7th rank, it's going to be trouble after rook b3, rook b2, the other way around as well. Not to mention the e-pawn moving forward. The moment you slide that rook over to c2, There are these ideas, but so incredibly hard for Gukesh to execute. He does go for the plan. So great call there, Jovi. I think he has to do it, whether it works or not. And now Magnus, does he take on b3? Does he push the e-pawn? Or is there a third move that I'm missing out on?
Trying to calculate. Rook takes pawn. Okay, we've got the physical board with us, so we will see if the players make a move. Let's just put a couple of moves on the board. Can Magnus play it simple? Rook takes pawn here, because rook c7 does look a bit scary. You were saying here that he can give a check. The king moves forward. We just need to find the checkmate.
Can you also take the knight?
Ooh, take the knight in this position.
Yeah, and snake up to g5.
Looks very nice and convincing.
That's better. I was struggling to find the checkmate in this position, I must admit. Like rook check, you can move the king, and suddenly, look, the bar goes back to level. White hides on the edge of the board. So Magnus, he needs to calculate a bit, but very possible he could take this pawn. Maybe this is the one, the knight jump, he's concerned about. And same for pawn to e4, knight to g5. It's not immediately over.
Well, Magnus has a lot of time to sit down and work out exactly what is the best move here.
Well, if Magnus wants to go very, very safe in this position, fight the idea of knight g5 and rook c7, it's not a happy move, I'll say it, but knight to e6 kind of keeps everything defended and everything consolidated. You still have your threats, you're still going e4, you're still going rook takes pawn. A more defensive approach, but perhaps a practical one.
Oof, I love it.
You love it? It's such a David Howell move.
Sadistic move there. You just say to the opponent, you will not have one single threat. You will not have any fun this whole game.
You shall not pass.
Exactly. Covering c7, as you say, covering g5. That black knight. It looks like a beast. I think that's why it's hard to retreat it. Backward knight moves, always the hardest to play, the hardest to see in chess. But that would pretty much cement Magnus's dominance. Cemento, knight to e6.
I think Peter would love this move as well.
Yeah.
Could you also go rook h8? That's something that you mentioned. And he goes king f6.
Stops knight g5.
It certainly does.
But rook c7, what's his idea? Does he want to just get his king to e6 in the center of the board?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, he moves up h4, which makes a lot of sense. You know, white is just insisting that they want to play knight to g5. And then suddenly, checkmating ideas on f7 abound.
Yeah. I think you were both right there. If the other white rook had landed on c7, Magnus would happily have ignored that, taken a pawn, and the black king would have just run into the center to safety. And meanwhile, white's house would have been the one on fire. So h4... huge threat. Nice spot by Gukesh. That's a great practical move from the world champion. Magnus, deep in thought. It is always the hardest thing in chess to win a one game, to get the ball over the line.
And Gukesh making it a bit messy for Magnus. Meanwhile, what move number are we on in this game, David?
40.
So they get an extra 10 seconds every time they press the clock. Once Magnus has made his next move, I think Gukesh looked up to just make sure the move counter's been met. And Magnus, is he feeling it? That, you know, Gukesh has got some tricks suddenly. He needs to be precise now.
This is one of the things about defending. You might have a completely lost position, but if you can keep the game alive, one move, then you can just frustrate your opponent. And Magnus is definitely seeing knight to g5, big threat on the board. And it's maybe not that easy just to put the boot in for Magnus.
Wondering about now, maybe your move, Tanya, being a good practical try, but it feels like the black king on f6 coming out for no reason. You've just given white some tempi in the process. Magnus did shake his head slightly. He moves his king across. Wow, he's getting ready to march into the center. It's another king march.
You said he's the champion of King of the Hill. You've played a few of those against him, and he's very good at it.
Oh, wow, the last time these two met, just last week, it was mutual king hunts. It was first Gukesh chasing Magnus's king, then Magnus eventually chasing Gukesh's king decisively. Now he's marching forward. That is a scary path to take, but I think it's all under control. The bar seems to approve for Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus Carlsen was brave enough to do it with the queen and the rook on the board in that one. Here, at least it's the end game, so it looks slightly more human. Magnus sips on that bottle and makes his move coolly and calmly. Mr. Cool here.
Absolutely, the king needed to step forward in the middle, otherwise after king f6, rook takes f7 would have been a horrible checkmate. And no one is immune from checkmate. But king to d5. And now Gukesh just has to do any randomizer move because he is ultimately, as the bar shows, lost.
But is he running out of it? Because he's got to keep checking the black king, right? But you've got a clear path forward. And actually the only moves in the position if you're black. Rook a5 check, king d4. Rook a4 check, e3 or d3 hitting that rook on c2 as well. And then you suddenly run out of those random moves.
Yeah, this is the problem, Tanya, right? If you start checking, you're driving the black king to right where it wants to go, which is f2 to set up a beautiful checkmating net around the white king. The ultimate hunter, right?
Beautiful. And maybe the king really is a piece in the endgame when Magnus Carlsen is playing.
Wow, so brave though, like so just nonchalant, just not caring about any kind of ghosts here, Magnus. I think most of us, even if we saw the black king is not getting mated, we would be scared. We'd be like, oh, why would I bring my king out into the center like this? But there we go, Gukesh gives a check. The black king continues its journey. It's just walked across the board on the last 4 moves, and it's doing so with immunity here. King d3 coming next. And yeah, if Magnus gets a move or two of his own, rook takes pawn, and some lines, once the white knight moves away, rook h3 is checkmate. So white cannot just chill. Gukesh needs to keep creating threats. Check.
You might be seeing this line. Now, Magnus, does he come closer toward the white king? I would be tempted to hit that white rook and win a tempo in that way, get that king to d3. I'm not sure what's the follow-up. Do you simply take the b3 pawn afterwards? But Magnus slows down. He's also considering the 2 possibilities, both equally attractive.
Yep, definitely. And the onus would be on Gukesh, right? If you step up with king to d3, where are you going to put the rook? How can you cause maximum mischief? Because that's all what Gukesh is hoping for right now.
Okay, Magnus reaching out. He's going to move his king. Apparently there is a big difference between king e3 and king to d3. Don't really see it, but apparently king to d3. You can go back and repeat the position as well, but king to d3 is by far the strongest move. The most natural one, though, we should say.
I mean, the only thing I see is that you have a rook e4 check, but you can anyway slide over to d3. Magnus is about to make his decision. It's forward, and he, of course, finds the best move.
Of course he does. Magnus Carlsen does so most of the time. White rook slides across. This is not one-way traffic. The black king's still in some potential danger if you misstep. I don't really recommend taking this pawn now due to some potential skewers. I think that wins white some material, although, yeah, who knows? You better not calculate that one, though, with no time on your clock. 2 minutes 50 against just over 2 minutes. Time scramble.
Yep, and rook f3 on the agenda. It is a time scramble with the black king. I mean, at this point, you just want to put it in the bag, right? You just want to make moves, swap off a few pieces, and then win the b pawn, promote the e pawn, the end.
I want to say it's still a bit tricky, right? You want to push those central pawns, but f7 is hanging. Of course, the bar says Magnus is completely winning. Yes, he's a favorite to win this, probably 9.5 out of 10 times. But there's still work to be done. As long as the 2 rooks and the knights combine checks, we know how tricky the position can be. Magnus with that pose, our hand reader, resident hand reader, you know, when you're just about to make a move, as he does. It's the f-pawn that's coming forward. He pushes the knight away, and it's not a good move.
Wow, okay. Well, Magnus, they're giving some chances for Gukesh. But the plan is very simple. He just wants to drive the knight away and then swap off rooks and then just pick off the b-pawn. But just to update you on one last set of results, it was a draw between Vachier-Lagrave and Humpy, so we're going to be seeing our 5th Armageddon.
Okay. I'm not going to say who predicted 5 Armageddons, but
You did.
Danny predicted 6, so it's not over. Okay.
I mean, this could go anyway now. But, you know, that clock situation with Gukesh as well, and we saw it their last classical game. Did everything right. Needed those extra seconds to hold the draw, didn't have them, and bungled it all away. In this one, clock keeps ticking. Gukesh feeling the nerves as he pulls his sleeves back. Rook check you're pointing out. Is that the way to go?
Yeah, the computer says this is the only move for Gukesh to keep the game alive, to take advantage of Magnus Carlsen's last slip. I would say the more natural move maybe is to bring the white knight back, But then the black king could slide across, and the white rook is actually really lacking squares. So you need to give this check. If the black king continues coming down, you can give more checks, and the game continues. Gukesh needs to find this one, though, to start.
So you need the knight on g5 to defend, to protect that rook on f3 so the other rook can join the party. He just needs to go down to the basics, right? Checks, captures, threats.
Start with the checks. He's down, though, at 35 seconds, Gukesh. Only way to stay alive in this game. Otherwise, Magnus is just going to trade off pieces and do it the long way.
And the last time it was a wrong check that cost him a game. He's about to reach out, and David, it is the rook. He finds it, but he's got to find the next few precise moves as well.
And now the big question for Magnus there, you can see it's only move. He needs to step up and just go step closer to the rook on f3.
This is the best position Gukesh has had in ages, in at least 25 moves. Here, Magnus needs to find king to e2, going towards that rook, and more importantly, using the black rook to block any checks. The second rank is where white's rook is going to continue harassing that black king. I have a feeling Magnus might be looking in the other direction, trying to hide his king behind the white pawn over here. So it's not going to be easy. It's a 50-50. You definitely don't want to go to d2 because the white knight will come back.
He needs to make a decision in a minute and a half. I think the problem with getting your king to b1 could be that once the knight retreats, you know, there are checks on that c3 square that you have to be incredibly careful about. So getting that king to b1 might be something that Gukesh, in fact, is hoping for.
Yeah. The black king, ironically enough, needs to be active. It needs to be out there in the open. And you definitely, I agree with you, Tanya, you don't want a knight appearing on e4. You'd much rather that the white rook were there in the way. Where's he going to go? He steps to the correct square.
Okay, great move. Now Gukesh has to give check. The white rook now is vulnerable. The white knight also attacked, defending that rook. So those two pieces are frozen. You have to give check here or here. 2 squares across the board or down the board. Which one is Gukesh going to go for? He forces a rook trade. Magnus now can block this check. Rooks come off the board very quickly, and the knight saves itself with a fork. This is still game on. It's going to be 3 pawns for white, 3, maybe 4 pawns for black, but Gukesh is still alive.
Well, you could. The blue arrow helps us out, right? King e2, you attack the rook, and if the rook gives a check, king e3, hitting the knight, the key defender. So you don't have a check if you're white here. I think rook f to king e3 loses.
And that's why he steps up with the king. Yes, setting your plan in motion. And the knight is threatening to take both d6 and f6. And let's not forget, there is a passed h-pawn for white.
But now your idea, just start pushing the d pawn, right? d5, d4, d3.
It's a race, right?
It's a race.
But you give up f6, David.
Yeah, you have to give up one of them. The 2 pawns are hanging. Magnus really took his eye off the ball, I think, allowing that white knight to retreat. Maybe playing d5 while the white knight was still stuck over on g5 was the way to go. Now it is a pure race, and it's just about whether Magnus is quick enough with this pawn. Gukesh first might be tempted to give a check, but the black king would simply move, so no, he grabs a pawn. It's suddenly level material. Gukesh, I think he's excited about saving this, adjusting his collar there. Magnus, though, with these 2 strong pawns, still hard to predict.
What is this Gukesh versus Magnus, always ending in a pawn race involving an h-pawn?
And a king hunt along the way.
And a time scramble as well, as the players are both under the minute. Rook moves over to f8, just chasing away that knight. But can you not just go knight d7? No, because there's a big threat of knight to h5 check.
Oh my goodness. He sets it up. That's a big trap.
Big trap. Only move for Gukesh is to give check with his rook. That is...
He finds it.
Magnus ready to move. He was expecting it. He's about to renew that threat by keeping his king connected to that white rook. White rook's got to keep checking.
Right, and he cannot step up with the king to e3 because then it's going to be met knight takes d5.
You've got to go down to e1.
He finds it, okay.
That's it. But you still can't move the knight, right? Because knight h5.
No, but you can support that pawn on f6 by playing g5. Only move.
Ooh,
What? Did he blunder?
moves his knight out the way.
But knight h5?
Oh, he's being tricky. Because if you go knight h5, suddenly it's an even bigger race than it was before with 2 passed pawns on the board.
Magnus is getting nervous. This is the most nervous we've seen him in a while. Suddenly it's a fork as well. The black rook hit, the black pawn hit. He might need to defend his pawn, move his rook out the way. The advantage is slipping away from the world number one. Gukesh is fighting so hard right now.
He's fighting so incredibly well. I mean, just insane, you know, holding this position so far long against Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus blunders!
Rook takes knight.
This is over. You're up a piece.
Yeah, he's banking on the d pawn running down the board.
But the knight has to have a path back. Can you go all the way to e4 and go knight c3
Yes,
check
you
in
can.
the end? Knight d7, knight c5, knight e4, knight c3 when Magnus queens.
You absolutely can, but look, you only got 20 seconds left on the clock, and Gukesh has to act fast.
He has to find this.
And
he's gone another route, but he still wants to go c5, e4 or g5, e4. e4 is the key square for the knight.
Exactly.
Is Gukesh about to win his first classical game against Magnus Carlsen?
Wow.
Oh my goodness, what a turnaround. And Magnus now under 20 seconds. But there's nothing for it. He just has to push the pawns and hope one of them gets to the promotion square.
Oh my goodness, and it's the h-pawn that will decide the game.
Magnus is about to push his pawn, but he needs a miracle now. This is about to go down in the history books, this game. Magnus was reaching for his king. Pawn to d2. The move he had missed is knight e4. Back with a fork, knight c3. And Magnus retreats. Now, only winning move for Gukesh is shown by the blue arrow. He has to go to the edge of the board this time.
Oh my God. Will he find it?
20 seconds to find this move. Knight to a4 to stop the pawn from the front, to stop it from the b2 square. Process of elimination, I think he finds it.
Gukesh, you cannot miss this opportunity. You have to find this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime.
finds
He
it.
does it.
Oh my God. The world champion just turning it around. Knight a4, knight to b2, and Magnus just advancing the e-pawn. That's all he can do.
This has been a champion's performance against the GOAT so far, but still, it's not over. David, how precise does Gukesh need to be to wrap this up?
Gukesh is winning. It's a race, and there we go. He starts the race, pawn to h5. He reaches for the queen, Gukesh. That is symbolic. He's about to promote to a queen. It's another pawn race between these two. Magnus, though, lacking the knight, lacking the time. He's one move too slow. Look at his hand shaking, Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, Magnus Carlsen is about to lose to Gukesh. This is unbelievable. What a turnaround.
Yeah, but does he have to be careful here, Gukesh? Okay, he moves the knight to b2, finding all the right moves.
And in the end, it's going to be the b3 pawn that's going to win the game for Gukesh. The queens are going to be traded off if Gukesh has calculated this line all the way. Oh my
God.
Signs.
Magnus banged the table and the pieces fell over. Look at that. Devastation from the world number one. Turnaround. Historic moment. Gukesh wins against all the odds.
Gukesh Domaraju has done it. He's got his first win against the world number one, taking down Magnus Carlsen in his own arena. And what an end that was.
Yeah, I'm just completely speechless because Magnus Carlsen was in just complete control and then it just slipped in one big moment. I mean, we have to go and revisit that because it just completely changed.
I've never
it's shocking.
seen Magnus like that.
Wow, and Gukesh, calm, composed, setting up the pieces. And yeah, I mean, he'll be soaking it in. He'll be trying to compose himself as well, just recovering from that. But so many congratulations to him. Big breakthrough moment. He did it the hard way. He was dead lost for most of that game. And he took his one chance when it came. And quick recap, as you mentioned, Ivanka, there was a fork here. Black's only way to keep the advantage for Magnus was to react calmly, slide his rook across, defend the pawn. But
he can't find a piece. He can't find a piece on the board.
I don't think he can believe it because, you know,
oh my goodness.
you could just see the emotion there.
Sorry,
the hands
David,
were shaking.
so much is
the
happening.
nerves, I mean, it just took us by complete surprise.
And Magnus couldn't believe it, right? He was so angry with himself. Imagine playing a flawless game, completely winning. And the kid does it. He gets his first win.
Yeah, I mean,
And
Magnus...
look at Gukesh, she's taking it all in. You know, knowing that you can do this, believing is one thing, but making it happen and knowing that you can take down Magnus Carlsen is a whole different thing.
Yeah, wow. And did you see him just give a silent, like, thank you? I mean, that is just absolutely unbelievable. And just take a look at the playing hall as no one, I think,
What a moment.
can believe.
What a moment. And I'll tell you one thing, Ivanka, this to him probably means just as much as Singapore did. You know, the first time taking down the world #1. And we see he's giving his interviews, and you can see the smile on Gukesh.
Yeah, wow, the emotion. And yeah, great to see. There was a buzz. I heard it out here. I heard it downstairs. Something's happening. There was a commotion, a stampede. And yeah, the players, well, the fans now rushing to the world champion. Just to highlight Magnus's blunder one last time here. The black rook attacked, should have just moved out the way. Magnus, though, thought he'd spotted a winning tactic. He jumped out the way with his knight. Check. Went from winning to losing in one move. The white rook hit, though, gave itself up. And here, the black rook falling at the end. Magnus was banking on this pawn running, but he had missed. Here, Gukesh has 2 winning moves. It's all about getting this knight back. He played the move, knight to e6, and it was just this knight retreat that Magnus had missed. Knight to e4 would have been the winning move, and if the black pawn had queened, this check forces a trade, and at the end, the white king steps across, blocks this pawn, and the white h-pawn promotes. Gukesh, though, one last accurate move, king back to e3. He found the winning, the brilliant knight to a4 on the edge of the board to come back and defend. And eventually, here, this final position, Magnus resigned because this pawn falls, the white knight guards the other promotion square.
And he just got up and he knocked down all the pieces, and, you know, you could feel the emotion. And I think we will hear this interview as we see the live scenes come in. We'll play that for everyone. But Gukesh, you could see the relief in him. And as always, you know, just sitting back, adjusting the pieces, taking it in, soaking this moment in. It's huge for the world champion. It's unbelievable. And also surviving in such a difficult game, you know, just keeping it going. You feel like this is completely gone. And being ready to take it on when the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, totally shocking, totally surprising. It looked like Gukesh was on his last legs, but he just kept the game alive. He just kept finding all of those incredible resources and, yeah, dramatic scenes here in Stavanger on Norway Chess as the world champion. Gukesh turns around in a miraculous way a losing position. We're going to catch our breath, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to break down exactly what happened. And of course, we have one remaining Armageddon, so don't go anywhere.
Armageddon win today. How would you summarize the day as a whole?
Yeah, in the classical, I thought I got something, but it wasn't really anything. And yeah, Armageddon went quite well, so it's decent.
Do you feel your chess is where you want it to be for this Norway Chess tournament?
No, it could have been better.
What is it you feel could have been better specifically? Is it the openings? Is it just your ability to find tactical maneuvers?
Yeah, some of them were like missing easy tactics yesterday because I missed a lot of small tactical nuances.
Well, we look forward to seeing you at the end of the tournament here. Good luck in the future ones, and congratulations on a win today.
Thank you.
Ju Wenjun, once again, congratulations on an Armageddon win. This has become a standard for you here.
Yeah, it's not what I like aiming for, but I mean, if there's Armageddon, I'll also try.
Quite the crazy Armageddon game, but if we go back to the classical game, is it so that sometimes in your chess career that you find times where it's harder to find the win than other times in your chess career?
I mean, for this tournament, I think in general, because it's different players, so maybe they have different strategies, and I think there's 4 games left, so I will also try to win one game.
Do you think that means you're going to take a little bit more risk in the classical games to get the win?
Yeah, I will also take some risk. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and good luck in the finish.
Thank you.
How would you like to summarize the day today, Zara?
I think today was a pretty good game. The quality of the game was okay for both players, and I tried to push at some point, but she defended well, so I couldn't really find a way to win. But in the classical game, and then in the Armageddon also, I was trying, but but yeah, I couldn't manage to win, so it ended in a draw, and I lost the match.
Do you gain confidence from having had a day that you feel you played good chess today?
Yeah, I mean, the other days it was like far from the level that I used to play, so I was very sad about my other games. Even like with Lei that I won, I didn't play good, but I think today was okay.
Yes, and now you got 4 games left where you can dominate, right?
Yep, I will try my best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anna, win in Armageddon. How would you summarize the day as a whole?
Yeah, I think I couldn't get more out of today's games. So drawing the classical and then like winning the Armageddon is quite good result for me today.
How much do you feel that half points mean for the total standings?
They are important, but of course, like wins in the classical are like much more important.
Good luck tomorrow and thank you.
Thank you.
We are back for the last portion of Norway Chess, and as we saw, there was some heat. The battles were fierce, and there was some drama. I mean, especially the emotion from Magnus Carlsen as he resigned there, thumping the table. Well, dramatic scenes, certainly here.
Yeah, Magnus showing emotion, I think that's fully allowed in chess. But yeah, obviously the world #1 devastated. And yeah, maybe not chess etiquette to bang tables.
Yeah.
It's normally frowned upon, but yeah, it was such a dramatic game.
It's an emotional game, and
Such
it's
a
an
dramatic-
emotional moment. You know, you've gone through this whole process of where you feel you're completely winning and so much on the line, and then you know you bungle it up. And I think Magnus, more than anyone, keeps himself at such high standards and high expectations. And it was a moment of pure frustration with himself. He banged the table, immediately resigned.
Yes. Well, okay, we do see this Armageddon game happen between Vachier-Lagrave and Humpy. And I agree with you. I can understand the emotion. I can understand the frustration. But in my personal opinion, unacceptable to thump the table like that. It's not behavior that anyone should be copying.
Gukesh was completely shocked.
Yeah,
and taken aback.
we were all taken aback. I mean, we physically jumped when we saw that. But yeah, but there we saw Gukesh afterwards set up the pieces.
Yeah, and trying to just regain his calm and cool. And he couldn't find one of the pieces. You remember when he was trying to set all of them up, been knocked over. But yeah, for everyone watching, I mean, you know, chess is a brutally emotional game. And I think it was clear with what we just saw, just what it can do.
Yeah, I think this is going to herald... I mean, we've been talking about the changing of the guard for a while. Gukesh is the world champion now, but that is going to break a mental block. Now Gukesh has done it in Classical. He'd never done that before, never beaten Magnus, never beaten Hikaru in Classical. Now he's taken one down. He's not going to fear them anymore. Something's going to have changed there. And yeah, despite the fact Magnus showed that emotion, this game, the game we just witnessed at least, it's going to be remembered for Gukesh's turnaround and win. It's not going to be remembered for the banging of the table. It's going to be remembered. I hope it's remembered for the moves, the turnaround, the incredible King Hunt and kind of race at there towards the end there.
Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah, we have to give credit to Gukesh for managing to find the best moves to survive in that position. It was very, very difficult. And that we are seeing that Vachier-Lagrave, she started the game with 10 minutes. Humpy Canaru, 7 minutes, but Humpy gets those all-important draw odds. And they repeated the same line in the Catalan with the queen coming out to c2 very early.
Yeah, this time slightly different. Humpy has grabbed a pawn, otherwise quite symmetrical. White having typical Catalan pressure on this diagonal, very active pieces. I really don't like Humpy's decision to repeat because, as we see on the clock situation, it's cost her over 2 minutes. Vachier-Lagrave, it's only cost her 20-odd seconds. Clearly, Vachier-Lagrave in prep. Why would you repeat into your opponent's prep where they've clearly spent hours and hours this morning studying, but Humpy trusting in her endgame skills, trying to get the queens off the board now.
Yep. And whilst the two players are just settling down into the rhythm of Armageddon, let's hear directly from Gukesh, who got an interview with Sverre after his win against Magnus.
That was complete insanity, Gukesh. How would you summarize it yourself?
I don't know. I'm kind of still shaking from that game, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what happened, basically.
How do you find the resilience to keep fighting and come up with the tricks in those kind of positions?
Well, there wasn't much I could do. It was just clearly lost. So I was just trying to make moves which kind of were tricky for him, and luckily he got into time scramble. And yeah, one thing that I learned from this tournament is time scrambles can get too much out of control. So.
Was this a trick that you saw some moves ahead, or was it just something that happened where you were just trying to make things a little difficult?
I mean, yeah, this endgame I was basically trying to get some kind of knight g5, and luckily after king f6, h4, I got this knight g5, and although his king comes to, king walk probably is winning, I have some spite checks, and yeah, I mean, okay, 100 times, 99 out of 100 times I would lose, but
But you didn't.
Yeah, just a lucky day.
How important is it for you personally to take this win today?
Yeah, for the tournament, I guess it's quite important. I'm back to 50% in the classical, and also first classical win against Magnus. I mean, not the way I wanted it to be, but okay, I'll take it. Yeah.
Right now, all we see is 1-0 Gukesh. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and there we see Gukesh actually not quite in control of his emotions and not quite believing that he managed to make such a turnaround, that he managed to have this Houdini-like escape.
Yeah, I mean, he had a very correct evaluation of the position, but that also made it kind of clearer what he needed to do, and he did it just so fantastically well. He found like a series of only moves just to stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, and then when he got a chance, he took it.
No, he was worse. He was under pressure. Gukesh was absolutely lost at some point. You know, he just kept the game going, and champions rise, and he did that. You know, in some ways, I think for his personal achievement, it's like sort of for any chess player, defeating Magnus Carlsen, their first win against them is like climbing Everest, right? And somewhere you could see the shakiness in his voice. He wasn't as calm as he usually is in his interviews, so it was clear how much this means to him. And what a win. And what a way to do it, right? You survived this game for so many moves, and it all turns around. Huge, huge moment for Gukesh, this is.
Yep, definitely a big moment. Also important for the standings, as you mentioned, because he nets 3 points and manages to go back to 50%. And meanwhile, we have one Armageddon still going on between Vachier-Lagrave, Humpy. E5 has been played. That's the way that Humpy is planning to release the light square bishop. What do we think? Is Vachier-Lagrave pressing?
It's hard to say. Vachier-Lagrave, she has a dilemma. She's a pawn down, and she wants to recapture it, but that would also come with a queen trade, and that would maybe only get Humpy closer to that desired goal of a draw in the Armageddon. I don't think she's worse necessarily, Vachier-Lagrave, but to say she's better here, a time advantage now totally disappeared. Humpy's done a great job over the last few moves of keeping control.
But if you don't take that pawn just yet, you know, Humpy's threatening to develop her bishop to e6 with that last move and actually defending that pawn. So big decision for Vachier-Lagrave. She's burning the clock, clearly not an easy one.
Yes, definitely burning the clock. But, well, it is possible, and there we do see the after effects of the game against Gukesh and Magnus. And we're back to the Armageddon, where we see that Vachier-Lagrave is still in the think tank, trying to find a way to just nurture an advantage, perhaps squeeze at a win. Okay, she captures. And there we see the queens leave the board. And, well, there we see the bishop come out. All action ahead in the game between Humpy and Vachier-Lagrave. And it is a privilege to have here with us in the studio, Gukesh. Gukesh, that was a game which was complete roller coaster.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Congrats.
Yeah, I mean, I feel happy and relieved.
Yeah.
After, yeah, I mean, at some point, okay, I guess I was just about to resign, but, but okay. Lucky day.
Lucky day. Yeah, no, we saw you calmly set up the pieces afterwards, and we also saw an interview you did with Sverre where it seemed it was quite emotional, right?
Yeah, I mean, any game like this is quite like, I mean, it's quite, I mean, the last few seconds in the game, my heart was just racing like crazy.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, we saw also the frustration that Magnus showed. Did that come as a complete shock?
Not really. I mean, I didn't really pay much attention to anything else, I guess. Yeah, at that moment, I was just trying to process what has happened. But yeah, I mean, in the end, a win against Magnus anyway, I'll take it.
You know, a big win for the standings as well. You get 3 points. But just expand and talk to us on that. What does it mean for you to have your first classical win against Magnus, Gukesh?
Yeah, for sure. The result-wise, it means a lot. We've played a few times, and this is the first time that I'm beating him. Also after losing the first game. So yeah, it feels quite nice. And also for the tournament, I mean, I was on -1 now 50% is not that bad. So yeah, very special win.
And I guess we have to ask Magnus, there was a big reaction and emotion at the end when he realized he was lost and had to resign, banging the table. Did that affect you? Was that a shock at all?
No, I mean, like, this is heartbreaking for anyone, the kind of way that the game went. I mean, I completely understand it. I've also banged a lot of tables in my career. So.
Have you?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I have.
Oh, wow.
Probably a couple of them on camera, but like many off camera.
We need to look that up. It's probably on Chess Base India.
Yeah, it is actually. But But yeah, I mean, I was just like trying to calm myself down. Yeah, I wasn't paying too much attention.
And well, tell us about your experience in Norway Chess, because it's been, again, a thriller of a ride. You know, you've lost some games, you've won some games, Armageddons. How are you all finding it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fun. Like, yeah, I mean, it's been a topsy-turvy tournament so far, but a lot of things to learn from and a lot of things to improve. And also, I've had my share of positives. So it's overall good, and I guess the most important part of the tournament is coming up. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it must have been a long emotional day for you. I don't think we'll keep you too long. But yeah, I'll pass it to you, Ivanka.
Yeah, no, okay. Thank you very much, Gukesh, for joining us here in the studio and sharing with us your thoughts. And good luck in your remaining games.
I have one question. Are you going to stick to South Indian food for tonight?
Yeah, I mean, during tournaments, all the time I eat Indian food. So.
Okay. Well, it's working, so enjoy your dinner today, especially.
Yeah. Thank you.
See you, Gukesh.
Thank you. And there we saw Gukesh confessing to us that also he's had bigger reactions. Chess can be difficult and brutal at times. And talking about difficult and brutal, well, we are in Armageddon mode between Humpy and Vachier-Lagrave. Vachier-Lagrave in a must-win scenario, playing with the white pieces. But can she do it? She is exchange down.
A few moves ago, Vachier-Lagrave sacrificed the exchange for a couple of pawns to try and complicate the issue, but Humpy was able to do a bit of a smash and grab there. She captured a pawn on a2, then fled back with her bishop. The other pawn on b2 under fire. Vachier-Lagrave here, I don't think she quite has enough. She can grab the a5 pawn with her rook, with her knight, but it's only going to lead to more exchanges and a draw in her pocket for Humpy. If she can navigate the clock situation down at 2 minutes, she should be fine. The players are only at move 21, so still a way to go before they get increment, however. So it could be all about the clock. Vachier-Lagrave, her best bet might be to flag somehow to try and put Humpy under pressure on the clock.
But then she needs to make a move and decision fast. She does grab that pawn, and Humpy was ready with her response, doubling down on that b2 pawn, wants that rook to land on the second rank.
Yeah, so it's not an easy position to try and win, as David pointed out.
That's the worst part, right?
Exactly.
A draw is not enough.
It's not enough, right? So I can imagine a scenario where White can just like batten down the hatches and just hold tight. But winning this around, this is going to be very, very difficult. So Vachier-Lagrave, she has to go forward with some pieces somehow. Either go b3 and try to get rid of the black bishop pair, and that's indeed what she does, and just start like crazily advancing the pawns on the king side.
And now it's Humpy with those extra seconds. The bishop comes in trying to target the rook, but long-term also eyeing the f7 pawn weakness. This is not Vachier-Lagrave playing for an attack, but just wants to keep the moves going. She's trying to get that clock advantage. She's trying to get Humpy low on the clock. And Humpy, she does move the rook, trying to get the last pair off. I think if you trade the rooks, you lose all chances of playing for anything in this endgame.
Yep. And Vachier-Lagrave, she's saying she just wants to put a rook on b7 and have the target as the f7 pawn. And Humpy's like, no, not going to be allowing anything like that whatsoever. So back to Vachier-Lagrave. She just has to find a way to improve, to cause her opponent to think, burn some time on the clock. Step up with the king, play h4, h5, g4, anything goes.
And Humpy has been so impressive, you know, whether it's been classical or handling Armageddon, just so much control on her nerves. She never looks tensed on the camera. You can see that she's ready. She comes in. But I will tell you, if this comes down to those last 15 seconds, anything can happen. For Humpy, clock is everything. She does tend to get into that slight panic mode if she's playing on the final few seconds, as anyone would.
As anyone would, and it might be frustrating as well. If she's not able to wrap this up in the near future. She knows she's the exchange up for a pawn, and normally that means you will have some escape routes, you will be able to bail out, trade pieces, force a draw, but the longer this game goes on, the more nervous Humpy will become. Vachier-Lagrave, in the meantime, though, needs to move. She needs to decide her bishop is attacked. Surely she's just going to move it, retreat it. Okay, she retreats the other bishop, hitting this black rook. Very, very sneaky there. Very clever, but... Okay, how can Humpy react? The g5 pawn also under attack. So it's actually a double threat here from Vachier-Lagrave. Really nice spot. The players, though, need to speed up both around the minute mark. Nowhere near the increment yet.
Yeah, and a great idea there, going on the counteroffensive. Well, Humpy, the position at least will have clarified once she captures the pawn on g5, so she's able to make some moves very quickly. She needs to move the rook.
She offers the trade. I think Vachier-Lagrave will want to keep the rooks on the board. She can perhaps go to the f5 square, attacking the black bishop as a counter offense. Because if you trade the rooks, David, then white just wins the g5 pawn as well. That's got to be game over, but she does go for it.
She does. She's banking on the fact that she will have 2 pawns for the rook and the bishop.
And I know Vachier-Lagrave, she hates the idea of trying to flag Humpy, you know, a player who's her senior in the team. She calls her Akka, Humpy Akka, which means sister. And Vachier-Lagrave is a person just too sweet. So it's got to be hurting to try to win this one.
But then again, if anyone's having the fun, it's probably white. White is the only one who can hope to win this game by pushing some pawns forward. As long as the dark squared bishops remain on the board, still some chances. And, of course, it's flagging time soon. But the position, still not dead. And Vachier-Lagrave will play as long as it's reasonable to do so.
She's got an extra second every time she presses the clock. Humpy and Vachier-Lagrave both do, as they have met time. Not yet, I'm being told.
Very
David.
soon.
Very soon.
2 moves time.
Well, for Vachier-Lagrave, she just has to keep the game going. She just has to make sure that her bishop doesn't get attacked by the black rook. So, not too many weakening moves, but...
And look at that. Oh! No! She blundered her rook and resigned. That's a 1-move blunder. Unbelievable in a winning position.
Oh, and there you can see Vachier-Lagrave. She didn't want to win like that. Rook to b1, simply giving the rook away. The position was completely drawn. Bishop takes rook. Played by Vachier-Lagrave, but an important 1.5 points for Vachier-Lagrave. She needs to work her way up the leaderboard.
You don't want to win like that, but you take what you get, and that is a big point. You know, Vachier-Lagrave has been on a hot streak the last couple of rounds, getting that classical win against Sarah yesterday, before that winning it in the Armageddon, and today taking down the tournament leader.
And let's have a look at how these games impacted the standings. Because, well, we saw 5 Armageddons, 1 classical victory, and so many differences. And there you can see these are the results. And you can see 5 Armageddons. David got it right, but 1 dramatic, historical win there for Gukesh with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen.
It's going to also go down in, I think, history books in that lesson: never give up. Just keep the game going, keep fighting. No one ever won by resigning. You know, Gukesh said it. He was considering to just resign at some moment, but move by move, and then that final turnaround. I mean, that definitely was a game that blew my mind. David, you call that first encounter as the game of the year. What would you call this one?
Turnaround of the year?
I love it.
Yeah, and I've been commentating many years now, but normally the headline kind of the matchup, normally when it's kind of the top 2 playing each other, it's always anticlimactic. They'll take safe kind of decisions against each other. They'll make draws. Normally we end up focusing on other games, but the 2 clashes between Magnus and Gukesh, both of them, I mean, more than lived up to expectations, kept us on the edge of our seats, surprised on every turn, breathless action. We're still recovering here. I think the 2 players, they'll be recovering for a long time from that one, and just amazing to see. Just those 2 great ambassadors for the game.
Yeah, certainly.
Pure cinema.
It certainly was. Twists, turns, and time scrambles. That's what we were in for a treat. But we had 3 Armageddons in the women's. So let's have a look at how that impacted the standings. And there you can see Humpy, she is still at the top, but she has company as she loses her Armageddon against Vachier-Lagrave, as we just saw. But Anna Muzichuk winning her Armageddon to tie for first place. And they can't rest easy because Ju Wenjun is Armageddon queen. And there she is with 8.5 points. Well, the players are going to be feeling the heat if they can't break this tie.
And those classical points important more than ever now, you know, going into these final 4 rounds of Norway Chess. And in Norway Chess women, it's clear that nobody's safe. I mean, it's literally one classical win, even for the players at the bottom. Neck-to-neck battle in that one. We're heading for a thrilling finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything can happen in those final rounds. So let's have a look at today's how the results of today impacted today's standings. And yes, Magnus Carlsen looked like he was in cruise control. He looked like he was going to win 3 points against Gukesh, but no, there was a massive turnaround and he lost that. And as a result, Fabiano Caruana joins him at the top of the table. Gukesh now moves into third place, 1 point behind. And with the scoring system, Tanya, anything can happen still.
It's an absolute race. And right behind Gukesh are also Arjun and Hikaru, 7.5. For Wei, also, I think he still needs that Steph Curry 1 3-pointer to climb up on the leaderboard right there. But I think today's storyline is clear. It's Gukesh's first historic win against Magnus. Just how much this means to the world champion. And for Magnus, the emotions at the end of it. It was clear. David, you said that you hope that this game is remembered for the right reasons. I'm going to say it is going to be remembered as the game, when the table lost.
Yeah. I mean, nice classy touch as well from Gukesh to downplay that. We've all been there. We love the emotion. For better or worse as well, all chess players lose games. And yeah, what a turnaround. I love the fact as well, 3 points between top and bottom in the Norway Chess section. Still, anything could happen. Magnus probably still a favourite for the rest of the event, but very dependent now on if he can recover from that mental shock.
Exactly. You put a string of victories together and you find yourselves at the top of the standings. It's going to be a bar brawl from now on. As we go into Game 7, and here are the pairings. As always, they are so big, they're huge. Magnus Carlsen, will he be looking to get revenge? Comeback victory as he faces off against Hikaru Nakamura. And then, of course, we have Fabiano Caruana, Wei and Jun Sarakadem. Which one of these picks takes your fancy?
A huge matchup. We saw the standings in the Norway Chess women, and Humpy leads alongside Anna Muzichuk. That's a clash between the two leaders, so huge for the standings there. But my eyes are drawn to that top two table. You've got the all-Indian clash, and look at the lopsided score. There's 0-6 for Arjun Eragaisi. One of those 6 came just last week right here at Norway Chess. Gukesh motivated after his win. Can he get his personal score going against Arjun? For Magnus, he's a beast. Tomorrow, he's going to be a wounded beast, making him even a more dangerous player for Hikaru.
Yeah, I think one of two things happens, Magnus versus Hikaru. Magnus, if he can't recover, if he doesn't sleep well tonight, he might just try and force a draw and take it to the Armageddon. If he really wants blood, if his tail is still up, if he wants revenge, he's going to go all out on Hikaru. I don't know how that plays out. Hikaru will have a tough job defending, but that's what we want to see at least.
Yeah, well, that is a big question. Will Magnus go into his boss mode and then just level up, or will he decide to take it easy? Well, that is all that remains to be seen. Guys, Tanya, David, it has been such a day.
Insane.
It has
need to lie down.
Thrills,
this is crazy
spills
stuff.
all the way.
What was that?
I still can't get over it. But I was glad I had the best commentators around just to talk me through it. Wow, what a day. Big. And I just also like to thank everyone in chat who's been following along. Thank you so much for joining in the ride. And of course, tomorrow we are back. Same time, same place. More moves, more drama. This is Norway Chess. See you then.